Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the first semi-final. Fantastic day for cricket here. The two combatants on the field are going to be the Stallions X and Clarion Eagles. Both teams during the group stages went 3 wins, 1 loss, and a heavy-duty clash here. Clarion Eagles and Stallions X. I will tell you that this will be a mouth-watering affair. Crisp, cool morning here in northern Georgia. In the middle, our Shah Faisal had a look at the pitch. Shah Faisal, what did you see?
Absolutely gorgeous morning here in Paramveer Sports Complex for the all-important semi-finals day. The sun is out, the breeze is down, and it is just about perfect conditions in terms of the weather. This Paramveer outfield has been terrific as well. If you look at the dimensions, 62 meters straight, and if you look in front of me, slightly bigger on that side, it is 67 meters, and behind me, it's 60 meters. The actual 22 yards, they played pretty well last couple of days. Have a closer look. It's pretty dry and hard. And since it's a bit warmer today, we feel like it will dry up sooner than what it has been doing in the last couple of days. So batters can express themselves a bit better. Batting first, still the team that wins the toss might want to put the opposition in, but the conditions not as challenging as it has been in the last couple of days. Still, you have to watch out for the initial few overs, and then you can express and play your shots on this pitch. All in all, we're looking forward to a cracking day of cricket here for the semi-finals.
The confirmation there from Shah Faisal. Absolutely mouth-watering clash is going to appear right before us here. The pitch conditions and everything look absolutely spectacular. Back to Mr. Shah Faisal in the middle with the captains for the toss.
Time for the first semi-final, Atlanta Open 2025. We got Stallions X and we've got Clarion Eagles, and alongside them the match officials. Akarshit Gomel will flip the coin. Shayan Jahangir will call it. Akarshit, you ready?
Heads. Heads is the call.
Heads is the call. It's tails. Akarshit, you've won the toss. What have you decided to do?
So we would like to bowl first.
It's a slightly delayed start and a warmer morning. What's the reason behind that decision?
Pitch looks really good, and it's a big semi-final against one of the best team in the tournament, and I would like to extract the advantage as much as possible, and having target in sight and trying to chase it, it's a better option.
Always a luxury to have a full day's rest in these kind of tournaments. What was the team up to yesterday?
Complete rest, because after playing 4 intense games, I truly believe that boys really wanted that, and we were just sitting in our rooms, chilling, watching others' games. So yeah, it was a good day to have off.
And what's the team news?
We have one change. Momin is not playing in place of Najaf Shah.
Go well, Akarshit Gomel.
Thank you so much.
Shayan, any difference you would have done if you had won the toss?
We would have liked to bowl first as well, but we're making a conscious effort to not let toss dictate the way we play cricket. I think Kingsmen has been doing well throughout this tournament, and we look to capitalize on the opportunity we've been given to start the innings and inshallah produce results.
It's been a tough tournament, quite a few tough games to come this far. How's the team feeling in terms of the morale coming into this game?
Really good. Everybody's looking forward to this opportunity, and we prepared ourselves, and those tough games have prepared us for this bigger occasion, so we're looking forward to it.
And what's the team news?
We're playing with the same team.
All right, go well, Shayan Jahangir.
Thank you, sir.
So the news from the center is that Akarshit Gomel has won the toss and Stallions will be bowling first.
There you have it under brilliant conditions. Not a cloud in the sky. Crisp, cool morning here in northern Georgia, and Captain Akarshit Gomel choosing to have a bowl. There you see the teams: Shahan Jayasuriya, Tejinder Singh, Arakanantha, Shahan Jayasuriya. Very strong top 4. Middle order is strong with the batters, particularly Hassan Mohsin. And then you'll see the bowling later on, really strong side. As we look at the Clarion Eagles, I will welcome to the mic Mr. Lenny Achaibar. Lenny, good morning.
Yes, Brian, thank you very much. And the Clarion Eagles, Pranav Chattopadhyay, Gomel, Krishnamurti, Mohsin, Saif Badar, Matthew Cross, Harmeet Singh, who takes the ball right now. Lamba, that's Abhimanyu Lamba, Stephen Wigg, Usman Tariq, and of course, Najaf Shah.
Mouth-watering Absolutely mouth-watering event here at the Paramveer Sports Complex. Lenny opening the bowling with some left arm spin. Turning the ball away from the two right-handed batters. The openers, Shine Jahangir, will be the one taking first strike. Obviously inside the power play, so it is a bit of a risk. And Shine Jahangir has never met a shot that he does not like. He should have a really interesting contest here earlier on. Two national players, in other words, both playing for the U.S. Harmeet Singh and Shine Jahangir both. And we're all in readiness, as the great Shah Faisal says. First ball coming up.
Yeah, good start from Harmeet Singh. And he's a kind of bowler, Brian, has used the new ball so many times. Very good start from him, bowling to a top-class player.
Off the mark, a single. You know, off air earlier, you and I were talking, Lenny, about who the other opener was going to be, along with Shine Jahangir. Well, it appears as though it's Sharad Lumba.
Yeah, we haven't seen Sharad at the top of the order in the last couple of games. We saw Kananta one time, and then we saw Tajinder Singh. So, a different strategy, different part of the tournament. And this is one of two semi-finals today.
Sharad Lumba now going to be looking very aggressive at the top of the order, usually. Now, what you're trying to do, obviously, is to tempt the right-hander to go big over the onside, where he'd be hitting against the turn. And we'll see whether or not that strategy takes effect here. So halfway through the first over, Lenny.
Yeah, he got a couple of good knocks. Sharad Lumba got a couple of 39, 39, 39, 7. And didn't play in a couple of the games. So he's back at the top of the order with Cheyenne.
Worked off his hip. Najaf Shah, who we have not seen in a couple of days, Lenny, is in the field. The big fast bowler will potentially have the ball later on.
Yeah, good run back from Najaf Shah. That's a way to get warm up. When he's been given the ball, and I'm pretty sure it's good, it can be any time now. So Najaf will probably use that little run back as a little bit of warm up process when the ball gets into his hand.
So as of right now, just ready to tap things around. No big shots being offered yet by this opening pair. But what you want, Len, is consistent runs at the top of the order during the power play.
Yeah, we've seen the Stallion X team. Brian Walters at the high side when they batted for us, 197.
Finds the outside edge of the captain's bat. Good over. First over bowled here by Harmeet Singh. 1 over in the books, 4 without loss. So exciting, Lenny, to have Sir Clive Lloyd be the chief guest of the Atlanta Open 2025. That will be tomorrow. May have him here later on today, but definitely will be the chief guest tomorrow. Big left-hander from your part of the world, Lenny. And another big left-hander has the new ball in hand at the southern end of the ground. The same man we just referred to, Najaf Shah, former Pakistani quick. Now bowling the first delivery here to Sharad Lumba.
Yes, starts well. Big appeal. And it could run through for what we could be a leg by. Maybe a little nick onto the pad. So he's picked up his second run. Yes, Shah Faisal, Najaf Shah. Certainly a man who's knows his trade pretty well.
You did it again, Lenny. Again, Shah Faisal and I look exactly alike. I can see why you keep calling me Shah Faisal. Najaf Shah, brilliant left-arm bowler. Look, generally tries to bowl a fuller length. I'll tell you that Cheyenne Jahangir does not like to be dictated to, so this is a good matchup for me.
Yeah, you look at Najaf Shah, 3 wickets in the series, and we talked about how he has picked up all of that in one game. And the Clarion Eagles, a well put together squad, and Najaf Shah, and along with, we've seen a little bit of Harmeet Singh, Usman Tariq, Stephen Wigg, another fellow left arm seamer. So strong bowling attack sported here by the Clarion Eagles.
Strong left arm bowling attack. You have 2 left arm pacers, you have 2 left arm seamers, being Sanjay Krishnamurthy being the other one. Knocked him over. Look at that delivery. How big is that? End of Sharad Lumber, 6 for 1.
Yeah, we talked about how good Najaf Shah has been. And this one, look at that. Early into the inning, Sharad Lumber. Oh, look at that. Middle and off. Knockback. Advancing down the track. But it's Najaf Shah who draws first blood. Is 6 for the loss of 1.
Advancing down the track is an interesting move. You'd like to think that he'd be forward because of the ball swinging into him. But Lenny, with the feet moving this early in the innings with the ball swinging, feels like a better option would just be to play the ball on its merits as opposed to moving down the track, being a little bit unsettled and losing his wicket here.
Yeah, a lot of batters sometimes, Brian Walters, will probably want to negate this swing. Usman Khan comes up quite early. And he comes in here with an early fall of Sharad Lumber. Is 6 for 1.
I completely take your point that it's better to be forward to negate the swing. When the ball doesn't have as far to travel, it doesn't swing as much. For me, if that is your objective, then take your guard outside of the crease. It accomplishes the same thing, but you're more still earlier in your innings when, you know, your footwork isn't exactly right yet. Anyway, enough of that. First delivery, full tosses drilled down the ground. That goes all the way for 6.
Well, such an explosive shot. First ball from Usman Khan. And while we were just trying to have all the analysis on the dismissal of Sharad Lumber, look at this. First ball, full toss. Usman Khan smashes this out of the park. And that's the first boundary, the first 6 we have seen of this innings. And Usman Khan, he has come out, and he means business.
Well, he came running down the track. Talk about using your feet, Lenny. He was appealing to the square leg umpire for it to be a no ball. Well, if you run 6 yards down the track, that's kind of a battle you're not going to win. Boy, he's come out with violence on his mind, Lenny. Huge swipe that time, thick inside edge, taking it down the square leg for a single.
And Brian, you look at the 6 from Usman Khan. He came out and it appears that that's a free hit ball. He was just into, well, whatever ball's here now. Free hit mentality.
It is impossible to overstress the ultimate, I hate to say arrogance, but it's kind of arrogance to a big former international fast bowler. First ball running down the track. Boy, that was a mouth-watering contest. Interesting. First over bowled by Najaf Shah. Second of the innings comes to an end. 9 runs coming from it. 13 for 1 after 2.
Middle.
Boy, well, that woke us all up, Lenny. 13 for 1 after 2. The second over here to be bowled by Harmeet Singh. And he's now bowling to Usman Khan. What approach does he take to the left arm finger spinner?
Yeah, we've seen Harmeet Singh 7 wickets in this series along with Abhimanyu Lamba. So they're at the top of the order and they've started well with him.
Boy, Lenny, I cannot take that 6 out of my The very first ball he faced, and I think I really like your analogy. He treated it as though it was a free hit. He came running down. That is the first ball he's facing. The 10th ball of the innings. That is incredible. I have never seen that before. Shanjangir, steady as you like. I've seen him at the top of the order, scoring really heavily in the recently completed minor league season, in my mind. And nobody, I don't get a vote, but I think he is in the running for the most valuable player in the league. Driven square now. A couple of runs, maybe. No, just one.
Yes, Brian, he's really had some good season. And we talked about his international career so far. They come fast. 28 one international and 19 T20 international. So he's ranked up those games.
Tickler on the corner, picking on Najaf Shah again. You know, you talked about the fact that he has international experience. Nothing bigger than opening the batting in a World Cup match for your country. And he did that recently in the World Cup last year, particularly open the batting against India in New York. That's a very big stage, Lenny. You were there probably.
Yeah, he's such a quality player.
Just doing it in singles as of right now, Shane Jahangir. Taking his time to get started. End of 3, 17 for 1. Meeting of the minds there, Lenny. Harmeet Singh, Captain Akashik Gomel, and Najaf Shah, who you would think, in fact, it is essentially been confirmed he will not be bowling his second over the 4th of the innings. It will be a change in bowling. We'll see exactly who this will be. Najaf Shah taking out of the attack after one delivery. Maybe not quite as spry at his current age. I would give Najaf Shah probably somewhere around 40 years old. I'm sure Shah Faisal will correct me if I'm wrong. But but he essentially is going to be out of the firing line, maybe a short fine leg, which is where you see him now. And in the meantime, a new bowler coming from the southern end to start over number 4.
Yeah, the man who got 4 for 17 the other day, Abhimanyu Lamba.
Smashed. And, oh, half a stop at mid-on, but that probably saves 2 runs.
Yeah, good shot in the onside. And Brian, we've seen a start. We've seen 3 bowlers being used now. Lamba, we saw him the other day, bowled impressively well. In fact, would have opened the bowling, 4 for 17.
Wow.
And he also picked up 3 for 21. So the couple of opportunities he has been given by the Clarion Eagles, he has grabbed them with both hands.
Drilled, but straight to that man, Saif Badar. Look at Saif Badar. When you see him, look at his throws. I can guarantee you, even among all the fast bowlers, he will have the strongest throwing arm of everyone out here. He has an absolute gun for throwing arm. You run on him at your peril.
Yeah, he's posted at mid-on for now. I'm pretty sure when the power plays are done, he's probably going to stretch out to long on.
He can routinely throw from long on to the keeper's end without any fuss whatsoever. Just a bullet of an arm. In addition to being a brilliant batter, by the way. That's good cricket. Just dropping it into the offside, picking up a single. By the way, confirmation from the great Shah Faisal. Najaf Shah is exactly 40 years old. So I was off by exactly 0 years. Props to me.
So we've seen a good over here from Abhimanyu Lamba. We talked about a couple of big spells for him, big opportunity. And he's taken over from Najaf Shah, who bowled on this end, picked up the wicket of Sharad Lumba, Najaf Shah.
Up and over. You cannot bowl that length to Shayan Jahangir, rather to Usman Khan. He will absolutely do what you just did. Confirmation from umpire Sandeep Gundelekar. That goes all the way for 6.
Yeah, this is the second time we're seeing Usman Khan taking a ball out of the park for 6. And that is because first ball he's faced on these bowlers, he have taken them out of the park for 6. We saw his first ball from Abhimanyu Lamba, and then we saw his first ball that he faced from Najaf Shah, both gone for 6s.
Now, the one to Najaf Shah, we talked about that. It was a little bit arrogant. This one, essentially, was what you'd expect from a ball that is short and wide. You get punished for those. Good comeback delivery there, though.
So we talked about 2 semi-final on tap today. This is the first one, Clarion Eagles and Stallions X. And later on at the 2:30 time, Atlanta Fire will come up against the Kingsmen. So Brian, it's semi-final day. And we all come down to the last 4 teams left in the tournament. Started on Tuesday with 10. And we're dwindling down. We want to see who are the last 2 teams. And we'll have to wait until these 2 semi-finals are played today.
Down the track. Boy, he's wanting to get things going here. Usman Khan swing and a miss on this one, but his intent is clear. 9 runs come from the over. End of over number 4, 26 for 1. Yeah, we talked about the semi-final fixtures for today. Clarion Eagles, as you can see, they take on Clarion Eagles. They take on Stallions here, and then of course the Kingsmen and Atlanta Fire coming up a little bit later on in the afternoon fixture. So 2 big games there. Brian Walters all heading down to the grand final tomorrow, right here in Rydal, Georgia. Well, he didn't get that much of a rest, Najaf Shah. Be coming into bowl number 5, over number 5 here. Matching up here against Shayan Jahangir. So watch out, Lenny. This is the westernmost pitch. So it is closer to the west side of the ground, which means that the boundary up there is about 65 yards. Going east, that boundary is 71. So a leg side hit from this side has much less distance traveled to go over the ropes. So pay attention to the length and the line that is bowled here from Najaf Shah.
So many times, Brian, when these batters, they hit the 6s out of the ground, those measurements are irrelevant. We've seen some big hit. I saw a big one into the other field. And there's several we've seen in this tournament. Batters, they want to hit these balls very far.
Couple of good deliveries here. The length is spot on. And at Najaf Shah's height, I'd give him maybe 6'3", 6'4", Lenny. He gets good, awkward bounce. Those last 2 deliveries bouncing up awkwardly is Shayan Jahangir.
Yeah, to keep Shayan Jahangir quiet, Brian, you've got to be bowling something of substance. And we talked about Najaf Shah and certainly the experience that he brings to the table. Usman Khan, the man on your screen there, a couple of 6s for him already. And they're going exactly 6 runs and over, so still very even for the time being. The batters haven't run away, the bowler hasn't gone too loose. And Najaf Shah with a couple of dot balls in this over so far.
Bang on target here. Much better over on the way for Najaf Shah.
Yeah, we've seen 3 bowlers already. Still so much options for them again. Stephen Wigg, Mohammed Mohsin, he's been quiet this series. Sanjay Krishnamurti, and of course Usman Tariq. So those could be the overs. Those could be the bowlers to give you that remaining overs that is left.
Really innovative shot there by Cheyenne Jahangir. It goes all the way for 4.
Yeah, I got the feeling that Abimanyu Lamba didn't bother to chase, realizing that they'll want him to rest that leg for his bowling. A 4 is a 4. But look at that, delicate, using the pace of the ball. He knows where the fielders are. And that's a lovely shot off the bat of Cheyenne, gone for 4.
Well, he is a brilliant stroke maker, strikes the ball cleanly, but that was a shot of just timing. Didn't need any power whatsoever. It is all timing and having that ball run behind point for 4. Quick single, well done.
And Brian, it's going to be interesting to see Usman Khan, and the reason why I'm setting up this ball. The very first ball he faced from Najaf Shah went for 6. The very first ball he faced from Lamba went for 6. This is the first ball he's facing from Najaf Shah from the other end. He's a very interesting character, and he seems to be a big fan of these first balls. Let's see, 31 for 1.
Now, the keeper is up. Matthew Cross out of Scotland. He's up to Najaf Shah, which probably doesn't make Najaf Shah feel very good, but will limit the dancing down the track, you would think. Worked around the corner. It is the man who I saw warming up a second ago, coming back for the second run. The man who I just saw warming up, Usman Tariq, who I believe might be bowling this last over of the power play. 5 overs done. The score is 33 for 1. Mouth-watering contest. Mr. Shah Faisal as Abimanyu Lamba comes into his second over, and he is dismissed. Over, wide, long on for 6.
Wow, what a strike. Really got under it, and it carried a long way. Cheyenne Jahangir.
Oh, the line, Shah Faisal, the line.
Was right in the slot as well, angling in, asking for trouble.
Shah Faisal, on that line, you can get hit for 6. On that length, you can get hit for 6.
Absolutely.
If the length and the line are both at his pads in the slots, honestly, that might have gone for 8. It's a much better delivery, shorter and cramping him for room, still managing to get a single for it though. So an interesting start here. You're at 40, Shah Faisal. Your early impressions of what you've seen so far in this first semi-final?
Well, obviously that slightly delayed start is really helping and neutralizing the advantage of a toss that the team that bowling first would have had. 40, I thought about 30, 35 with no wickets down would be a good return for power play. So this is slightly better and still time to go.
And I'll ask you a different question as you see that single from Usman Khan. He came running down the track again. So he looks to be very aggressive, wants to get the scoreboard ticking. 17 from 9 is what he's had so far. What are you expecting from him as compared to what you've seen from Cheyenne Jahangir, 19 from 19?
Cheyenne is more conventional. Usman Khan doesn't believe in the MCC menu. And against fast bowlers, he will charge down the wicket. He will step down towards his leg stump and open up all areas.
Skied, but this is catchable. Running back, actually just out of reach of, I believe that's Akarshit Gomel running back from sort of inside the circle. But a couple more runs here. Shayan Jahangir now starting to warm up.
Yeah, he took his time now, but that is generally the case. If a lot of wickets don't fall in the power play, and Shayan has seen through the power play. So that second half, over number 4 to 6, really want to capitalize, having seen through the first 3. Lucky that Usman Khan came out of the block so quick that Shayan could take a little longer.
So evidence there, Shah Faisal. He was winding up for a big one, wasn't he?
He just checked his stroke at the last minute. These modern day cricketers, this power play has been given immense importance, and they want to just set the stall nice and early. Someone had to leave the house nice and early to come here for a Saturday morning start. Obviously, it's weekend, so the Paramveer Sports Complex will be packed to rafters. All 6 fields, you'll see games being played today and tomorrow. Coming to the back end of the cricket season in this part of the world.
Tell you what, that was less an appeal and more of maybe confirmation that the plan was executed wide and outside the line of off stump. Last ball of the power play is a dot, but 11 runs come from it. Look at this replay here, Shah Faisal.
Yeah, that's Usman's preferred method. Like I say, he'll come down the wicket and he will give himself room.
It's not even in the shot on the last one. End of 6, 44 for 1.
The man with a lot of mystery. Umpire Ishan is checking with what's on his fingers. He explained something which was accepted, I think, by the umpire.
Well, excuse me, the first time I saw Usman Tariq was in the recently completed Caribbean Premier League tournament. While if I were batting and he were bowling, I'd be very irritated at that exaggerated pause in between his delivery stride and the actual delivery. I think it's good in an era where so much goes in favor of the batter, for the bowler to have some innovations that sort of brings things back level.
Absolutely, and bowlers, sometimes you feel when you watch T20 cricket on some batting paradises, you feel like the bowlers are just bowling machines.
Exactly.
So they
Pretty
have
much
to come up with unique ideas.
We have a special lunch later on, Shah Faisal.
Brian, do not start. It's very early for lunch. If I get thinking about that, I won't concentrate on work. So let's watch Shayan Jahangir and Usman Khan, how they tackle Usman Tariq.
Oh, he winds up for the big one, but you're outside of the power play now, so additional protection in the deep is possible.
One thing with mystery spinners is that the longer they play and the games are televised, the batters will watch over and over and think in their head what they can do to counter it. And Usman, that is Usman Tariq who was bowling, would have to keep evolving, because we've seen the lifespan of mystery spinners is not that long, because once they're worked out and their mystery is gone, they just become an ordinary bowler.
They just become spinners. So you talk about the fact that the more that you're able to watch the mystery spinner, the more the mystery dissipates. Well, you would have had a lot of footage on him from the recently completed CPL, so you know that these Stallions ex-players would have been watching every single replay from that tournament. That is close. Umpire Ishan Mulay, my apologies, Umpire Sandeep Gandalekar says not out.
Yeah, that was the off spinner. In a tangle, Usman Khan. Deep fielders are 3 on the onside.
Round arm that time. Boy, the number of different deliveries that he has is fascinating if you've never seen him before.
So his release points are at the perpendicular and then beyond. And this one is underground almost. He drops his arm so much.
Yep.
There you go, another.
Round arm again. The mistress spinner pulls things back just a touch. 3 runs from his first over. 47 for 1 after 7. Here at the Paramvere's Cricket Fields, Paramvere Sports Complex here in northern Georgia. Radell, to be specific, ladies and gentlemen, if you are anywhere within range of Radell, Georgia, these matches with high-level international type players and first-class players and top U.S. players is completely free to attend. And speaking of top-class players, another one here, Stephen Wigg, left on pace. First ball of over number 8 worked into the leg side for a single shot, Faisal.
Stephen Wigg is another of those cricketers whose stakes have risen recently quite a lot. He's been on the scene of minor league for a few years, but he's really blossoming, and his skill set is really improved in the last 6 to 12 months. It's a crucial phase of the game now. Power play is done. That middle phase generally determines which way the innings can go. If a lot of wickets don't fall in this phase, they can set up a platform to launch.
Good length. Bang on target with the Yorker. And well played ultimately by Usman Khan. Shah Faisal, in the background a couple of times, we've seen some of the weekend cricketers around, and particularly at the north end of the ground, there's players in whites. I would imagine that much of your playing days you were wearing whites as opposed to colored uniforms. Am I right?
Absolutely. And I can tell you that on weekends at times you see all fields that are not broadcast or local cricketers. You'd see red ball and white kits, and it's just so good to see, for our generation at least.
I'm glad you qualified it by saying for our generation, as that's a single into the leg side. Shah Faisal, I'm an old guy. There is just something majestic about white uniforms and a red ball that I just don't. There is the white uniforms that we're talking about. I just don't get the same feeling with colored uniforms and a white ball. Call me old, call me old-fashioned. I will take all of those fired shots if you want, but there's just something magical about red ball cricket to me.
It is absolutely, no doubt about it.
Off from Stephen Wigg, staying maybe just a little bit low, worked into the leg side. Good over on the way here for Stephen Wigg. 4 singles from the first 4 balls.
Stephen Wigg is not the tallest of the blokes around, so he doesn't extract a lot of bounce. He's probably more skiddy. And that is what the conversation is, I think, between Akarshit Gomal and Usman. The way Akarshit signaled that Stephen Wigg is skiddy, and you've got to be prepared for that ball.
Just give him something to think about.
I mean, there can be two views about it, but I just absolutely love the camaraderie between the players, especially at this level. If we're talking about international level, I can understand there has to be a little bit of a needle between the two sets of players on the pitch. But at this level, it's just good to see all these players getting along so well.
Skied, how deep is it? Not deep enough. Did he stay in bounds on the boundary? That is a successful catch. What an excellent piece of work for the second wicket.
Yeah, the umpires will want to have a look because With this coverage, we have the facility that the umpires can check those close boundaries. He took the catch, stumbled a little bit, but we couldn't get to see the view of the rope, if how close it was. And let's have a look from this angle. First thing first, check the front foot. That is absolutely fine. This is the picture that the umpire will want to make sure. Catch was completed, and after that the fielder took an extra yard and then composed himself. That's where when he lands on his right foot. He's a skinny young boy.
Well, I think Shah Faisal, after having a few minutes to look at that dismissal or the catch taken on the boundary and then the subsequent fancy footwork, umpires are sufficiently convinced that the fielder in that area of the field did enough to believe that that was adjudged to have been a catch completed on the field of play. So I guess another way of saying it, that there was, in NFL terms, there's not enough evidence to overrule the call on the field.
Absolutely. That's a fair call, because if the evidence is not conclusive, then you have to stay with the on-field decision, whatever the umpires reckon on-field. And Usman, in fact, Jahangir got out, and Shahan Jayasuriya is the new man in. Chitapalian was the fielder. Admiration for the wonderful effort and athleticism.
So Shahan J replaces Cheyenne J.
The other way around.
What I mean is Shahan replaces Cheyenne.
Cheyenne.
Exactly. Yep. So it's a little bit difficult to follow those moving parts, but that is the end of over number 8. An eventful one, the big wicket of the captain, Shahan Jahangir, and Shahan Jayasuriya joins Usman Khan. End of over number 8, 51 for 2.
Usman Tariq will resume. Now will have a chance to bowl at the new batter. So, not immediately though. Usman is on strike. Very pronounced back foot movement from Usman to get it back and across way outside the line of the off stump. That got him in a tangle last over when Usman Tariq bowled that off spinner which cut back into him. There's a little bit of a personal battle building between the two.
I'm going to guess, Shah Faisal, that you would have faced better spinners, or at least been more comfortable with spin than me. So what, as a batter, do you look for cues from a Mr. Spinner like an Usman Tariq to know which way it's spinning?
Well, the best thing, his quicker delivery was looking to sweep, missed out there. Usman is disappointed. The best thing is if you have sharp vision, you can pick it from the hand. Sometimes it's difficult to pick it through the air. Third way is to pick from the line, which is the least convincing one.
Yeah.
Like if you see a right arm leg spinner bowling it outside the off stump, you think that it's going to come in. More technical details is the dip of the shoulder. But we're talking about conventional bowlers. This is something that
Solid point. Solid point. I'm just trying to put myself in the mind of Shanjai Surya, left-hander. The only similarities that he and I have in common is that we're both left-handed. What would my thinking be as I'm facing up to Usman Tariq?
just right-hander or left-hander, you do not commit too early. Because it's such a long pause. If there is anything in your movement that you give a hint to Usman, he can just play with you then. But if you don't show him any movement until he releases the ball, then you're in a better position. But then it restricts your ability to hit him for big shots. So in this tournament, I'll check with Lenny. Usman Tariq hasn't taken many wickets, although it's been difficult to get away. But teams have come up with plans to not give him the wicket, so not go overly aggressive against him until and unless he provides a freebie. Even you with your gadgets. How many wickets Usman Tariq has got in this tournament?
End of over number 955 for 2. I'll answer that question shortly.
Fine.
In this tournament, 5 matches played, 16 overs bowled, 5 wickets, 93 runs, best bowling of 4 for 23. So 4 of those 5 were in one match, so not much done otherwise. Interestingly to me, his economy rate is higher than I would have expected in this tournament. It's just short of 6, 5.8. So he is a mystery spinner, but they've been able to figure him out, save for that one game.
Yeah, that economy of less than 6, any captain or any team would take it. Less than a run a ball in this format, and to carry that as much threat of wicket taking as Usman does. But yeah, teams have really just gone quiet against him. And those 4 wickets came in one game, so 3 games out of 5 he went wicketless.
Yep.
But it's nothing to suggest he was taken to cleaners or anything. So
Oh, no.
teams have come up with plans. That's smart.
So back to Stephen Wigg to bowl the 10th over of the innings. Good over. Took a wicket in that last ball of, or the second to last ball of his first over. Worked around the corner. Luckily, for Stephen Wigg that went directly to the field, and Najaf Shah had short fine leg, 1 yard, maybe 2 feet to either side of him, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, he got really lucky there. And Najaf is also will be happy that it came straight to him and he didn't have to chase after it.
That's exactly what I mean. Down the leg side, that line is one that you will regret having bowled to a man who is as aggressive as Usman Khan.
Yeah, you don't want to give him that kind of opportunity. I can understand what Stephen Wigg was trying to do, to cramp him for space, not give him any room. But then that line was too straight. Easy pickings for Usman. Much needed boundary because the innings had stalled after that power play. There were 44 in the power play, 44 for 1 in 6 overs. So the next 4 overs, or just 3.5 overs, haven't yielded many. And they've lost another wicket in the process.
Oh, skied. And Najaf Shah, unfortunately, has some work to do here. Second 4 in the over.
Yeah, he got under it, using the pace with both third man and fine leg up in the ring. More of a top edge, not as much control as the previous boundary, but the result is the same.
Certainly a safe shot. You mentioned third man and fine leg inside the ring, but the keeper is also up to the stumps. So essentially no coverage at all behind the keeper, at least behind square on both sides. So relatively safe shot under those circumstances.
Well, 10 of the over as Stallions acts. They're looking to regain the momentum after sluggish 3 overs from 7 to 9.
Momentum is such a fickle thing, Shah Faisal. In the last 5 overs, including this one, 33 runs scored. So 6.6, just a little bit more than a run a ball. Maybe you want to be accelerating more toward, let's call it a crescendo at the end of the innings. You're right now scoring at the rate of 6.71 and over. 6.71 and over translates, or I should say projects, to a score of 134. My sense is that something around 150 would be more challenging for a team here.
You talk about the last 5. So over number 6 went for 11, and this has gone for 11. So in between, only 11 came in the 3 overs.
Oh, what a lovely shot that one is. Really well timed. A lot of work in the deep. Tell you what, that's good work done there by Pranav Chetapaliyam to cut that one off. But 2 more runs. So make it 13 from the over. Halfway through the innings, 6 to 8 for 2.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, indeed, but that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball. So halfway gone, 68 for 2. Still a very healthy scoring rate, going at 6.8. Those are easy to calculate when you've completed 10 overs. We talked about how good Usman Tariq has been in terms of economy rates. Pulled into the onside. Welcome Shah Faisal, as this one has gone away for 4. So a good shot from Usman Khan.
Usman waited for his moment against Usman Tariq. This was short and allowed him to get underneath it. He's trying to move right across his stumps, Usman, throughout the spell from the mystery spinner. This time he got one in his area. Good start to the over.
Yeah, good motion.
We look at 68 at the end of 10, Shah Faisal, and when you look at some of the 10 overs mark score that has been par on this ground. It's around the vicinity of 58, 57. And you talked about at the toss that the strip are beginning to get a whole lot better. We haven't seen rain here for some time, so batsmen are beginning to up that little par that we have seen in the last 2 or 3 days. Yeah, first ball went for 4. And a couple of good comeback deliveries here from Usman Tariq. Shehan Jayasuriya, his playing style certainly suits these middle overs. Oh, slice in front of Stephen Wigg, and it goes away for 4.
Streaky boundary. Beautifully flighted by Usman for once and lured Jayasuriya. Stephen Wigg is a very, very good fielder. With Usman's pace, it was one of his slow deliveries, so it didn't have the pace to carry to short third. And in the attempt to take the catch, the boundary went away. Can't blame the fielder for that, because you have to take the aggressive option. As now Usman Tariq wants him a little closer, even fielder at point as well. They were both hanging at the edge of the circle, and now they're 5 yards in from that 30-yard circle.
Yeah, a couple of 4s in this over. This has been a good one here for the Stallions X, and even good running. Shehan and Usman Khan, good running there. Shaw Faisal, we've seen an over that has gone for 10 so far, in fact 11.
Yeah, boundaries have come, and now good placement, excellent placement from Shehan Jayasuriya. It's probably one of the most expensive overs from Usman Tariq in this tournament.
Yeah, played a miss, so 11 gone is 79 for the loss of 2. So it looks like Abhimanyu Lamba gets a recall here. Shaw Faisal will come back for his second bowling spell. Didn't go too well at the top. 2 overs, no made, none for 20.
Not easy to bowl in the power play, but this is the moment I think Usman Khan would have been waiting for. He's 37 of 25, likes some pace on the ball. So would Jayasuriya as well. Critical moment in the game. Big test for the youngster.
Yeah, we saw a couple of
Missed
days
out there. It was right on his pads, Usman Khan. And it was probably the loosener from the bowler. But just a leg bye will result.
Yeah, a couple of big bowling spell in this series for Lamba. Strong bowling attack. We've seen Harmeet, we've seen Lamba, we've seen Tariq. We've seen Ajav, we've seen Wigg, still bowling options. Sanjay Krishnamurti can give you a couple of overs. Mohsin, we haven't seen him yet. And you get the feeling Shaw Faisal, they've got some on the reserve to really call upon. Yeah, good delivery. Can't do much with a ball like that.
Yeah, just the rotation of strike. These two very experienced and good players. Shehan Jayasuriya, by his own standards, has had a quiet tournament, but these are the big games that the big players make their money, and they can really come good when it really matters. And today is one of those days.
Yeah, driven into the offside. Krishnamurti runs around. Yes, Shaw Faisal, by his standard, his highest has been 30. He got an 18. Other than that, a couple of single-digit score. A man who has played 12 ODI and 18 T20 international for Sri Lanka. Have now settled in this country. We've seen so much of him. Every tournament that we have attended, Shaw Faisal, always an active cricketer. And he's that type of player that can play those dual roles. He can knock it around for the time being. And don't be fooled by that, because he scores quickly when he wants to.
Karshit Gomel fielding on the boundary line. Oh, got himself in a tangle. The big shout. Umpire says no. Matt Cross from behind the stumps could not believe. Neither did Lamba.
It's one of those funky looking shots. A shot that we've seen Jayasuriya execute on a few occasions, Shaw Faisal, if you've seen him bat long enough.
Interesting replay here coming your way. It came off the bat. He's absolutely knocked the cover off of it, and Lamba, when he sees that replay and sees his reaction, he may get a bit embarrassed.
Balled him. So sweet revenge here for Lamba, and he's taken out Shahan Jayasuriya.
Well. That was a comprehensive and conclusive. Lamba still thinking about that previous leg before shot, but he's come up with a fantastic delivery. And Shahan Jayasuriya, who's looking to go big, has been castled. He saw the length and went after it, but he lost his stumps, and the partnership's been broken. 82 for 3 Stallions.
One ball.
So Tajinder Singh has come to the middle. And Shaw Faisal, we've seen a partnership of 45 broken by Abhimanyu Lamba. Usman Khan still out in the middle. Tajinder, we've seen Tajinder batted at the top of the order. He is open sometimes, and we talked about the abundance of a strong top order here for the Stallions X. And you look at Tajinder Singh, he comes in here at number 5, and you get the feeling that the batting order does have a lot of strength at the top.
Yeah, this is a strong batting lineup, and they bat all the way down. Tajinder's come in, man of the match from yesterday. Hassan Mohsin still in the shed. Usman Khalid, Kaushik Bhatti. They keep coming. Arya Kananta has been given opportunities up the order, the youngster in the league stages. He's also there. Still plenty batting to come. 8.1 overs to go. 160 should be the bare minimum that Stallions will be looking at. Obviously, if things go well, they can go past that, but anything less than that, Clarion Eagles will be very happy going into the mid-innings. But between now and then, plenty of cricket is left to be played.
So into the offside, he gets off the mark. Tajinder straight away, and so 12 gone is 83 for the loss of 3.
Yes, I'm standing here because of the camera.
So Harmeet Singh gets a second spell. Shaw Faisal very tight at the couple of overs that he's bowled. 2 overs, no made, none for 8.
So when behind or not?
Harmeet has had a very good tournament. He's been in good form. He's had to come up with performances. The road this far for the teams haven't been easy. And I think other than Atlanta Fire, every team who's reached this far had suffered a defeat at some stage or the other. Clarion Eagles got one on the opening day. And then they had the Kingsmen the next game, and they must have thought about the prospects of not making it. Tajinder coming back for the second. Beats the throw from Chattapalliam. Tajinder obviously scored heavily for the Stallion X and their sister team, Kingsmen. Not too long ago, they were in Australia playing a tournament, and Tajinder really did well over there.
Yeah, you talked about the Atlanta Fire. They haven't lost a game. When you look at Stallions X, they have lost to the Atlanta Fire. That's the irony. And Shaw Faisal, they've done really well. We saw them in the eliminator. They were chasing just 138. We thought that the game had a bit of drama inside, but in the end, they were able to pull through quite easily. Not a good over here from Harmeet Singh. We talked about how good he's been in his couple of overs that he's bowled before.
Wide given by the umpire. Injury for Matt Cross. There's a couple of substitutes running on. Umpire Ishan intervenes too. No help needed by Matt Cross. Still holding on to that thumb. Part and parcel these injuries of a wicketkeeper's life. Most of the wicketkeepers who've had a longer career, you would see that they'll have crooked fingers from blows as the one we saw, and single on the next ball as well with Tajinder. So he's gotten off to a good start on his first few deliveries, able to pick up runs and rotate strike.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that the medical crew ran onto the field. Shaw Faisal, usually it's done by the umpire stopping play and then indicating for them to come on. Even Tajinder was kind of surprised that there were people behind him. Into the offside, softly played, and this has been another good over from Harmeet Singh.
One thing with Usman Khan is that in this format, T20, he's a century maker. Once he gets to a start, he knows how to convert them into hundreds. Once again, misses out on the sweep shot, but will collect another wide. The Stallion X. Talk about Usman Khan and his career. Whenever he's gone on past 30 or 40, it's more likely he'll convert it into 100.
Yeah, driven into the offside. This over will come to an end. So 13 gone. And they're batting at 93 for the loss of 3.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
About Usman Khan, who's going to take strike. It's a very, very interesting story of his career. He looks to go big. Of course, he left Pakistan and played his cricket in UAE. And when he was on the verge of qualifying to play for UAE, before that, he scored a couple of hundreds in PSL. It's gone up. How far? Very, very far. Fielder can only watch it sail over his head. And Usman Khan brings out the big shot.
Yeah, massive shot again from Usman Khan. That's his third six. And look at that. Slugged into the onside. Gone a long way.
He took one hand off the handle. Have a look at that. And he still went so far. This one is wider. He's gone up again. And he's gone over again. That is terrific batting from Usman Khan. And he's closing in on that half century. In fact, he has gone over 51. Second half century of the tournament for Usman.
Yeah, a couple of sixes here. And 2 milestones accomplished. He gets his fifth, and the 100 comes up for the Stallions X. And
Now stays back in the crease and maneuvers the ball. 2 sixes and a single makes it a very good over for the Stallion X against the ace bowler of the opposition team. Usman Tariq has been put away. Continuing with that story of Usman Khan. He was then called in to play for Pakistan, so he lost all his privileges that he was going to get from playing for UAE, and the journey that he took, the long route to qualify to play for UAE, the international cricket. He ended up playing for his country of birth. Still not out of contention. I don't think he's too far away from Pakistan's white ball plans. As the series against South Africa, the test series starting tomorrow, but the white ball series will start towards the back end of the month, and more white ball cricket for Pakistan, and Usman hoping to be a part of that. Usman Khan, that is.
yeah, busy life of cricketer these days. Hardly any window to rest. This over's gone for 13 so far from Tariq. Yeah, he completes it pretty well with a couple of dot balls, but perhaps enough damage has been done. 14 gone, it's 106 for 3. So a couple of semi-finals today. Clarion Eagles, the Stallion X here, and then later on coming up, Atlanta Fire, they'll come up against the Kingsmen. That game is at 2:30 p.m. And folks, if you want to catch up on all the scores, you can go to PVCC Cricket Clubs, and you've got, that's the tournament scoring page, and you can catch up on all the scoring, all the past games, all the fixtures, and certainly games to come. Harmeet Singh will finish up here. Shah Faisal, 3 overs, no made, none for 18. He'll be done here.
Yeah, talking about that 160, the possibility of 160 with 6 overs to go is quite real, and anything less than that, Stallions will be disappointed. In fact, they might have raised the bar the way Usman is batting to aim for that 180 now, with wickets in hand and plenty of good batters in the shed.
Yeah, chasing one outside the off stump. Harmeet starts with a wide.
Harmeet is a wily campaigner as well, so as strong as Usman is against spin and unconventional, that will be a good challenge. Really good battle to watch between these two.
Yeah, cut away into the offside. Beats the man, Usman Tariq. And it looks like it has. We'll have to wait and see. Gone away for 4. So dabbing into the offside. Good looking shot from Usman Khan. And he picks up another boundary.
Usman Tariq definitely not one of the quicker movers. That was timed beautifully. The outfield also has picked up the pace over the course of the tournament. And Usman's happy win continues. He's found a very good momentum to his innings in the last 15 minutes or so. Good news for Stallions.
Yes, Shah Faisal, we saw him getting just 6 short of a century. Only one century in the tournament so far. We've seen 2 hat-tricks, by the way. And we talked about Zia ul Haq when next he plays. We'll have to keep an eye on that. So 6 off this over so far from Harmeet Singh. Yeah, worked into the onside. We've seen Tajinder Singh and Usman Khan putting up something so far. 31-run partnership.
He's stitching together another useful partnership after the one for the 3rd wicket. They had a good one for the 2nd wicket as well. So the momentum continuing because of those little partnerships.
Yeah, cut away into the offside. A long chase here for the fielder. And that has gone away for another boundary. 2 boundaries off this over. And that's another good looking shot from Usman Khan.
That's the versatility of Usman. He put away a cut shot earlier and that was quite wide with the sweeper in place. But he delayed his shot, played away from the sweeper. Sweeper was pretty straight and it went squarer. That is great batting. Now running hard, but Harmeet will get to the ball before they think of the 2nd. And will bring us now just one more ball to go. 118 now for 3. The platform is set for the Stallions. 2 very strong teams going at each other. This is setting up to be a very good contest. And I don't think it's going to be a low scoring one by the looks of it.
Saw an over that went for 13 previous to this one. And this one now has gone for 13. And so 2 big overs here for the Stallions X. 15 gone, it's 119 for the loss of 3. So 15 gone, it's 119 for 3. Najaf Shah has been reintroduced into the attack, and in comes Brian Walters.
But the only thing that I've had in common with Najaf Shah is that we're both left-handed, Lenny. So the comparisons begin and end right there. Tall left arm quick, looking to bowl to Tajinder Singh. It's going to be interesting to see Usman Khan's approach the rest of the way in these last 5 overs. 62 from 37, very belligerent innings from him. He'll be looking to accelerate toward the finish line here as you get toward the last 5 overs of this innings.
And the projection certainly on course here for definitely 150. Question is, how much beyond 150 can the Stallion X put this score?
Talked about projections, Lenny. Current scoring rate, 7.91. Project that forward, you looking at 158. It would feel, based on this platform, a couple of decent partnerships, 45 for the 2nd, 31 for the 3rd, and already unbeaten 38 for the 4th. With this sort of platform, you'd want to aim for at least 175. You'd think 175. Maybe that's a little stretching it, but 10 and over gets you to 168, 11 and over gets you to 173. If Usman Khan stays there, then that could potentially be where you end up.
Caught away, a slashing shot through the offside and gone away for 4.
He hammers this. Just a little bit of width. Najaf Shah wanting to be a little bit closer to off stump, and Usman Khan will be very fearsome on anything that is too loose, just a little too wide. And watch this replay. Oh, didn't quite see it there, but to me, that was just a little bit outside the line of off stump, and he helps himself to 4 runs.
So with pace on the ball, lovely shot again. We've seen, and we've talked about Usman Khan. He's got into the 90s. And another big knock for him Najaf Shah continues into the offside. Sanjay Krishnamurti and Brian Walters. We were on comm when we saw the very first ball. He came out, was off Najaf Shah. And they took him out of the park. He hasn't looked back since.
It's a very belligerent innings, as I mentioned, 67 from 39. So that is going great guns. I don't know that there's any way that you can ask for anything better than that, particularly when he came in at the fall of the first wicket. He's been belligerent from the very first ball.
Yeah, we talked about the last couple of overs have gone for 26. The last 2 overs, we saw one from Harmeet Singh and one from Usman Tariq. Najaf Shah has bowled one that has gone for 7. Still a couple of balls remaining. Usman Khan, the man in strike, and he's really played some lovely shots. 6 fours and 4 sixes so far. Into the offside. Fielder will come around. Looks like Stephen Wigg and keeps it to only 1.
Good work from Stephen Wigg in the deep. The advantage for him is that he's left-handed. That ball is to his left. So if it were a right-hander running to their left, trying to pick that ball up in the deep, you could potentially look for a second run there. But Stephen Wigg going to his strong side, that becomes a more difficult decision for the runners to make to try to go for that second run. So good over here underway, even though he had that boundary, just 4 singles otherwise. Last ball coming up.
Yeah, will have to be rebowled. And an over that's gone for 9 comes on the heels of 2 expensive over from the Clarion Eagles. Yeah, that's the man in the house, Sir Clive, Brian Walters.
Lenny, we are in the presence of greatness.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll be able to get Sir Clive on the air with us sometime in the next several overs or either this game or the following game. No question that that's something really, really brilliant for us to be able to experience right here at the Paramvera Sports Complex.
So again, a couple of wides from Najaf Shah.
Well, you see what he's trying to do, trying to keep the ball away from the power stroke on the leg side. I don't know that it needs to be that wide where he's aiming for just inside the wide line. And remember, the hit to the leg side from here is the larger side of the ground. It will be about 71 yards to the mid-wicket boundary. For me, I'd want to keep it certainly wide of off stump to make him drag it from out there, but it doesn't have to be all the way to where he's threatening the wide line on the offside.
And we've seen a couple of slices already gone. So final ball. Straight down the ground. Sanjay Krishnamurti gets in front of the other fielder. And look at that, they come back for a couple of runs. I'm pretty sure that the umpire will have a look at this one.
Sanjay Krishnamurti is a brilliant athlete, and to the point I just made, he's running to his right. He's a left-hander, but somehow manages to orient himself around for that big throw. And the umpires are certainly going to go upstairs. Lenny will take a look along with the umpires. So Lenny, while we're not talking about the play itself, we're allowing the umpire to make that decision. But aggressive running between these two going back towards the end of the innings now. So you're down to the last 24 balls, regardless of what the decision on this is. And a typically aggressive partnership building. Again, this partnership now worth either 48 or 49, depending on the results of the umpire's decision. And in my mind, Lenny, it's going to be, regardless of what happens here, it's going to be a race to the finish as we get through the remaining 24 balls.
And the fact is, Brian, it'll be Usman Khan in trouble. Usman Khan's end.
And I'll tell you that once again, we preface everything by saying regardless of the outcome of this decision here, and the technology people are doing what they do to try to get the best view for the umpires, I don't know that I would have wanted Usman Khan to be going back for that second run, because this is the last ball of the over. See, he could potentially have been thinking, okay, I need to get on strike for the next over. That's what he was thinking. But Tajinder Singh is a batter of repute. He knows what he's doing. And my sense would be that that decision is one that could potentially have resulted in a wicket. We'll see exactly what the decision made here is, but you're looking at the back end of an innings that, in my mind, is going to be very tricky. In the meantime, Lenny, a big match coming up this afternoon. The Kingsmen against the home team Atlanta Fire. Boy, that just feels like a final, doesn't it?
Yeah, the Fire's played unbeaten so far, so I think we're going to wait for the umpires. So a couple of runs. So safe. 131 at the end of 3, 16 gone. So Stephen Wigg will continue. Brian Walters, we've seen another tall over here for the Stallions X, and we come down to the last 4.
Last 4, first of which will be bowled by Stephen Wigg. So in theory, Lenny, you could go Najaf Shah, Abhimanyu Lamba, Stephen Wigg the rest of the way.
Yeah, we've seen Harmeet Singh done 4 overs, no men, none for 31. And also Usman Tariq, 4 overs, no men, none for 31. So Stephen Wigg, the left-arm pacer, will come into bowl to, looks like Usman Khan on strike. So Usman Khan. Oh, down into the leg side, over the shoulder, and outstretched hand of Najaf Shah, and gone away for 4.
Lenny, the 25-year-old version of Najaf Shah probably gets that one. A little bit to his left. He's a left-hander, so it's to his strong side. I suspect that the younger version of him would have left his feet, have maybe missed his hand, outstretched left hand by maybe a foot. So the margin of, let's call it the margin of error, relatively small, but ultimately 4 runs.
So we've seen 7 4s of the bat of Usman Khan, Brian, coupled with 4 6s. And we come down to 22 left here now, 22 balls, 5 in the over so far. So a big start for the Stallion X in this over. We've seen a boundary already. Tajinder Singh comes into strike, and we talked about 2 big partnership, 154 in effect here, still undefeated. And earlier on, Brian, we saw a 45-run partnership involving Usman Khan and Cheyenne.
Well, all of the partnerships, all of the big partnerships have involved Usman Khan. The first wicket partnership was only 6. So the second wicket partnership of 45, third wicket partnership of 31, and the current ongoing partnership 54, all featuring heavily Usman Khan. You mentioned that he has 7 fours and 4 sixes. Well, the team has 9 fours and 5 sixes. So much of the damage, in fact, the vast majority of the damage is being done off of the bat of Usman Khan, which is why I suggested earlier that if he's able to bat all the way through, then something along the lines of 170, 180 is not out of the question. As of right now, 10 and over gets you to 173. If Usman Khan stays there, 10 and over is more than possible.
So a bit of hold up, a little bit of treatment for Tajinder Singh along the way, and so we're back with cricket. Here is Stephen Wigg. Pulled into the onside and gone for 6.
Look at that. Tajinder Singh joining in on the fun. I think on this replay you will see that this ball is just a touch too straight. No, I take that back. Tajinder Singh walks across to the offside and he makes it into a straight ball by moving over on the offside, getting it on his pads, and then drilling it well over the boundary at square leg.
So a couple of wickets for Stephen Wigg coming into this game. Picked up 1 already. Picked up the wicket of Shayan Jahangir. We saw a brilliant catch from Pranav Chattopadhyay. Had inches to work with. This over's gone for 11 so far. Tajinder into the long side. And he gets a single-handed strike over to Usman Khan.
Single down to Mohamed Mohsin. I am surprised that we have not seen Mohamed Mohsin today. You have the mystery spinner, Usman Tariq, but Mohamed Mohsin is a mystery spinner of himself, or by himself. He's able to turn the ball both directions, quick off break, leg breaks rather, quick googlies. He tends to be the type of batter who would or the type of bowler rather, who would trouble two power hitting left or right-handed batters. I'm curious why he's not yet bowled.
So another wide deliver here by Stallions X. Extra's gone up to 7 now. We've seen 1 leg by Brian. We've seen 6 wides. Saw in the last over from Najaf Shah had problems closing out that over. Now Stephen Wigg delivers 1, 13 in this over. Another big over here for Stallions X. Yeah, slice into the offside, easy single. We talked about this partnership, it's gone quite big. Look at that, 64 runs, in fact, 63. Well, they've got me deciding what to put on here in the end.
That is about the most exciting single that you'll ever see, Lenny. On 4 different occasions, he could have had an overthrow. And on 4 different occasions, the batters turned the opportunity down for that additional run. They say don't ever run on a misfield. You saw about 4 straight misfields there, but the batters all making sure that they kept that maxim to its reality.
Tajinder over the offside. And the question is how many? Gone for 4. A lovely strike into the offside, and that's a classy looking shot again.
I like the fact that he gets down low. Look how low he gets when he plays the shot. There, reaches down, scoops that ball over the top of the man at cover inside the circle, and it goes away, just piercing that big gap between deep extra cover and long off. That is for number 10 of the day, end of the over, a big over. 18 runs come from it. The score is 149 for 3. Replay telling the story, Lenny Tajinder Singh just getting really down low to create the leverage to get under that ball and helping himself to 4 runs. He is now very aggressive, by the way. Let's pay attention to that because both of these batters striking it above 100. Usman Khan, strike rate 172. Tajinder Singh, strike rate 160. So running through the tape, as they say in track, right here at the end of over number 17, starting over number 18.
So Lamba comes in. Immediately they'll pick up a couple of runs. So the runs continue to come. It's 150 on the board.
150 on the board indeed. So you're looking to see how you can accelerate through the back end. Lenny, the last 5 overs 13 through 17 went for 66 runs. So that's, to me, translating to 13 and over. You can do that quick math. And I'll tell you that if this continues, then something along the lines of 185, 190 is definitely on the cards.
Yeah, the last 6 overs, they've gone for an average of 12 runs and over, Brian. And so far, this over's gone for 3. So the flow of runs, no one has been able to come up with an answer. And you get the feeling, Brian, with so much wickets in hand, it's going to be a license to even go further and more aggressive against Clarion Eagles.
Well, you would have to, wouldn't you? This is obviously semi-final. You want runs on the board, having been sent into bat to put the pressure on the bowling side.
Oh. Massive strike from Tajinder Singh. Gone long, gone far, gone for 6.
As a reminder, this is the big side of the field, 71 yards to the boundary. So that, to me, looks like about a 75-yard hit, Lenny. Once again, this one definitely too straight onto his pads, and he helps himself handsome, high, over the top of mid-wicket for 6.
There we are. We talk about this big partnership. 76 so far. Usman Khan and Tajinder, they've been here for some time. And here is Lamba. Cut away into the offside and gone for another boundary. This time gone for 4.
Not looking to play it that fine, Lenny. I think he was trying to play that square over point or maybe over cover. Gets a genuine top edge, so a lot of pace on that delivery from Abhimanyu Lamba. But with Usman Tariq at short third inside the circle, that certainly would yield you runs behind in that area of the field. And so they are absolutely sprinting here. Partnership worth 80. This partnership alone has almost doubled the output of the entire innings.
Brian, I talked about the last 5 overs gone for an average of 12. We've seen a couple of overs with 13. We've seen one with 14. This one has gone for 13 in just 4 balls. Into the onside. Fielder comes in. Looks like Saif Badar.
Yep.
And a bit of reprieve here for Lamba. He's gone for 14.
The ball skied in the air. Off the bat, I thought that might have had the legs to take it down to a catching opportunity for Saif Badar. Lands short of him, but we talked earlier about the fact that he has a really, really strong throwing arm. So you don't want to take him on and get an unnecessary run out. Partnership continues here, though.
So final ball, 14 already in this over. Here is Lamba. And then cut away into the offside. Wig does well to save another boundary, Brian. He saved 3 runs.
Absolutely saves 3 runs here. It's an expensive over, but it could have been worse. Look at Stephen Wiggs. Said again that he's a lefty, so he's running to his strong side there, and he does well. Look at this. Excellent camera work, by the way, to pick up that excellent piece of fielding by Stephen Wigg. End of over number 18. Last 2 coming up. They will be interesting. 164 for 3.
So Najaf Shah will come in to bowl the 19th. And he will finish up here, Brian Walters, 1 for 28 off his 3 overs.
Usman Khan has danger on his mind. Usman Khan will be hitting toward the smaller side of the ground if he chooses to go leg side, which means Najaf Shah has to keep this ball outside the line of off stump.
Into the offside. Get one, fielder does well. And hands the strike over to Tajinder Singh. Some of the players are calling for something probably to be reviewed as fielder does well.
Well, what I picked up from that delivery was Usman Tariq, who's standing at short fine leg, and the fielder himself in the deep, both applauding. So that tells me that they are happy with the delivery bowled by Najaf Shah. The plan would have to be to keep the ball outside the line of off stump. Maybe they're having a look to see whether or not this ball was, the fielder was on the boundary, or whether or not he touched the rope. So I think that's what the delay is about here, Lenny.
Yeah, I did hear that the camp, the Stallion X camp, had called it out. Yes, that's one of the good things. We brought on the review. And folks, these reviews are only for the umpires to have a look at certain calls. The line calls, or as in this case, the rope call.
The rope call. Saif Badar, the fielder down at the boundary. At deep third. Interesting, you put Saif Badar in that area, in my mind, for his throwing arm, which means you're expecting the ball to go in that direction. You're certainly wanting to bowl wide, that any slashes that go to deep third, you have Saif Badar who can throw to either end from that boundary rope. Really, really strong throwing arm. Said that a couple of times. And it's a defensive position. You're essentially conceding one, and you're trying to not concede any more than that.
Yeah, Brian, you look at Saif Badar here on the other side. We've got two other players who get around pretty quickly: Stephen Wigg, Sanjay Krishnamurti.
Well, signal 4, Lenny. So Saif Badar, I thought, got close to the rope. Umpires deciding, make that the TV umpire, this Nuruddin today, deciding that that foot from Saif Badar going, in fact, touching the rope. So instead of a single, it is a 4 to start over number 19, Lenny.
And the fact is, Brian Walters, we talked about it was the Stallion X camp that was calling out that Saif Badar had touched the rope, and they were right in that vicinity, so might have been credible. Although sometimes
well, there's the difference between credible and objective. They're certainly not objective, but if it's right there in front of them, then you certainly have to take it into consideration as an umpire.
I know back in local cricket that we play in New York, Brian, this is how it goes. The fielders will indicate to the umpire whether the ball has crossed the fence or not, but you know what happens. When you're fielding, nothing goes for 4, but when the other team does that to you. Smashed into the offside, easy catch, straight down the fielder's throat. And so the big innings from Usman Khan, in fact, Tajinder, has come to an end. Another wicket falls.
Yeah, full toss, struck well, but directly to the fielder at long off. Straightforward catch. I believe that's Pranav Chetapalliam down there at long off. Look at this again. Very full, essentially a low full toss, and a pretty straightforward catch. No, my apologies. That's Abhimanyu Lamba who completed that catch. So good catch in the deep. You have to take them when they come to you, and under these circumstances, anything that slows down the momentum of the side will be to your advantage. Last 9 balls coming up, but you needed to break that partnership. That partnership was worth all of 87 runs, Lenny, so it was a big one. 169 for 4.
So Tajinder Singh is gone. Najaf Shah has picked up his 2nd wicket. A new man comes to the middle there, Brian Walters, as we come down to 9 balls remaining. This over's gone pretty well for Najaf Shah and Clarion Eagles. Straight away, he gets to work. Hands the strike over to Usman Khan.
That, to me, is the bigger issue. You want Usman Khan on strike. You want the man who has 83 from 48, 8 fours and 4 sixes to be the one batting. The batter, by the way, the new batter is Asif Mahmood. Immediately getting off the mark. And Najaf Shah, I think, conceding a single, probably you revert to that other plan that we saw earlier, bowling wide to Usman Khan, making sure that he can't go over that shorter leg side.
So pulled into the onside. We talked about some of the better fielders. Sanjay Krishnamurti runs around. We talked about Saif Badar, Stephen Wigg. And Sanjay Krishnamurti, they're live wires in the field, Brian.
Absolutely. And so, see where this ball is dragged from. Trying to drag it to the shorter side because it's a shorter hit for 6, but you're trying to drag it from all the way outside the line of off stump. So Najaf Shah, I think, is executing the plan according to the way that he'd want it here. Don't want anything too straight. And then the bonus is that you get a single and you get Usman Khan off of strike.
So final ball in this over. The way things have gone, this has really gone well for Najaf Shah. It comes to an end, 19 gone, 171 for 4. So we come down to the final over. And as expected, Brian Walters, the ball has been thrown to Stephen Wigg. 5 bowlers being used by the Clarion Eagles, and 5 times 4, that's 20. He has one more, and that will close out the innings here for the X.
So yeah, you obviously have painted yourself into a corner if you go into this deep in the innings not having introduced a bowler. You wouldn't introduce, for example, a Mohammed Mohsin in this case. So you're limited to the 5 bowlers, and Stephen Wigg will be the bowler who bowls the last over. 35 runs from his 3 overs, so it's been a little bit more expensive than he would have liked.
Usman Khan gets a short ball, hammers it out of the playing area, and that's gone for a maximum to start the 20th over.
Baseball swing. Look at this. This ends up over the wall at deep, let's call it left center field. That is an absolute brilliant strike. With you being in this stage of the innings, you don't expect anything other than full aggression. You've seen aggression all day from Usman Khan, and he continues it here into the 90s now. 90 from 50, 8 fours, and now 5 sixes.
Now we talked about Usman Khan has been here before. Oh, look at that. Squeezed it into the offside, backward point, and it goes away for another boundary. He goes up to 94.
I like this length better. The line for me is just a little bit too wide. And no deep point, no deep backward point, similar to where Saif Badar was fielding at the other end. So once this ball gets between those 2 fielders in the ring, always going to run away down the hill. The grass, to me, Lenny, today seems to be a little bit faster than in previous days. And here it goes away for 4.
Yeah, Brian, a spell of dry days. Here is Stephen Wigg. Into the offside. A long run here for Sanjay Krishnamurti. He will get to the ball. And couple more runs here for Usman Khan. He gets his highest individual score of this series. He goes up to 96.
So 6-4-2, 96. I don't think he has his 100 on his mind. I think what he has in mind here is just clearing the ropes on these last 3 deliveries. And yes, if the side benefit of that would be 100, but I think the bigger issue is that he's just looking to go big here.
Straight down the ground and straight down the throat of the fielder who had to run a bit. And a big innings of 96 comes to an end. Usman Khan falls 183 for 5, Brian. But what a knock we have seen from Usman Khan.
Brilliant knock from Usman Khan. Also, a really smart catch by Mukhtar Ahmed, running around to his right and really soft hands. Look at the very end of this, how he takes this. Look how soft his hands are. And it's always difficult, Lenny, when you're running laterally to catch the ball. Essentially, you stand a better chance of catching it if you're still. Running presents in a difficult position, but he does really well to make that catch. But take nothing away from the innings played here by Usman Khan. Brilliant innings, absolutely blasting from the first ball. Falls just short of his century. Strong position for his team here, though. 183 for 4 with 2 balls remaining.
The fact is,
For
Brian,
5, my apologies.
the fact is, Brian Hassan Mohsin comes to the middle. Stallion next has now, well, in fact, their highest score has been 197, so in between 176, somewhere along the line. Into the onside. Fielder comes around. He was more concerned in saving 6 than taking the catch. Well done.
Saif Badar. Okay, look at that throw. This is what I was talking about. That throw goes from long on all the way to the keeper's end. So you essentially are looking to keep the ball inside. Look at this. That's an excellent piece of fielding. Saves 2 runs from me. I make that saves 5 runs because they only got a single. And you're not going to run on his arm. So brilliant fielding in the deep from Saif Badar.
So final ball, Asif Mahmood on strike. Here is Stephen Wigg. Oh, he gets it pass, and it goes away to end the 20 over with a 4. It's 188, Brian.
188. Did they accelerate beautifully? 69 runs come from the last 5. This one, fortuitous, did not mean it to go there, but it takes the edge, runs away down the hill for 4. Brilliant stuff. You know that Asif Mahmood is living a charmed life. He comes in, faces 3 deliveries, scores 5 runs to go along with the big runs from Usman Khan. And I tell you that you essentially have put yourself in a really strong position here, Lenny.
Yes, it is really a big score. We talked about in between 197 and 176 they posted at one time. And look at that, of course. The highlight of this batting card has been a fine knock, 4 short of 100 from Usman Khan, Brian Walters. Good batting from Tajinder Singh, who got 35. And at the top of the order, we saw the captain give them a very good start.
So 188 for 5 is where you end up. I believe that scorecard might be just a little bit inaccurate, but by our count here, Lenny, 188 is what you're looking at. And what a partnership. The partnership for the 4th wicket, 87 runs on that partnership. Most of it dominated by the man with 96 against his name. Maybe unlucky to fall short of his century, but I don't think that matters much to the the management of the batting side. I think that we'll see the bowlers, Lenny, didn't quite have the day in the ball or with the ball that they would have liked to have had.
Yeah, they've gone for quite a few. Couple of wickets for Najaf Shah, 2 for 35, but he's gone for almost 9 and over. And look at Stephen Wigg. While he picked up 2 wickets, Brian, he got a 50, and this time on the bowling end of conceding 50 runs. And so, folks, there you have it, 188, 189. And so that's what's happening here. So we've seen a really fine knock from Usman Khan. You talked about that big partnership, Brian, between Tajinder Singh. And that partnership has really come at a good time. And it came off 41 balls.
Really good partnership. 41 balls, 87 runs. That tells you that they were absolutely flying. And earlier I used the track term running through the tape. Scoring 69 runs in the last 5 overs. Going around 14 and over, just short of 14 and over. The overall run rate for the innings is 9.4. So you know that they're flying along. And this is exactly the way you want to get through the end of an innings, Lenny. And again, we are in a semifinal. 189 runs in a semifinal is what you ended up with here. We were off by 1 run. The scorecard saying, confirming 189. But here, it's going to be a brilliant, brilliant effort. And in fact, I believe that we're going to go now to Shah Faisal, who is going to speak to somebody who has a whole lot of information to say. Shah Faisal.
Thank you very much, Brian Walters. I've got the man of the moment alongside me, Usman Khan, a blistering knock of 96. Very well played, Usman. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You went in, first ball for the big six. What was going through your mind?
बस यही था कि कप्तान ने यही बोला हुआ था कि अगर विकेटें जल्दी गिरती हैं तो विकेट पे विकेट नहीं लूज़ करनी, तो मेरी कोशिश यही थी कि मैं जितना लंबा लेके जाऊं। तो एक टाइम पे ऐसे था कि हम लोग 6 की एवरेज से खेल रहे थे, लेकिन हम लोग का प्लान यही था कि विकेटें सेफ़ रखी हैं, तो विकेटें सेफ़ रखी है तो अल्लाह का शुक्र है 190 टारगेट हुआ है।
Or what's the key in T20 cricket? You're a century hitter. Once you go past 20-30, I know in this tournament you missed 2 by 4 runs and 6 runs earlier. But what's the key for that long innings in T20?
बस यही है कि जैसे मेरी शुरू से हैबिट है, जब मैं क्लब क्रिकेट खेलता था या डोमेस्टिक खेलता था तो मेरी कोशिश यही होती थी कि मैं विकेट पे स्टे करूं, और मेरे लिए पहला 50 करना थोड़ा मुश्किल होता है। तो लास्ट टाइम पे जब मेरा 50 हो जाता है तो फिर मेरी कोशिश होती है कि जितना मैं बॉलर के माइंड से खेल सकूं मैं वो करता हूं, तो अल्लाह का शुक्र है उसमें सक्सेस मिलती है।
In conditions you spend a lot of time in the middle. Do you think the total you got is enough for this wicket?
थोड़ा 200 होना चाहिए था, 200 होना चाहिए था, थोड़ा सा 10 रन कम है, तो इंशाल्लाह कोशिश करेंगे तो इनको चेज ना होने दें।
Usman, you played very well and congratulations, all the best.
Thank you, sir.
That's Usman Khan, and what he was saying that the key to playing long innings in T20 format is to just take it deep, and once you score 50, you have to reset and go for the other 50 as well. I know he missed out 100 here and in the previous group game by 4 and 6 runs respectively, but that's the key to his long innings. Was delighted, and he still thinks the team is short by about 10 runs and they want to make it up with their fielding and bowling effort. Over to you guys back in the com box.
Thank you, Shah Faisal. So a big knock from Usman Khan, and Shah Faisal is right. Second time the 100 has escaped him. 189 posted by the Stallions ex Brian. And so essentially we're looking at almost 10 and over when it comes. To start with, Sharad Lama was cleaned up by Najaf Shah. Look at that. Usman Khan came in and straight away made such a big impression. 6 off his first ball. The 6s continue to come off his bat. This one into the offside. That went for 6. And look at that. This time Shahan Jahangir cashing in. And another massive 6.
Well, this one skied into the deep, and this is a wicket. Good catch, clean catch. A good piece of work down there by Pranav Chattopadhyay. And then Shahan Jayasuriya gets cleaned up. Beautiful delivery from Abhimanyu Lamba.
And then we saw a lot of 6s. Look at this. 4 off the bat of the batters out in the middle. The boundaries never stop coming, Brian. Look at that. Then we saw another 4 through the offside. Look at this one, a more graceful shot, fast outfield. And that went away pretty quickly for 4. Let's talk about the 6s. They still keep coming. Usman Khan. This one out of the park. And look at that, at the introduction of Stephen Wigg. And this one ran away towards the boundary for 4. Tajinder batted well, but
well, he batted well, but let's see what happens here. Skied, and the ball stays in the air for a really long time, but a good, in fact, that went all the way for 6. But you see here, this is going to be the catch in the deep, and a pretty straightforward catch right there by Abhimanyu Lamba. And then down the ground again. 4 more, I think you see here, Lenny.
Yeah.
In fact, that goes all the way for 6.
On the way to a 90 from Usman Khan. Really struck the ball to all parts. We talked about a big partnership of 67 or 87, Brian. This
87.
one through the offside. And it went away for 4.
That is what you see here, the last ball. In fact, the wicket of the fielder. Great piece of work by Mukhtar Ahmed. And then this very last ball squeezed off the outside edge, running away down the hill for 4. 189 runs, Lenny, in a semifinal. Probably feels like over 200 in a group stages match. I believe that the Stallions X have their absolute brilliant work done. The Clarion Eagles have their work cut out for them. Join us for the restart at, I believe, in about another couple of minutes, Lenny. So we'll see whether or not the Clarion Eagles can claim their stake for the final, or will it be the Stallions X? Join us shortly.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire. One of the favorites.
Man in deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man in deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Hello and welcome back to Paramveer Sports Complex. Beautiful sunny afternoon. Gorgeous Saturday and semi-final one. How beautifully it's been set up by this wonderful first innings by Stallions X. Fireworks from Usman Khan, 96. Shayan Jahangir also chipped in with 26, and Tejinder with that partnership with Usman, 35. And in the end, formidable 191 was achieved. Just the 10 extras. We are all in readiness for the run chase as well. We look around the field. Both the openers for the Clarion Eagles, they made it to the middle. Also, Stallion X, they are in the field, and both the umpires. Umpire Ishan closer to you on the screen, and umpire Sandeep walking towards us, have taken their positions. And this is going to be exciting. Clarion Eagle boasts a very, very strong batting lineup, and with a semi-final and a berth in the final on the offing, I don't think they will be leaving anything behind, and that makes for exciting viewing. Quick little break for Brian Walters. He is settling in as well. He'll be joining me for the first 5 overs here of this innings, and the run chase. Power play, crucially important. The man with the ball in hand, Ehsan Adil, doesn't need any introduction on this circuit. He is absolutely phenomenal with his skill set, but this will be challenging as we see Pranav Karapaliam and Mukhtar Ahmed. Two in form and two very, very good batters to deal with for Ehsan Adil. Welcome back, Brian Walters.
Oh, Shah Faisal, these are the days where you wake up and you're happy that you are, first of all, not about to bowl. The two batters who know that they have to go get the runs. And then secondly, knowing that there's such an absolutely brilliant match underway. Ehsan Adil with his first ball.
It's very interesting to see the mid-innings interview where Usman Khan played fantastic, knocked 96, and still reckons they were 10-11 short.
That surprised me to hear. If they are 10-11 runs short, what are we in for here? As you have the tall, imposing figure of Ehsan Adil. Boy, he's a really difficult bowler to get off the square sometimes. You saw that first over that he bowled in the first match yesterday. Good pace and carry on this wicket. But you know, the batters know that there's no tomorrow. You have to go for the runs. And you can't just wait to see off any bowler who you might have trouble with. So they have to go after him here.
Inside edge, oh, lucky. And may not go over the boundary. Not quite. Karapaliam got lucky on that occasion. Ehsan does get extra bounce, and Karapaliam was looking to cater for that. In the end, got his hand too high and got the bottom edge.
Well, you take the luck anytime you can get them. Pranav Chetapaliam and Mukhtar Ahmed, both 1 and 2, or I should say 2 and 1 respectively, for the series or for the tournament. Pranav Chetapaliam, 104 runs, high score of 54. Mukhtar Ahmed, high score of 72. So you have the two at the top of the lineup to make inroads into this chase.
Flashing blade. Beautifully put away with an offer. And he absolutely climbed into that.
Intentionally, Shah Faisal getting under this one. Look how low he gets when he plays the shot there. Just sinking down, elevating it over backward point for the first 4. I think the first ball of the innings, or the second ball of the innings that went behind him. Nothing convincing about that. This shot, everything convincing about it.
Absolutely, those flex of the knees to get under. He's a tall boy, and he needed to do that to get under, and he did it. Great timing. So that is a good start. Come back and finish what we heard from Usman and make sense of that. No ball. No, no, no. You want to not make this kind of errors in this big game. Someone as experienced as Ehsan Adil. And now it's a free hit.
Experience. This replay will show us here. Shah Faisal, he always comes very, very close to overstepping. On his perfect delivery, there's about an inch that is behind the line. Great camera work there that shows that when that foot plants, he's about, I'd say, an inch and a half over. And he is very precise with his measurements. You'll see him measure his run up before the game starts. It's about 33 yards to be specific. Look where he's starting from, outside of the inner circle, but this is a free hit.
Shot and put away. Into the pitch delivery. And Chetapaliam saw it early. And no protection in the deep in the power play. That was a costly error from Ehsan Adil.
He went short, of course, with the no ball and subsequent free hit, the same batter being on strike. You are not allowed to change the field. It's interesting that after that 4, immediately Ehsan Adil sends the fielder, Ghulam Badassar, back onto the ropes at deep third. So he wants a more defensive field. Interestingly, that fielder was inside the circle in the first place, but a much more defensive look to this field right now.
From those inside edges, Shayan Jahangir couldn't pick up the ball on the first attempt. And a single will result. The 12th run in the first over. Try and come back and finish this before this over is done. The reason Usman Khan said they were 10 short, I think this pitch will be at its very best right now. Because It's been pretty warm. I know it's got breezy in the last 20 minutes or so. Pretty warm, and whatever little moisture was there has been evaporated. A late start. And from here on in, it may just get a bit slower when we go back to match number 2 and the second innings of that. So probably this is the best time to bat on this Paramveer pitch. And that can certainly be an advantage. That is what Akarshit Gomal thought when he won the toss and he put the opposition in. Got to close out the first over. It's 12 for none.
Sort of the people in the crowd over there, Faisal, which is an opportunity for us to remind our viewers that if you can get to the Paramveer Sports Complex here in Radal, Georgia, it is absolutely free to attend. See high-level cricket, high level as you will see from the bowler now coming from the North, Kashif Bhatti.
And talk about that. Exciting news is a couple of exciting news. First, that Sir Clive Lloyd is in the house already. Great man has made it into the venue, and even more exciting news is that he'll be joining us in the comm box. Not too long from now, I think, around over number 5 or 6, he may just come in and we'll have a chat. This is in the air and taken. Brilliant catch. Tajinder Singh covering the ground and pulling out a full stretch dive and comes up with the ball.
Can you make the argument that this was a little bit too close to play that cut shot? The ball ballooning up in the air for Pranav Chetapaliyam, and that's a really stunning catch by Tajinder Singh. Not difficult in the sense that it was not struck very hard, but you have a lot of room to make up, and you dove forward, anticipated it well, and snatching it maybe 6 inches off the ground. So, boy, that is first blood, as you see another replay here, first blood in this innings falls to Kashif Bhatti.
See the celebration from Shayan Jahangir. It's one of the form men, Pranav Chetapaliyam. He's gone now. It's 12 for 1.
So, Chef, I saw you were saying about Sir Clive Lloyd.
Yes, sir, and he's in the house. Jason or one of our production crew could find a glimpse of him sitting in the hospitality tent. Great Sir Clive Lloyd, and he'll be coming in, joining us in the comm box. Very excited to chat to him. Obviously, growing up, seen that great West Indian team led by the man himself. Larger than life and living legend, Sir Clive Lloyd. Leading up to that, ground watchers, I'm sure you will have so many memories of Sir Clive. There you go, big man, Santarik, winner of the league. Conversation, anything in particular that springs to your mind immediately about Sir Clive?
I left excuse me, Jamaica when I was 14, and so all my formative years growing up and learning cricket, for the most part, were when the West Indies team was at their dominance. And the one thing that stands out for me, yes, what he did and has done on the field speaks for itself, but the thing that for me is most prominent is that the most dominant figure leader in the entire West Indies at that time. I'm not talking a cricket context, but just generally, the most dominant figure in the region was the captain of the West Indies cricket team. You go all the way back to Frank Worrell, or you come forward to Sir Garfield Sobers. Sir Clive Lloyd was the leader of the team and essentially the de facto leader of the entire West Indies community, not just in cricket circles. And I can't overstress that because you have a lot of different islands, all have their own governments, they all have their own ways of life. But the one thing that unites us all is the sport of cricket. And playing cricket under the banner of the West Indies cricket team, when that team was the best team in the world, the most prominent person in the Caribbean at that time was Sir Clive Lloyd himself.
That is absolutely amazing, and such was his greatness on the field of cricket that his impact, like you're telling us, it just spread way beyond cricket for the entire region, comprising of so many of those islands who enjoy their own entities, their own independence, but one man was considered as a leader, not just in sport, but just overall in life, larger than life character. Amazing. Ghulam Mudassir starts off over number 3. Gosh, he really had to pull things back. He also got the wicket after that expensive first over. Bowling change immediately. Sanadil only bowled 1 over. He was clutching at his knees a little bit at the end of that first over. I wonder if that was the reason for him not to bowl the second. He's looking to go through the offside. It went in exactly the opposite direction.
Well, game time here. Required rate 9.9, so you have no time for hurt feelings, or you have no time for a bowler who's not at his best. So whether there's an injury that's prevented Ehsan Adil from bowling a very good over, or whether he was just expensive, the captain's role here in the semi-final is to get another bowler in. You cannot do much better than having a Ghulam Mudassir to bowl first change.
That's the luxury. Absolutely. 2 straight. Have to wait for the umpire signal. Sandeep. He's still raising his hand. What is he asking for?
No, what he's saying is to the umpire, my apologies, I was a little bit too emphatic with that appeal. And I know you won't take me seriously if the ball is thudding into the thigh pad and you're begging for LBW from over the wicket. So, for me, that is just acknowledgement to umpire Sandeep Kondalekar. Like, that one is on me. I should not have appealed that vociferously.
It better be, because then umpire Sandeep will be thinking, next time he appeals, I'm not going to give any consideration.
That's exactly the point.
Good little spell here for the Stallion X after that first over. Akarshit Gomel, who had a terrific year last year at the Atlanta Open. He's been a bit off color this year. No denying his talent and ability. He's a wonderful player.
Well, to that point, 5 matches, 37 runs, but 34 of them, I should say 23 of them came in 1 innings. That's his high score. So the remaining 4 innings, he had 11 runs. So that certainly tells you that he's not had the best of tournaments with the bat, but, Shah Faisal, the old statement, form is temporary, class is permanent.
He's helped it on its way.
I rest my case.
Right on cue, Brian Walters.
Even though, in fairness, this is at his hips from over the wicket, so that's a relatively easy delivery to get inside of. And once he gets it past Ehsan Adil, that's going to run away for 4.
Yeah, wrong line. Fine leg up in the ring. Ghulam Mudassir, once again, will be the first to acknowledge. I think he did raise his hand in apology to his skipper this time.
Exactly.
Sorry, skipper. A bit closer, but still pitching way outside the leg stump. Couldn't find his radar, but the damage only 5 runs through the over. 3 done, 20 for 1. Kashif Bhatti. Mukhtar has just now played his 3rd delivery, and we're into the 4th over.
That's actually an amazing statistic. He's opened the batting, and he has faced 3 deliveries with 21 runs on the board.
Kashif has already played 8. Kashif Bhatti is a wily campaigner. Mentioned throughout this tournament that he has a pedigree, 126 first-class games under his belt, more than 140 white ball games, including the 50 over and 20 overs. The difficult overs inside the power play. And how well has he done it? It's again big players, they do raise themselves for the big games. He's had a pretty steady tournament throughout.
Steady tournament indeed. 5.53 runs and over. If everybody else on this team bowls at that economy rate, they win this easily. And so you're looking to restrict the big hitting Mukhtar Ahmed. And that's a beautiful delivery there going across him. That's why you have that slip fielder in position. Double teapot, as he knows he got a good one there.
Yeah, not only restricting, but came so very close to sending him back. Kashif Bhatti couldn't believe how did it miss the stumps. Mukhtar off strike. Nervy few overs after that first one from the Eagles. His 4 are completed, 23 for 1. Extra bounce. Probably went over the off stump. That's why Kashif Bhatti just was about to wheel away in celebration and it beat Mukhtar. But then that's also a testament, the bounce that we saw to the wicket as well today. Last couple of days actually, Paramveer Sports Complex, really good wickets. See exciting T20 cricket.
Well, the last point that you made bears repeating. First over went for 12 runs. The next 3 have gone for 11. So that required rate is continuing to climb. I love the fact that Ghulam Mudassir did not appeal there for the same reason I said earlier. Number 1, this is bouncing over the top. Number 2, from that angle, it's pitching outside the line of leg stump.
Full of exuberance, Ghulam Mudassir. Sometimes a bit too much, and you don't want to get on the wrong side of the umpires with excessive appealing.
No, you
especially don't. As obvious as the 2 that he did in the first over. That kept low. Mukhtar went over the top of it. Lucky enough that it kept low, but not low enough to hit the timber.
So you are being squeezed here, Shah Faisal. The Stallions X, again, taking away that first over that was expensive. In fact, including that first over, you're only scoring at the rate of 5.31 and over. So you're literally needing to double your scoring rate from here. Need to go 10.6 the rest of the way to win. And so you have some making up to do here.
Well, and if anyone can do it, Mukhtar can. This will bounce away, but not over the fence. Usman Khalid, the left arm spinner, picks up the ball. With Mukhtar though, I know he's got off to a slow start and a couple of near misses already. But the longer he stays in the middle, Clarion Eagles will think that he can make up, and he's more than capable of doing that. This is really important, 9 deliveries, because generally, batters, if they want to take time at the beginning of the power play, these are the times that they want to make up for all the time lost earlier. So 9 deliveries, and action promises to be breathless.
Oh, my goodness, yes.
If Ghulam Mudassir were to slip from his wonderful lines and lengths to Mukhtar, because he's really cramped him, not allowing him to free his arms.
So 2 balls remaining. Boy, yes, this pair wants to stay together and bat for a long time. But look at the batters to come. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, Saif Badar, Mohamed Mohsin. We have not even mentioned the international batter Matthew Cross from Scotland. There is plenty of batting to come, and you're falling behind in terms of the requirement, but there's so much batting resources to come.
Take it. Ghulam Mudassir had to duck for cover, although it didn't quite come off the middle of the bat from Akarshit Gomil, but a very timely boundary from the skipper.
Straight down the ground, always a safe shot to go straight down the ground, and as you mentioned, didn't quite necessarily time it as well as he can. Akarshit Gomel is a really strong driver of the ball. But that replay shows you that Ghulam Mudassir needed to take evasive action to not eat a cricket ball.
These days, there's always been a fear of the way the batters strike the ball. Be wary as a bowler, or even the umpire may come back at the rate of knots towards you. 5 overs done, and it's a 30 for 1.
Over 10 runs and over. And look at that, smashed into the onside, gone a long way. And a big start to the 6th over from Mukhtar Ahmed.
Yeah, they needed it. Boundary came off the 5th delivery of the last over. Really pinned down from over number 2 to 5. And this is better now for Mukhtar. Slight hold up in play. Stallions ex substitute ran on to the middle. The breeze has picked up and Mukhtar is hitting into the wind from that direction. Kashif Bhatti is shots to catch it. It bounces and Ahsan Adil spins around it. Make sure it doesn't cross the fence. But the intent is very clear from Mukhtar.
Yeah, a couple of balls in this over. And he realizes that they need 10 runs and over. And that could only be achieved, Shah Faisal, with at least 1 boundary in every over.
Beautifully swept away all along the carpet. Beautiful roll of the wrist. And the runs continue to flow off the batter Mukhtar.
Yeah, we talked about the 10 run per over equation. And look at this one, swept into the leg side. And we've seen 12 in 3 balls here, Shah Faisal. A very good start to over number 6.
Just holds back and pushes it. That is the kind of impact that Mukhtar can have on an innings. A slow start, but 12 coming off 3 deliveries in this over from Kashif. Kashif slows it down and bowls it wider outside of the off stump, asking Mukhtar to find different areas.
Fact is, he's really been the workload of the Stallions ex Shaw Faisal.
Will pick up the single to close out over number 6. Power play done and dusted. 43 for 1 after 6. Welcome back. Nothing between the two teams at this stage. The Stallions were 44 for 1 after the power play, and now the Clarion Eagles are 43 for 1, Lenny.
So right on the button, we have seen a big over. 13 of the last one from Kashif Bhatti as Asif Mahmood comes into the attack.
Beautifully played. Sensational strike. Welcome to the bowling crease, Asif Mahmood.
Yeah, gorgeous looking 6 off the bat of Mukhtar Ahmed. And I made the point, Shaw Faisal, look at that. In the middle of the bat and gone straight. And I made the point that Mukhtar Ahmed will have to get a big one here today. And look at this. Not a good start here from Asif Mahmood. Gone for 6.
Just use of the feet as well from Mukhtar. Asif is not slow. Just came down and towards the middle and leg stump. Just gave himself that little bit of room. Although the ball was quite wide, but then Mukhtar was still able to reach to it. Once again advancing down the pitch. This time Asif saw him coming. Quiet word around his ears as well. A long follow through from the tall fast bowler. Letting the batter know.
Yes, Shaw Faisal always a competitive spirit exhibited out in the middle. And you look at Asif Mahmood. He has a top wicket taker in the tournament so far. He's up to 14. Usman Qadir is right beneath him on 13. And they both play in these games.
Shot picked up. Not far enough. Well, not the catch, but the boundary was saved. Usman Khalid. And umpire might want to have another look. But this is a very warm welcome from Mukhtar for Asif Mahmood, who's been prolific in this tournament. Like he said, the leading wicket taker, Asif has looked really good, in good rhythm.
And Shaw Faisal, second review we saw Saif Badar. Because of his action, may have saved 5 runs here on that occasion. We'll take a look.
He took the catch, but he realized he cannot stay in the field of play. So the second best option is to save the boundary.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We've seen this before, right in this game. And Shaw Faisal, a lot of time, the fielders are so smart these days, realizing that, well, if I hold on to the ball, I'll catch it. It will be irrelevant because once I go over, that becomes 6. So it's either you wanted to go for 6 or you wanted to save 5 runs.
Yeah, like I said, the second best option is to just save the boundary. If you know for sure that your momentum is going to take you over the fence. The decision has been made, and just a single to the total as 51 now. reads the score, which means actually they did cross over for 2. So 2 runs added to the total, and 50 has been brought up. But the contest resumes between Asif and Mukhtar. Mukhtar fell away from the shot. He got stuck in the pitch a little bit. Or was it an intentional slow delivery into the pitch from Asif?
So Asif Mahmood, he's gone for a massive 6 at the start.
Shouts out, catch it and gone! Ehsan Adil takes the catch. And sweet revenge for Asif Mahmood. No dance moves yet from the big fast bowler, but he's giving a send-off to Mukhtar. And that is a big wicket. In fact, it's Akarshit Gomel who's been dismissed. Still, there was words exchanged between Asif and Gomel. The leading wicket taker of the tournament bags yet another one. It's 50 for 1. Pause the confusion because it was a single.
It was 1. I don't know why you put 3 on the wrong one. It's right through
That's good. What was it?
So Sanjay Krishnamurthy comes to the middle. We've seen the departure of Gomel. Mukhtar Ahmed still not out. 50 on the board. And we've seen an over in which Asif Mahmood has picked up another wicket. And now he has gone up to 15 wickets in the series. We talked about just leading Usman Qadir with a couple of wickets. And a good start here to close over number 7. 7 gone. It's 52 for 2. Krishnamurthy comes to the middle.
$52 for 2. Asif made immediate impact with the ball as he's done so often in this tournament. A quiet knock for Akarshit Gomel, the skipper of Clarion Eagles. But good news is Mukhtar is still there and Sanjay Krishnamurthy. What a player he is.
Certainly Shah Faisal. Mukhtar Ahmed is going to be very key. Krishnamurthy on strike. New bowler Usman Khalid.
More left arm spin. I really have great admiration for Sanjay Krishnamurthy. Last 12 to 18 months, he's really played brilliantly, and we've seen glimpses of that in this tournament. But his overall contribution, whether it be with the bat, ball, or field, wholehearted cricketer.
So could be leg by here. We talked and we looked about, and we realized Shah Faisal, Krishnamurthy, and Mukhtar Ahmed just capable. But they're asking over 10 runs and over, stretching close to 11 runs, and that is because we've seen a big score put up here by the Stallions. Still some ways to go. 2 left-arm spinner, Kashif Bhatti, and now Usman Khalid.
Shot and put away. You cannot get away with bowling like this to Sanjay Krishnamurthy. It's too short, too easy, and a maximum.
It's a lovely shot. Good execution from Sanjay Krishnamurti. And that's what you got to do, Shaw Faisal. If you want to play on the back foot and you're looking for 10 runs and over, you've got to get the right foot across. The right foot has to cover the off stump. And you pounce on the ball and you hit them in that direction. A lovely strike from Sanjay Krishnamurti.
Not as short as the last delivery. Extra zip. And grip there from the pitch. Sanjay Krishnamurti has still gotten off to a good start now. 9 on just 5. Mukhtar has been on a roll. This is a crucial partnership.
Yeah, we talked about Mukhtar already. A couple of big scores in this tournament. Shaw Faisal got a 49. We saw him getting a 72, but they'll need one of those. They'll need a 50 definitely from one of these batters out in the middle. We've seen the fall of Chattapaliam and we've seen the fall of Gomel pretty cheaply.
That's a catch it. The wind will take it away from the fielder. Not as convincing as the previous 6, but nonetheless, second 6.
Yeah, a couple of sixes off the bat of Sanjay Krishnamurti. We talked about how quick they'll need to score. And those are some quick scoring shots. 8 gone, 68 for 2.
Eight overs done. That required run rate that was hovering around 10 after 4 overs is still hasn't gone up any further. As Mukhtar knocks it into the gap for another run. That is also the key feature of Mukhtar. He's a big striker, but outside of power play, he prolongs his innings through those singles and strike rotation until he finds the ball in his area. He would be aided by Krishnamurti's brilliant start.
Yeah, a couple of sixes from Krishnamurti. Still asking 10, and I get a feeling Shaw Faisal is going to be around 9-10 for a long time.
Throws those big shoulders, big tall fast bowler Asif Mahmood. Krishnamurti was looking to help it on its way. There is a fielder at third. A low percentage shot. If he'd get a decent bat on it, Krishnamurti.
Yeah, we talked about Asif Mahmood, top of the heap so far. He's picked up 1, so he's gone up to 15. He's now 2 ahead of Usman Qadir, who plays later on.
Dead ball. He'll have to do it again. If you look around the field, there is a fielder at point, and there is a sweeper either side of that point fielder, but over the head of that point fielder, there's a huge gap. There's a third man, and there is a deep cover. Both these sweepers apart by almost 60 yards. I make it. So he had to get through or over that fielder at point. Mid-off is also up against Asif. Dead ball. I don't know if it's the run-up or he's just feeling something in his ankle. Yeah, I think he's called for the sub and handed the ball over to the umpire. Asif will take a break. That can be a big blow for Stallions if it is anything serious with the tall fast bowler.
Yeah, Shaw Faisal, we talked about he's been at the top of the heap in terms of wickets taken, and so this is going to be a little bit of concern here for the Stallions X. We talked about this partnership. Krishnamurti and Mukhtar Ahmed is going to be critical here for the Clarion Eagles. They've lost a couple already. Pranav Chattapaliam and Akash Gomel went for 11. So play held up here, and folks, just want to let you know Atlanta Fire will play next. They'll take on the Kingsmen. That match, take a look at that. We saw Asif run a couple of times up Shaw Faisal, and certainly was not able to bowl, but he's done another trial run, and not with ball in hand this time.
When he handed the ball over to the umpire, I thought he was going off, but then he took some treatment and got the ball back from the umpire. So he wants to continue. Hassan Mohsin offering some advice. He's never short of a word or two.
Yeah, the mind and the courage of cricketers, Shaw Faisal, they just want to play. And Asif Mahmood knows that if he can get through this over, maybe he can go off for a couple of overs, just make sure that he doesn't stay too long.
Just a single there for Krishnamurthy. Asif got through these deliveries, moving a bit gingerly still. He's looking to battle through this over. Here's the big man, the legend, Sir Clive Lloyd, accompanied by Hassan Tariq. And he'll be joining us pretty soon in the comm box. Mukhtar has got it through. He'll be able to come back for the second. The game evenly poised here, going into the back end of over number 9 with 2 balls to go. 71 for 2. Clarion Eagles are setting a platform with wickets in hand. They're still very much in the game, chasing down 190. Oh, how good is that? Picked up the length very quickly and absolutely smashed it in front of square on the onside. That is a shot of the highest order from Sanjay Krishnamurthy. .75 for 2 now. Asif, who's been hampered by that injury, still has 1 ball to go. Still want to finish his over through, calling the fielder from third inside the ring and mid-off going back. Room on offer, but straight to the sweeper. Got lucky there. Asif Mahmood finishes the over with a single. 9 done. It's 76 for 2. And it's my extreme joy and pleasure and privilege to introduce to you guys that we have the great man Sir Clive Lloyd in the comm box with us. We truly very grateful and honored for his company, and even more so for his time to come over and talk to us. A very warm welcome, Sir Clive. A very good afternoon.
Cheers, good afternoon. Yes, it's great to be here. It's a very wonderful facility. You know, I can't remember ground with so much potential. You know, you can hold so many games here at one time. I think you're very lucky in this part of the world.
Truly grateful indeed, because this facility has come on in the last couple of years, and it boasts 6 fields and 6 turf pitches, which is obviously important for the growth of the game. The turf wickets, start of the fresh over. It went away from Shayan Jahangir. They will come back for the second. So, Sir Clive, growing up, our generation, we idealized the team that was led by you and the brand of cricket you played and the mark you left, not just on cricket, but overall society. I mean, it's just surreal that I'm sitting right next to you. But take us back to that times, and looking back at it, how do you feel now?
Yes, wonderful. I mean, the point is I never liked the phrase flip calypso cricketer, because it meant that you just had you flamboyant with any strength of character and so on. So I had to try and mold that team, who were pretty, some young cricketers who had never played Test cricket, and I had to work with them. And it's the good thing is that we stayed together, and we learned everything together. And I was more or less the father figure, and we 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 had one hiccup really during that period, well, two for that matter, um, when we beaten by Australia 5-1 and then losing the World Cup in '83. But we came back from, you know, stronger. Really, you should learn by your mistakes, and we did. And it was just a privilege to be around those guys, to see their enthusiasm, the passion, you know. So it was a great period for our cricket.
Watch Krishnamurti in the meantime, having a lot of fun. A 6 followed by a boundary, and this run chase has gathered real momentum in the last 20 minutes or so. Obviously, if we talk over and over again about your reign and that period of cricket, but I know for a fact that you mentioned Calypso cricket and this brand of cricket you played and the celebrations that went on the field. People saw that. But like you rightly said, you guys were very, very hard workers as well. You had the discipline and the fitness culture that we see going to next levels today. I think you were one of the pioneers that you brought into that team.
Well, yes, I think the point is that we had a lot of help in that. When we played the Kerry Packer, and I asked for a trainer because guys were getting injured, and it's obvious that they probably weren't fit enough of such. Well, we weren't, because I think that they put another 4 years on my cricketing life. We had a very enthusiastic training fella called Dennis Wade, and he was excellent, and he really kept us fit, and the fellas looked forward to it. It's not that they didn't want to do it. Those who didn't want to do it didn't stay long. But I thought that was one of the greatest parts of our cricketing supremacy.
Yeah, that Dennis Wade you mentioned, and he stayed with the West Indies cricket for a long, long time.
Yeah, he was there 20 odd years, I think. Because when I finished, he continued with Viv and to an extent Brian Lara and Courtney Walsh.
Like I said, I can talk about your era forever and ever. Just want to catch up on what are you up to these days? How are things? And
retired.
Well, that's why we get the privilege of having you and have the opportunity to sit alongside you. Great pleasure and honor.
Yeah, I still do things. I was involved in Ghana a couple of years ago. Then a hiatus occurred, change of government. Then the government returned. They asked me to run the academy, but I don't know where that is going at the moment. But it is 20 acres of land. It is as much as this here. Wow. And they will, it will probably have all the facilities that an academy needs.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And here in America, cricket has grown significantly here in the last 5-6 years. Astonishing performance in the World Cup last year. And you've been keeping an eye on and off here as well. What's been your observations about cricket in this region?
Well, when I retired, I was here for a while with MLC, and we were trying to get things going. But now I think I've heard that the Saudis are now coming in here to try and see if they can promote cricket as much as they've done in other sports in England, really. So could be a pretty good thing to get, you know, something that people can really latch on to. And here, this could be probably the hub of it, really, looking at it now, because there's some great potential here. If they can get the pitches done properly, this is, you know, it's smooth. It's not a bumpy ground as such. So it has potential.
The outfields here are pretty good, and more turf wickets have come along in the last 5-6 years, and that has also lifted the standard of cricket here. And the youngsters that have come through, that are coming through now, are more of solid techniques, and that's why with the pressure cricket they're getting, their temperaments are also getting better, and it's pretty evident.
And some of the pitches too in the States are drop-in pitches. So you now can have pitches that will be able to play properly, where the players can play their shots and enjoy their cricket and not having the ball turning to the juice to the. To me, this could be the perfect scenario for a excellent cricketing academy and other things.
Just filling in on the scores now. 95 for 2 into over number 11 in the company of Sir Great Clive Lloyd. He's pushed into the gap and a dot ball. And how have you been in England? You've seen how cricket is structured over there. You've been around the world. How difficult it is for an associate country to promote and uplift the game, especially a country like United States, where its sporting calendar is absolutely full with very little room for a new sport.
Well, don't forget it. I think you have great potential here for touring teams, for the academies. You have traveling. If you have to travel extensively, you have the best facilities, some of the best airports. You have quite a lot of top-class companies, aircraft companies here. You have the facilities that you can have here, just marvelous. Food, you have no problems with that. You can get any food you want here. There, you know, and places to see. So if you come on Disney was offering us a marvelous playing surface. Because what they were saying that you can come to Disney and watch some cricket, one-day stuff, and you had, you know, a couple of teams would have been invited at the time, and to me it was an excellent situation, but never materialized.
Yeah, things, projects like these, I mean, they need a lot of support and a lot of consistency of planning and stuff. So that concludes over number 11. It's 96 for 2. And Sir Clive, we really appreciate you coming over, talking to us.
Pleasure.
It's a great honor to have you around. And Atlanta Open, I believe this is your first time here.
Yes.
Any
And I have family here.
Any message for the organizers, Hassan Tariq, who's the soul of this idea behind this Atlanta Open, and he works so hard, and he gives us the opportunity like this to meet legends. Any message for them?
Well, I'm glad I came because I didn't think we had such potential here. This could be the future for the USA cricket.
Well, that thought alone just fills our heart with excitement and hope. And once again, thanking you for your time. It was an absolute honor to have you in the Combox, and we'll still be delighted to have you around for the rest of the day as well in your hospitality tent. I'm sure you will enjoy the cricket, and you will see plenty of good cricket your way. So thank you very much for coming over.
Pleasure.
And it was an absolute delight.
Cheers.
There you have it, viewers. It's just absolutely surreal to be. That he stays around and watches further action, and we also will hope that we'll catch up with him again and have his thought on this tournament in more detail. 97 for 2. The game is very much on here. This partnership between Sanjay Krishnamurthy and Mukhtar has propelled Hassan Mohsin with a bag of tricks, has been given the ball to make an impact. Mukhtar has taken a back seat, but Sanjay Krishnamurthy has been absolutely fabulous, and he's been able to keep up with the run rate, that required run rate that was around 10, around 4 over mark, hasn't gone anywhere, and it's still 10.53. Another single. Brian Walters has joined me in the comm box to his lunch and little break. Good afternoon, Brian.
Shah Faisal, if someone were to essentially wake you up right now and you realize that you're actually lying in bed at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, you would have said to your significant other, I have just had the best dream. Let me tell you about the dream that I just had. I was a dream that I was just on the air with one of the living legends in the world of cricket.
It hasn't really sunk in yet, to be honest. I don't know what I asked him. I don't know what he told me, because I was in awe of his company. So viewers, I do apologize if I mess it up, but it was surreal. Legends like Clive Lloyd, Sir Clive Lloyd. Wow. Let me just get off here after this over and recollect.
Sir Clive Lloyd it is. I will tell you that it is an honor to have the great man right here in Atlanta with us. And again, for those of you who can make it here tomorrow, he will be the chief guest of honor at the finals day. Today he's playing himself in today. He'll be going for his shots tomorrow, I believe.
I thought I bowled him gentle throwdowns today.
In the meantime, it is Hassan Mohsin. This is going to be catchable. And it is taken. That is a spectacular catch. What is the phrase, Shah Faisal? Catches win matches. That is young Arya Kananta with the catch. That is the end of Mukhtar Ahmed.
That's a big moment in the game. Hassan Mohsin was brought on to make the impact. Slightly wider of that off stump, asking Mukhtar to drag it across. And found the thick inside half of the bat. Probably the lack of pace from Mohsin has done him. And what a catch from Kananta. The young man makes an important contribution.
Oh, how important is this? Arya Kananta, who usually is behind the stumps with the gloves, but equally adept in the field, as you can see here. The ball was dying as it got to him, but he absolutely did brilliantly to come along and take that catch. Arya Kananta making a name for himself, the young man who lives in Houston. And he essentially makes all of Houston proud with that catch. It is the kind of catch that, under many circumstances, can contribute heavily toward winning a match. As I said earlier, the phrase catches win matches is not just a phrase, it's an actuality. And I think that you've seen evidence here that if you hold on to the catches when they present themselves, then boy, you have the chance of putting your team in the position of being able to win. Now, end of Mukhtar Ahmed had a good effort with the bat, 28, make that 36 from 28 balls, 2 4s and 2 6s. And now it is going to be Saif Badar. You saw him in the field earlier, talked about his throwing ability, but here he has a completely different assignment. That goes past the outside edge. They're going to steal what I believe is going to be a bye. Let's watch umpire Ehsan Moulay here. In fact, no signal from umpire Ihsan Moulay. So was that an edge, Lenny Achaibar?
It appears. We wait for signals, and signals do tell us what happens in the middle. So Saif Badar, even before he got going, Brian Walters have given him a chance.
Boy, that could be a really big miss there. In fairness, it was a thick edge, a thick enough edge that the ball deflected. You can see the replay on that side angle where it actually deflected downward and went off of the tip of the glove of the keeper. And so an eventful over, an over in which one wicket falls, and my goodness, that is the end of over number 12. The score is 103 for 3. So one over ball by Hassan Mohsin goes for 12 runs, make that 7 runs. So at the end of 12, 103 for 3. Lenny, we're very, very evenly poised here. They're scoring at the rate of 8.58. The required rate is 10.88. Ehsan Adil starting to bowl his 3rd over. And look at that lovely shot. Just opening the face, running it down to deep 3rd. A couple more runs to start over number 13.
Yes, Brian, we talked about how good Krishnamurti has been in the last couple of years. He will have to play a big knock. We saw a big one from Usman Khan. And he will need to get a big knock at 80 and 90, perhaps 100. At a time in which they're asking at about 11 and over, 10.7 to be exact. Saif Badar has come out and saw him face the ball, waited for the signal from the umpire. None came, so he might have given a chance. But all eyes on Krishnamurti.
Wrapped on the pad. Should be, I believe, a leg by. In fact, that might have been an inside edge because no signal from umpire Sandeep Gondalekar, so certainly an inside edge. And you probably knew that that was the case because Ehsan Adil started to go up for the appeal and then withdrew the appeal. So he himself realized that there was an edge in that ball.
So we come down to 46 balls, still asking him a couple of runs per ball, 84 needed. And so Brian, straight away, you know the pressure is on. Clarion Eagles, the winner here, will go into the all-important final tomorrow. Got another game, the Atlanta Fire, they'll come up against the Kingsmen. And this one still hanging in the balance.
Hanging in the balance is true. Saif Badar on strike, 1 from 1, a fortuitous one. Ehsan Adil wanting to make up for the expensive start to his day with the ball. What a great delivery that one is.
Yeah, when you've got a bowler that can bowl extremely fast, genuine pace here, and he gets the ball to move, and we've seen a deck that has really responded in the last couple of days. Look at that, batting out of his crease again. And we go back to what Shaw Faisal had said at the toss, how good the deck will play. We've seen a lot of dry weather in the last 3 or 4 days since this tournament started. Actually, there's only one day we had a few drizzle in the morning. Other than that, it's been dry conditions here in Rydal.
Sanjay Krishnamurti has been aggressive. 40 from 24. He will now be on strike. Lenny, the required rate is now north of 11, 11.32 to be exact. You don't want it to get to 12 and beyond. You have firepower. Sanjay Krishnamurti, brilliant batter. His partner Saif Badar just getting started, 2 from 3. You also have Mohamed Mohsin, who has never met a boundary he didn't try to cross. And then all these names we've said, we've not yet said Harmeet Singh, nor have we said Matthew Cross. So a tremendous amount of batting firepower. You don't want to have to go at 12 and over, but they have the power to be able to get to it.
It's a ball into the offside, and Brian, they'll have to contend with some couple of good left arm spin. We've seen Usman Khalid, we've seen Kashif Bhatti. They've really been good in the series. We saw earlier on Asif Mahmood Might have been hampered slightly by I think it's the left foot that he got a little bit of treatment of. But other than that, this is what we're looking for in the next 43 balls.
Oh, how luscious is this? And this is only one of two, Lenny. We are essentially in some version of cricket heaven. Clive Lloyd is about 10 yards to our left right now, so that should tell you what this is like. Last ball of the over. Slashed away, but there's coverage out there. Arikanante himself. That's just going to be one run that completes over number 13. A brilliant one here from Ehsan Adil. Just 5 runs coming from it. At the end of over number 5, make that over number 13. The score is 108-3. So Lenny, we've talked about partnerships. Big partnership for the third wicket. It was worth 50 on the nose. Second wicket partnership was worth 39. So 89 added for the last 2 wickets. And this pair is working obviously just on the initial stages of their partnership. Now worth 7. To me, a lot depends on how Sanjay Krishnamurti goes from here. 41 from 26, 2 4s, 3 6s.
Yes, Brian, they're asking 2 runs per ball, so it's going to be tough. I talked about the spin option still available for Stallions X, so this is not going to be an easy chase. But Krishnamurti will have to bat very deep. You talked about the batting options still to come, so those are good plus. But they need 81 from 42.
Just north, just south of 2 runs off of every ball required. Don't want any wides though. You just had the first ball of over number 14 go for a wide from Hassan Mohsin.
Oh, nice, yeah.
Sanjay Krishnamurti had a ball there that I thought he might be able to drive, but just bunting it down the ground, if you will, for a single. So you have this pair. One is just come to the crease, Saif Badar, 2 from 3. Sanjay Krishnamurti is 42 from 27. What role would you see for each one of these batters the rest of the way, Lenny, or do they both need to accelerate from where they are now?
Well, Brian, one of the ways they'll definitely have to get up to almost 12 runs on over now is that you'll have to see boundaries. You'll have to see at least 1, maybe 2 better. You need one of those big overs that we always talk about in T20 cricket. Still a lot of batting to come, but we don't bank on that. You bank on Saif Badar and Krishnamurti out in the middle for the time being. But this is very good. This is going to be a strong reply if they cross the line. Still asking 2 runs per ball. Not an easy one.
Oh, that is close. That is clearness, in fact, given. I will tell you what, that is a big dismissal. Lenny, to the naked eye, it looks as though the bat was in the air when that direct hit happened at the non-striker's end.
There's going to be trouble here for the Clarion Eagles. Take a look. Krishnamurti backing up a little too much, looking to probably pinch a single. And look at that, he's nowhere in the frame. And so Krishnamurti is gone. It's 110 for 4.
So, Lenny, we are about, I'd estimate, 85 or so yards away from that. It actually looked close live. Looking at it on the replay, he was not even in the same frame. So that is a brilliant piece of fielding by Mohamed Mekdad Hassan Mohsin. And I will tell you, with these little elements that happen in these matches, a direct hit here, a spectacular catch there, these are the things that add up to victories in the semifinals as big as this one is.
Now you're asking, he was here, right? He takes some time to come.
So 110 for 4.
Just need the brush and white paint.
We're at 13.3, still asking 80 runs. Matthew Cross has just come to the crease, and a little bit of pitch work done by the curators. So it's going to get tough here on the Clarion Eagles. They've certainly lost Krishnamurti, one of their brightest prospect, the way he batted. And we talked about that big partnership between Krishnamurti and Mukhtar Ahmed, a half century for them. Akash Gomel and Mukhtar Ahmed was also involved in a meaningful partnership. But Brian coming down to the end here with the run rate, with the current required rate over 12 and over. Matthew Cross joins Saif Badar. And you get the feeling that Stallion X is slightly ahead of this clash as we come down to 39 balls still remaining.
Well, when I asked you the question about what role would each batter have to play, and I'd certainly be interested in hearing your thoughts. I'll go further after this ball. The reason I'd asked you that question is that in my mind I'm thinking Sanjay Krishnamurti, more aggressive, he can be the one to essentially go in fifth gear, go out, all out, and then Saif Badar can bat, essentially run a ball, keep things together. All the other batters to come would bat around him. But you lose the aggressor, or the more aggressive ones of those two, and that puts you in a position now where both batters are relatively new to the crease. Saif Badar has only faced 6 balls. Matthew Cross about to face his first. And so the momentum that you'd be looking to build at this stage of the innings potentially can be lost.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Matthew Cross goes. Not a big season for him. In fact, his highest has been a couple of times he's batted Brian Walters 2 and a duck. But it will have to come down to Saif Badar. Mohammad Mohsin still yet to come. Harmeet Singh, we know how quick they can score. But you look at the required rate, it's pushing up towards 13. This is not good for the Clarion Eagles at all.
There's no question that one of these two has to go right now, if not both. The next batter in you would think would either be Mohammad Mohsin or Harmeet Singh. You would have to think that they are a lot more aggressive. So essentially, if you don't start going now, you're essentially taking away high scoring opportunities, or at least quick scoring opportunities from your team. End of over number 14. The last 6 will be interesting. Lenia Chaibar.
Yeah, I thought Mohammad Mohsin should have come next. I just mentioned the Matthew Cross. Not a lot of batting opportunities in this side. And a couple of times that he has batted, not really big impression. So we'll have to wait and see how the management has decided that, well, Cross should come first. But still, Mohsin, we saw him last year. Such an outstanding batter. He got a lot of runs. In fact, off of the top of my head, I was wondering to think that, was he the MVP of the series or very close to something like that? But he was such an outstanding player last year. And we know he can bat.
That's exactly right. I was referred to a match that I covered in Dallas about 3 years ago now, where he scored 32 runs off of 1 over, off of some poor unsuspecting bowler. He can hit the ball a mile. Ghulam Budasa back into the attack. You might see Mohammad Mohsin earlier than we thought, because that is the end of Saif Badar. Top of middle, knocked back, 113 for 5.
Yeah, they're all match winners on the Stallion X's team. Ghulam Mudassar comes back here, and while we were talking about what the batting team needs to do to get up to 13 runs and over, Ghulam Mudassar drives another nail in the coffin here. And the 5th wicket of Clarion Eagles on the card. Look at this. We talked about Saif Badar giving a life off the first ball, but look at this. Bang on target, looking for runs. Not against Ghulam Mudassar.
Well, you have to go. 13 runs and over is difficult. 13 runs and over doesn't happen by accident. And somebody has to put their foot to the gas. If you have a Harmeet Singh and a Mohammad Mohsin in the shed, you're not being true to your own opportunities to win this match if you don't get them to the wicket as soon as possible. And if the longer they stay there, the more pressure builds up. You don't want them to have to come in chasing 16, 17 runs and over. So you essentially, Saif Badar had to play that shot that he played. Having been dismissed, it does bring Mohammad Mohsin to the crease. This, to me, Lenny, feels like a really, really pivotal part of the match. So Ghulam Mudassar against Mohammad Mohsin, left arm quick versus left-handed power hitter. This is a delicious left-handed power hitter, one of the best in the world in the history of cricket, seated about 10 yards to our left, Sir Clive Lloyd. Mohammed Mohsin solidly in defense here.
Yeah, we've seen a really good firing bowling attack from the Stallions X. I talked about the two left arm spin in Kashif Bhatti, and Usman Khalid still will probably come with a couple of overs. But Ghulam Mudassar has really taken out Saif Badar, so I get the feeling that he is going to be a key man here, and he's running in. Very quickly, he's bowling with steam.
Here is where I would make a counter argument. If Matthew Cross is dismissed and you have Mohammed Mohsin and Harmeet Singh at the crease at the same time, you can put away those two left-arm spinners. You won't see them the rest of the day. Because when the ball is turning into the left-handers, they can both hit the ball a mile, and you don't want to bowl left-arm spinners to batters who can hit the ball that far that are left-handed with the ball turning into them. Worked into the leg side here, just a single, but boy, that asking rate continues to climb here, Lenny.
Yeah, I said it a couple of overs ago, it was always tough at 12, always tougher at 13, and now it's pushing up to 14. And so essentially, if this over doesn't go for 13-14, Brian, it goes even further. Matthew Cross and Mohammed Mohsin out in the middle. Still Harmeet Singh, Stephen Wigg to come. But you've got to give credit to the Stallions X. They've really come in. They've picked up wickets. Saw some big knocks from Krishnamurti, and also we saw a big knock from Mukhtar.
Matthew Cross turned behind the stumps earlier. Looks very compact, looks very skilled behind the wicket. Right now his work needs to be done in front of the wicket. Lenny, 14 and a half, make that 14 and a quarter runs and over. It's do or die time. It is time for you to throw caution to the wind. Even if you end up throwing away your wicket, you're not just going to push the ball into the gaps and make 15 runs and over.
Yeah, Mudassar has really bowled well. 2.4, 1 for 12. And that tells you his workload during the course of this series, Brian. He's been one of the bowlers that have really come in and give them very good spell, along with Isan Adil and the two left-arm spinner.
Look at this over underway. 15, well, this is the 15th over, 1 wicket, and essentially just 1 run having been scored from this over so far. But under the circumstances where the opposition needs to go after you, what a brilliant over this is by Ghulam Mudassar. This might be 2 here. Arikananta is after it. Easy 2. In fact, it will be, I can jog that second run. That is an absolutely top-class over from Ghulam Mudassar. 3 runs coming from it and the big wicket you saw earlier in the over. So that is the end of 15, 11645.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket, and T Sports.
Boy, last 5. And if you had a win predictor here, you would probably be thinking that it would be around 75-25 in favor of the Stallions X, Lenny Chabar.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough. Hassan Mohsin, he's really contributed well. And he's another bowler, picked up 1 already, picked up the wicket of Mukhtar Ahmed at the top of the order. Very important wicket when it fell. We come down, we talked about 15 runs and over, almost.
There goes Mohammed Mohsin. How much of this did he get? Not nearly enough. Boy, that feels like a body blow. Harmeet Singh walking out, but I will tell you, Lenny Chaibar, that feels like about the end of the match.
Yeah, I talked about when they came out still looking for 10 and over from the start. So you've got to set your batting order in terms of the players who can give you 10 and over. Look at this, into the onside. The catching has been good from Stallions X. And that's the reason why the player is posted on the deep, straight down his throat. And so another wicket falls, 6 down, 116 on the board.
Tajinder Singh it is, I believe, who took that catch. Here's what's important about that, Lenny. They're playing again on the westernmost ground, and that hit is toward the east. So that is a long hit. That's about a 72, 73-yard hit. And most importantly, Hassan Mohsin bowled a slower delivery. Took the pace off. That required Mohammed Mohsin to put the energy into the ball. With pace on, that ball probably clears Tajinder Singh in the deep. But Mohammed Mohsin had to be the one putting the energy, the impetus behind the ball. Not quite able to do it. And that puts you in the position where you've lost one of the two power hitters we've been talking about. The other power hitter we're talking about is now at the crease about to face. And the man at the non-strikers end, Matthew Cross, only has 3 from 4 balls against his name. Skied. Is this going to be taken? It feels like if the match is finished when the fat lady sings, she's starting to warm up.
Yeah, a couple of wickets here for Hassan Mohsin. And we talked about so much about hat-tricks. One still pending, but this one also pending. And you can't fault Harmeet Singh at a time in which they're looking for 14 plus and over. And that's the kind of shot he comes on. A tumbling catch by the fielder, and the 7th wicket goes down.
I will tell you, that is a great catch. And another piece of good bowling here by Hassan Mohsin. First of all, he bowls it wide for the same reason that we said earlier. You want him to try to hit toward the big side, and you certainly want him to drag it toward the leg side, and it's also a pace-off delivery. All of those elements mean that essentially Harmeet Singh just pops it up in the air.
So Hassan Mohsin is on a hat-trick. And Brian, we've seen a couple of hat-tricks in the tournament already. And we've got one still pending, Zia-ul-Haq when he bowls. Big moment for him. But right now, Hassan Mohsin is on a hat-trick. As it looks like Lamba has come to the middle. We'll confirm that. No number on that jersey. Yep. Abhimanyu Lamba has come to the middle.
Let's see what field is set for the hat-trick ball here. Do you go more aggressive? There is a sweeper out on the offside. There is mid-wicket who is just inside the circle. That is Arya Kananta. Deep backward square leg in position. That is Usman Khalid. And long on and long off. So a relatively defensive field. Not necessarily looking for the hat-trick, but here's the hat-trick ball. Solidly in defense, but boy, solidly in defense doesn't work in your favor here, Lenny.
Yeah, you get the feeling at the fall of Krishnamurti, and earlier on for Mukhtar Ahmed, it was always going to be tough here for the Clarion Eagles. This bowling attack is a very, very good one. They've played good cricket during the course of this tournament.
They're just jogging 2 here. It feels as though, I'm sorry, jogging 1. Feels almost as though they've put up the white flag, Lenny.
And Brian, while Hassan Mohsin has got to the top of his mark, and I got a little bit of seconds to play with, we saw Sir Clive Lloyd in the box not too long ago with Shaw Faisal. But here's a 13-member squad from the West Indies, all Sirs. And this is a strong lineup, Brian. When you hear these names, you'll probably want to put them in an order of a top international team. And here we go. Sir Andy Roberts, Sir Clyde Walcott, Sir Conrad Hunt, Sir Curtly Ambrose, Sir Everton Weeks, Sir Frank Worrell, Sir Garfield Sobers, Sir Gordon Greenwich, Sir Clive Lloyd, of course, we saw him, Sir Richie Richardson, Sir Vivian Richards, Sir Wesley Hall.
Of those names that you mentioned, there's a couple of them who are no longer with us. God rest their souls. Sir Frank Worrell left this planet the year before I was born, so I was never blessed to be able to share the planet with him. All those other names that you mentioned, Lenny, do our hearts proud. It feels like reminiscing about the days of yore from West Indies cricket. Might have a little bit more intrigue than what's going on the field of play here, because the Clarion Eagles are going to, it appears, fall short in their quest to get victory here. They need another 18 and a half runs and over the rest of the way. Only 3 wickets in hand, 117 for 7. All of 73 runs to get. So 18 plus and over. 3 runs off of every ball the rest of the way. I can't hear anything at all. Did he turn it all the way off? Ghulam Mudassar. Good pace of delivery. And good ball here from Ghulam Mudassar to start over number 17.
Look at that spell of pressure there from the Stallion X. Really capitulated that middle order after that partnership. Sanjay Krishnamurthy and Mukhtar, they kept the fight going. And I last left 2 down after 12 overs. They were well within the game. Ghulam Mudassar goes past again. This is not easy at all. Lamba. One for 14 in the middle of the innings. Ghulam Mudassar has pulled a wonderful spell. Hassan Mohsin of all people, the medium pace, but full of tricks. 3 wickets for him. Nicely flicked away. Bounces away for a boundary. Abhimanyu Lamba gets one to the fence. That is after quite a long time, that boundary. Time is running out. I think it's a bit late. Case of too little too late.
Too little too late. Certainly the phrase that comes to mind, Shah Faisal. You don't want to go down the leg side, and you make him pay for it here, but my goodness, it becomes something that ultimately might make you fall short. Ghulam Mudassar, oh, look at that slower delivery. How beautifully was that bowled. Took the pace all the way off. Abhimanyu Lamba plays a week too early. Wicket number 8.
Yeah, when you can bowl as quick as Ghulam Mudassar, that slow delivery becomes really deceptive. And look at that. He was through the shot way early before the ball arrived. Ghulam Mudassar strikes again. He tried to delay his shot, to his credit, Lamba, but still the deception was far superior than the attempt to hold the shot back for a little longer. And 8 wickets are done now for the Clarion Eagles, as their run chase has really nosedived spectacularly.
Yeah, it's just a matter of what the final margin of defeat is going to be for the Clarion Eagles. They will fall short. You're just down to the bowlers at this stage. What a brilliant effort with the ball here for Stallions X. This Clarion Eagles side is loaded. Look at them on paper. You know that they can bat long, they can bat deep, but a brilliant bowling effort here. And remember, they started off relatively expensively. The first over from Ehsan Adil cost 12 runs. But ever since then, really disciplined bowling. And now with 20 balls remaining in the innings, you're down to the last 2 wickets. Stephen Wigg, the man on strike. What a quick Yorker, just an outside edge, and it's going to go away for 4.
Yeah, that was quick and angling. Stephen Wigg was late on it, though it's the second boundary of the over, but pretty much inconsequential in terms of the eventual result of the match. But ironic is that after 12 overs, they were well within the hunt. And remember, Clarion Eagles, they are the champions, the defending champions. So they'll take their final bout today. It looks like it. And even a day off, the luxury of having a day off after finishing top of the group, they came, looks like, coming second best.
Loops in the air, agonizingly close. And in fact, they do not even bother to take a single because it means that will be Matthew Cross to open, or at least to take strike at the start of over number 18. If there is a minute amount of chance the rest of the way, Matthew Cross will have to play a blinder. End of 17, 1-2-5 for 8. Last 3 overs coming up. Usman Khalid, 2 overs, none for 29. Ghulam Badassar is done. 4 overs, none, or 2 for 22. And I believe this is going to be Usman Khalid himself who is going to bowl over number 18. It's all over but the shouting, Shah Faisal.
Absolutely. And for the most part, this was a very enjoyable game. Just the last exchanges in the last half an hour or so.
Top edge, it will clear short fine leg. It is Asif Mahmood, I believe, who's running back. Good piece of work. Ooh, came very close to the rope that time. I believe we're not going to bother pausing to look to see whether he touched the rope because it doesn't matter at this stage.
Yeah, we actually started half an hour late and then we had quite a few reviews.
Yes.
So we're lagging a bit behind from schedule. Our match manager, Hirsch, is panicking a little bit, but I think everything will be all right. He'll really appreciate if those 2 wickets fall and save us the remaining 2.5 overs. Kashif Bhatti, Usman Khalid Rara came close. It went over the top of the stumps.
Wow. Maximum of 16 deliveries left in this match. Quicker ball. Boy, that line is just a little bit closer to the stumps, and we might be having a different conversation here.
Matthew Cross can play. There's no doubt about it. Good fortune of seeing him in Cayman Island a few months ago.
Should just be one, I believe. Hassan Mohsin.
Yeah, thoughts will turn around to the best player of the match for this match, and batting wise, Usman Khan's contribution was immense. Hassan Mohsin's 3 wickets and the run out in the middle also sucked the life out of this run chase.
It's not often, Shah Faisal, that you have the situation where every dot ball makes the required rate go up. Also every single, also every double, also every 4. Every 4 from now makes the required rate increase. You're looking up at 27 runs and over the rest of the way. Swept around the corner. Hassan Mohsin is again the man who is being asked to do some work. Boy. All of the air has been taken out of the proverbial balloon. End of over number 18. In fact, they refused that last single to make sure that it is Matthew Cross, I believe, to remain on strike. End of 1-8. The score is 1-2-8.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man in deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is globbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
Over number 19, Sky. This is going to clear Esanadil, I believe, and land in front of Arakanantha. 2 runs to the relatively insignificant target the rest of the way. Again, we're just waiting to see what the final margin of victory is going to be here. 130 for 8 with 11 balls left, Shah Faisal.
Yeah, Matthew Cross is trying to enjoy himself here in Rideout. But he's too wily, too canny. And I'm sure as cricketers, when they play so many pressure games, those last minutes where they know the result, they'll be enjoying every minute of it.
Reverse sweep. Past slip, running away down the hill. This thick outfield will, I think, hold the ball up. They get an easy 2. They, under no circumstances, will go for 3rd run. So, Shah Faisal, we are 9 deliveries away from this being done and dusted, so they say. And I think it's clear that the Stallions X will be one of the representatives in the finals.
In the second semi-final, attention goes to that one now. Atlanta Fire, the home team, will be taking on Kingsmen. Now the fancied side. How about that for a game?
Does that feel like a final? Does that feel like a final?
Of course, these two played a final, a big final, not too long ago. The Minor League Championship final was contested by these two. So a repeat of that here at the semi-final stage, though.
About 420 miles up, I believe I-85 in North Carolina is where that match took place. I had the pleasure of being able to be there at that match myself. End of over number 19, last 6 coming up, 133 for 8. The last rites about to be performed here. You're not going to win. Give Stephen Wigg some strike. Oh my goodness. He refuses a single off the first ball of over number 20. For what it's worth, the required rate is now 67. You're not going to win. Give the young man a strike. Top edge. This is going to be a catch. Easily taken. Good, solid catch by Asif Mahmood. And that is wicket number 9, Shah Faisal.
Matthew Cross, who hadn't had much of a bat in this tournament because of the strong batting lineup, wanted to enjoy every bit of it until he's been dismissed now. So even now, Stephen Wigg is still at the non-striker end. Beautifully bowled, though. Just holding it back a little bit. Didn't allow him to get underneath it. And Asif, those big hands, buckets, gobbles the ball. Matthew Cross is gone and 9 down for 133.
So you saw this man earlier with the ball. It's going to be Usman Tariq, who has a maximum of 4 deliveries. And something tells me that if they decide to treat this like a test match, go bat and pad close together to defend the last 4, there's a few people walking around whose minds will explode on the spot.
Despite the presence of great Sir Clive Lloyd.
How lovely is that? Did you see the hesitation move And it falls short. Oh, it falls in the middle of Arya Kananta and Hassan Mohsin. If we can see a replay of that delivery again, this is absolutely brilliant.
Usman Khalid is telling him, have some of that.
Look at this.
Usman
Look
Tariq.
at the delivery.
This is worth having a look.
Oh, I didn't quite see that angle. Okay,
Probably
maybe we have
now.
time.
Probably
here
now.
we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Lovely. That is outstanding. Reverse sweep, and why not? Have fun. It's going to go away for 4. You have nothing to lose.
That is Stephen Wick finally gets to play a ball. Matthew Cross denied him the strike, but well, that was his destiny to get out a switch hit before this game was over. And he got one on the 5th ball. 1 to go. This has been a dominating performance from the Stallion X. First with the bat and then under pressure with the ball after the halfway stage. Second half of their bowling innings has been spectacular.
He does it again with the hesitation move. This is essentially a dominating performance by the Stallions X. They truly deserve their spot in the finals. The final margin of victory after that single is merely all of 50 runs on the nose. And that is the end of the match, rather. A pretty dominating performance from the Stallions, Shah Faisal.
Absolutely. The toss that didn't go their way, but they really put in a wonderful performance. Their application with the bat was good. They realized the moments they needed to go hard, and they did that. And Usman Khan's innings definitely was a catalyst, but there were other contributions as well. In a minute, we'll get to see the batting card. But for now, Clarion Eagles, former champions, have been knocked out. They played a wonderful part in this tournament. They provided us some great moments of entertainment and commiserations to them. But this moment truly is for this lot. Grant Bradburn leading out his troops, Usman Khan. Abdul, the owner of Clarion Eagles, alongside Yasir Bhai and all his players, very sportingly coming out and congratulating Stallion X on a wonderful performance. 2 very good teams, and that is how the run chase began. Chetapaliam, who's been in very good form, 9 of 11, he's been helping them get off to good starts. He wasn't on the button today. Mukhtar forged a partnership with Sanjay Krishnamurthy with 2 down at the halfway stage. They were well within the game, but look at what happened after Krishnamurthy and Mukhtar fell. Contributions didn't quite come. 4 from Saif Badar. Mohsin went cheaply, Harmeet went cheaply, and Matthew Cross, by the time he was playing his innings, the game was virtually over. Only 8 extras as well with the ball from the Stallions, so they were very disciplined. But Clarion Eagles with the bat, very disappointing.
No question. For the bowlers, Ehsan Adil came back from a very expensive start, 12 in his first over to finish at an economy rate of 7.67. But look at the very bottom of that list. Hassan Mohsin, 3 overs, 3 for 13, taking the heart out of the chase for the Clarion Eagles. Good support bowling and a good couple of strikes from Ghulam Mudassar. 4 overs, 2 for 22. And overall, just a clean, absolutely clinical performance to propel the Stallions X into the finals.
Yeah, that is the match summary. 189 for 5 played, 138 runs for Usman Khan. Tejinder Singh back in form. Shayan Jahangir has been playing pretty well throughout the tournament. Another contribution from the skipper, 26. Najaf Shah, the old horse, 2 for 35, once again putting in a creditable performance. Stephen Wigg was taken to the cleaners towards the back end of the innings. Still 2 wickets for him. And Lamba 1 for 38. In return, Krishnamurthy and Mukhtar, their innings were significant but didn't last long enough to sustain the challenge for the 20 overs, and in the end losing out by 51 runs. The Clarion Eagles. Music is thumping here at Paramveer Sports Complex. It's been a wonderful tournament with one more semi-final to go. Teams have just come together in front of us. In fact, it's Clarion Eagles who are going for their customary group photo for the year. And they will be joined by the Stallion X for their one for the season. The Atlanta Open Managing Committee, they are just organizing those group photos. Santa, she's at the forefront. Ramzi, the social media manager, she is also amongst the organizers, and the official photographer is also involved. Just in a minute we will get to chance probably to speak to both the captains before these formalities are done. Look at the beautiful blue sky, scattered clouds in the sky, an absolute picture. Another mouth-watering semi-final is coming your way. That is another cracker of a game. Atlanta Fire will be playing Kingsmen. It's a 2:40 start. The toss will be happening very shortly, and they will take on Stallions X, who's already through to the final. If you're in and around Rydell, Georgia, or close to Atlanta, you should come along and enjoy the Atlanta Open. It has been a wonderful tournament, and another game coming your way in beautiful condition, gorgeous weather, and plenty of entertainment and hospitality. And not to forget, the entry is absolutely free to get into Paramveer Sports Complex. So do join us, and it's just about time for me to join Lenia Chabar, who is with Akarshit Gomel.
Thank you, Shah Faisal. I'm with Gomel, the losing captain of the Clarion Eagles. Gomel, your campaign comes to an end in the semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, tough loss. Semi-final is always the biggest game of the tournament, and yeah, not a good feeling at all.
All right, what may have gone wrong? 188, 189 posts. You know it was always going to be tough.
I think we gave like at least 20 runs extra, that whatever we had in our mind, and then at the back end of the batting end, I mean, we just fell short, just kept on losing wickets, and there was no such partnership to carry us home.
I know it's almost the end of the year. What's in store next for the Clarion Eagles?
I believe our guys are going to play for US national team, and then a couple of them are going to play various leagues in different parts of the world, and guys will be preparing for that. And for Clarion Eagles, I believe that the next tournament cycle, whenever it will start in 2026, that will be our campaign.
All right, so thank you very much. Thank you. Love to see you at the Atlanta Open once again, Clarion Eagles. We'll see you next year. I'm with the winning captain from Stallion X, Shayan Jahangir. And Shayan, you're into the final again. When I spoke to you on the opening game, we were very optimistic that Stallion X is going to do well in this tournament. You're into the final.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah for it. I think the boys have shown character time and time again, and to reach to the finals of Atlanta Open 2025, it's a big opportunity again to stamp the Kingsmen authority and take our franchise to further heights.
Let's talk about the conditions. We talked about the conditions being a lot better for batting than we saw 2 days ago. You being a batter yourself, how did you find the conditions today?
It's a little bit tricky. The ball grips, the ball rises a little bit sometimes, so to pace as well. So the application of a batter is important. And today, how we went about our innings with wickets intact, that's what our plan was throughout the tournament as well. But it came off today, and we ended up getting a big score.
All right, final question, Usman Khan, how good he's been today?
Very good. I mean, he's got a lot of experience. He's played on a lot of pitches, the same as the wickets that we were using here, and he's putting it in the front and, you know, producing results for the team when it matters.
All right, so Shayan, all the best in the final. So that's Cheyenne Jahangir. We'll go upstairs back to Shaw Faisal.
Has been announced as well. Usman Khan, no surprises there because the big hitting Usman made 96 and really made the big impact. Well, this run chase, which began with great hope for Clarion Eagles, but they fell short. Total, but they lost an early wicket thanks to a brilliant catch from Tajinder. And a little bit of an effort there from skipper Akarshit Gomel, looking to forge a partnership with Mukhtar, who looked in belligerent touch earlier on, taking on Kashif Bhatti in one of his overs. Sanjay Krishnamurthy, rather Akarshit Gomel, stayed there for a little while until he was taken out by this catch from Ehsan Adil. Sanjay Krishnamurthy really started off with the bang, hitting a couple of sixes earlier in his innings. And at that stage, the momentum was going with the Eagles, and it looked like they will keep the chase going. Another one of those big hits against Asif Mahmood, whose first over went for plenty. But the introduction of Hassan Mohsin really changed the game. First he took out Mukhtar, who was in great nick. And then that run out of at the non-striker end, it really just set the panic buttons. And then Mohsin holds out, couldn't clear the fence. At that stage, the run rate was climbing. Harmeet tried, he skied one up in the air and took a good catch. But the last rights were just pretty one-sided as the game literally had ended. Ghulam Mudassir helping himself with a couple of wickets. Usman Khalid as well chipping in and taking the wicket of Matt Cross. That sealed the deal. Usman Khan, the man of the match. The margin of victory, Stallion X winning by 51 runs. Gorgeous conditions here at Paramveer, and we are not too far away from the second semi-final that will come your way pretty shortly, and it's another mouth-watering contest. Atlanta Fire, the home team, will be taking on Kingsmen, and there is a little bit of time left in that, so we'll be able to take a short break, catch our breath, and come back with a live action for semi-final 2 of Atlanta Open 2025. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Paramveer Sports Complex. And a very good afternoon to all the viewers from Rydell, Georgia. Atlanta Open 2025. Time for the second semi-final. And this one is coming to you between Atlanta Fire and the Kingsmen. A mouth-watering contest in the offing. Let's see what happened at the toss.
A bigger semi-final than this, a rematch of last week, if you will. Kingsmen and Atlanta Fire. Captain Sada Lee and Sonny Patel. Match referee is going, the umpire is going to be Mr. Balasubramanian. Home team is Atlanta Fire. You will toss. Sonny, side you will call.
Let's use the call.
It is a head. It is a heads. Oh, apologies, wait. It is a, it's a head. A little bit of confusion there, but it's a head. Sad, what are you going to do?
We're going to bat first.
Tell me why.
Because it's a third inning for this pitch, so we just try to set the good total. Because of the fourth inning, my thinking is the ball is just a little bit low and slow.
And the last game that you played, you had a pretty exciting game yesterday. What does it mean in terms of what experience you gained from that match to this one?
Yes, the last game, our batting is just a little bit struggling, so that's why we learned for the last game. We just try to make a good total, and we just learned the last game, and the ball is come slow, so that's why we just try to finish the good total and restrict them.
Best of luck. Mr. Sonny Patel, when you finish choosing a ball for your opening strike bowler, you all are going to be bowling first. Comfort level with that?
Lost the toss, so we have to go with it.
So you could make the argument that if you're going to be chasing in a final, there might be more pressure on you, especially since you're playing at home. Do you agree with that?
Kind of, but if you see our track record, we have been a good side at chasing the runs. Even in minor league and everywhere, we are good at chasing. So let's hope we can get through the line today.
Any changes from your side from last time?
No, we're playing with the same side.
Same side, go well.
Well, you heard it from Brian Walters. Kingsmen won the toss and they decided to bat first. This is the side for Kingsmen. Star-studded lineup: Ramiz Raja, Sharjeel Khan, Awais Zia, Milind Kumar, Saad Ali, Hassan Khan, all international cricketers, Anwar Ali Khan, Muhammad Ilyas, Ziaul Haq, formidable bowlers. Akhtar Shah has been good. Aryan Satish, the youngster, also makes up the 11. I've been joined in the comm box by Lenny Achaibar, and on a gorgeous Rydell afternoon, he'll go through Atlanta Fire lineup.
Yes, thank you, Shaw Faisal. And we talked about how strong this team is already off minor league victory. Rishi Pandey, Milanta, Iyad Malik, Zishan Maksud, Jamar Hamilton, Shalivan Squawkwick, Sonny Patel, the captain, Stephen Taylor, a lot of experience there, Pani Simhadri, Azim Chanaria, and Kamrul Rabi.
Two formidable teams looking to go head-to-head. Atlanta Fire, obviously, unbeaten team, the only unbeaten team of the tournament. They also had a day off yesterday from the proceedings by virtue of finishing top of their group. That rest didn't quite help Clarion Eagles earlier, who suffered a defeat in the first semi-final. And the winner of this game will be joining Stallions X in the final, who came up with a near-perfect performance in the morning semi-final. Shadley is getting ready. Ramiz Raja has been in very good form in this tournament. His partner Sharjeel Khan, one big knock and not a lot after that. He's at the non-striker end. Umpire Daniel James is keeping an eye on the clock. It's a 2:40 start, and we're right on cue. And Lenny Achabar looking at the lineups. How do you see this one going?
Yeah, it's gonna be another interesting semi-final, Shaw Faisal. We talked about how it was such a big last week for the Atlanta Fire, and they've really played good cricket, unbeaten in the series so far. The Kingsmen, they've put up some very good numbers, especially the man on strike, Ramiz Raja. And so he will face off here. Here is Shadley Van Skalkwyk will start for the Atlanta Fire. Here's the first ball. On target into the offside and can score.
That's a good start. Bowling from the combox end. Shadley Van Skalkwyk. That strong breeze that you can see in the background, the signs fluttering. Those breeze will help his outswinger. Likes to take the ball away from the right-handers with the new ball. He's got a slip in place.
Yes, straight down the ground from Ramiz Raja. And things have begun here. They're 4 for no loss.
Yeah, that's a good start. He's aerial between the bowler and mid-off, presenting a nice straight bat. Ramiz Raja off to a very good start.
Yeah, he's really been in form, Ramiz. And we talked about Shah Faisal, and we saw in front of our very eyes the big knock the other day, 78, at a time in which he had to limp around quite a bit. And he's really come up with some big scores in this series.
A beautiful outswinger. Nice line, nice length, good bounce. And Ramiz saw the ball coming into his own half. He's not going to come out slow on those because just the one sweeper on the offside is backward of point on the boundary. Ramiz looking to go big early doors.
Yeah, off the back foot into the offside. And hands the strike over to Sharjeel Khan. You talked about Sharjeel getting a big knock of 80, and we've seen some lean ones after that.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic of Sharjeel. So that first knock and couple of ducks in between and couple of other low scores. He's looking to fight along yesterday in the eliminator. I think he made 11 there. Crowd has really swelled here at the Paramveer this afternoon. As home team Atlanta Fire is in action.
Yeah, playing a miss and into the gloves of Milanta. So not a bad start here from Shadley. We saw the second ball going straight down the ground from Ramiz Raja. Other than that, Shah Faisal, he's come back extremely well. Very experienced campaigner. Had a very good minor league series out in the West. And he brings the talent to the South. Yeah, Sharjeel will get off the mark, off the edge. And it will go away for, well, it will not certainly carry, but a couple of runs for Sharjeel. He's off the mark.
Streaky once again from Sharjeel. But like any other batter, he will be glad that he's off the mark. 1 over done, 7 for none. When you think of Atlanta Fire, some players that you can really quickly link to that franchise, no matter if they're playing minor league or other open tournaments. And one of them is Stephen Taylor. And he will be taking up the attack from the far end.
Yeah, you look at Stephen Taylor, right hand off spinner. And he's using the arm that we saw the left hand got hit during this Super 8s of the minor league series, Shah Faisal. And you can see it's a little bit in one of those soft casts, those straps that are so popular now. If you're playing cricket, Shah Faisal, you gotta have one or two in your kits, whether it's for the knee, the ankle, or the arm.
And it's visible there, Stephen Taylor. He's got that protection. Sometimes players use it as a precaution as well, just to allow the injury to heal and not further aggravate it. It's a little hold up in play. Generally, the teams have really been good with the flow of the game Side screen needs to be moved, I think. Ramiz Raja was asking it to be in the correct position, and it has now been done.
Yeah, one of the good things about those side screen, Shaw Faisal, they come on wheels, so quickly, easy to pull across.
Yeah, that's another addition to this facility, the Paramveer Sports Complex. Always when you come back, you find new facilities added to the venue. These side screens, the wheelie side screens, they look pretty good as well, but they're very, very mobile and functional. Just a little bit of bat, yeah. This year, normally it's not like that. Okay, we don't have the screen yet.
So 11 for no loss. We apologize for a little short break. Ramiz Raja still on strike. And Taylor overs has gone pretty well. It comes to an end. 2 gone. It's 11 without loss. So a couple of overs in the books here, Shaw Faisal. 5.5 runs on over. Quiet start here for the Kingsmen. Winning the toss, electing to bat. We've hardly seen teams opting to bat first when winning the toss these days, Shaw Faisal, but the Kingsmen have gone that route.
They did that yesterday as well, although they capitulated for 128. In the end, had to produce an outstanding bowling performance to rescue them and continue their journey in this year's Atlanta Open.
Sharjeel Khan picks up one from Shadley and hits it into the media tent, and that is gone for 6.
Well, that inward angle from Shadley was asking for trouble. To aid that, he went around the wicket as well to create that angle. Easy pickings really for Sharjeel. And now he's skipping and hopping. Sharjeel, I think you feel that with this blow he's got his mojo back, and that would not be a good news for Atlanta Fire. Shadley sticking with that round the wicket angle. This is going to be a good contest.
Yeah, running quickly. Good running there, as you see. It looks like Sonny Patel, the captain, comes in.
Yeah, better length there from Shadley. And also the line.
Yes, saw Sharjeel Shaw Faisal a couple of years ago, the year in which Kingsmen won here at the Atlanta Open. He was such a prolific scorer. And when you look at the Kingsmen unit, they're hunting their 3rd final should they win this game. Ramiz comes down a couple of steps, and that is gone for another boundary.
Well, getting a bit predictable as Amir Siddiqui takes the applause of his teammates. The coach jumping well above his head to stop that ball from going any further. That was outside the boundary action, by the way. But the action from Ramiz's bat and Shadley's fuller length is causing damage.
Yeah, the over's gone for 11 already. We've seen a 6 from Sharjeel Khan. We've seen a chip down the wicket from Ramiz Raja, and you get the feeling Shaw Faisal, those shots comes in because he's had such a good series that he goes out with a lot of confidence that he can play almost any shot he wants to.
Yeah, you feel like the way the weather is, and I don't know how it is, but it feels like a good seeing day for the batters. It is just so bright and beautiful.
Yeah, playing a miss. He takes on Shadley Van Skokwick. The ball goes into the glove of Milanta. Still a very good over here for the Kingsmen.
Talking about Shadley getting predictable, he brought out the short ball, and you saw reaction of Ramiz throwing his head back. I thought he felt he missed out on the opportunity.
So the Kingsmen winner in 2023, runners up in 2024. We talked about if they get into this final, it'll be the third time. Into the onside, will close out over number 3. So 3 gone, it's 23 for no wicket. And Shaw Faisal, I know when you and Brian Walters, we were talking about, you guys were talking about white close cricket and red ball. One of the other things I've seen, and I can't remember which cricket ground I had gone to, but I've seen, and we talked about the wheels on those side screen. They also come with white and black, just in case this pitch here is to host a red ball game, in which, of course, you can't use the black. And I can't remember where I saw that, but those are little simple innovations that really help your complex running, as many complex not only play white ball, they play red ball too.
Yeah, these are easy maintenance side screens as well. It's just like the pull down, that black sheet that you're seeing, it's a pull down just like blinds at your house, so you can easily swap it for black or white.
So Taylor continues, and this one, a big shot attempted here by Ramiz, gets a good slice, gone away for 4.
Well, Ramiz, like he said, he's come into this innings with so much confidence. He's going at everything in his arc, and some are coming off the middle of the bat, the others aren't. But as a batsman, when you're in hot form, things tend to go your way. So was the case. Ramiz getting a lucky boundary.
Yeah, look at that. A more confident looking shot. Classic from Ramiz Raja, and consecutive 4s.
Yeah, this is great bit of footwork. Ramiz looks like he's one step ahead of Taylor. And skipping down the wicket, looking to move away towards the leg stump as well to open up that offside. Obviously the off spinner, not much protection in the deep inside the power play.
So a couple of 4s off the bowling of Taylor. And straight away they have gone over 9. Shaw Faisal. And we're still in the power play, and so they're off to a really quick start. And look at that, hands a strike over to Sharjeel. We've seen in the last over a massive shot from Sharjeel, but this over's gone for 9 so far.
And that's a favorable matchup for Taylor to bowl to the left-hander. Sharjeel now, it's his turn to join in on the fun. Taylor going for boundaries against both left-handers and right-hander.
Yeah, another big shot from Sharjeel Khan. He's such a quality player, quick scoring. And now look at that, the left-hander into the leg side, and a big flick forward of square, gone for 4. And we've seen a very expensive over so far from Stephen Taylor, gone for 14 and still with a ball remaining.
He's been too close to the batter, Stephen Taylor. In Ramiz's case, he was wide, and in Sharjeel's case, too close to the pads.
Yeah, ball turned away. And they'll come back for a couple of runs. So the 4th over comes to a close. Shaw Faisal at an expensive one from Stephen Taylor. 16 off this over. 4 gone is 39 for no wicket.
difficult match to commentate after lunch. I need to walk.
So 4 overs completed. 39 for no loss, Shaw Faisal. And they're going at almost, well, they're going at 9.7. Very close to 10, and we're still 2 overs away from that power play session. Both batters have had some really good knock on the cricket ball. Ramiz, as you can see, he's up on 23, and Sharjeel is up on 16. Bowling change. Kamrul Rabi, a player who has played briefly at the international level, comes out of Bangladesh. And Shaw Faisal, I've seen quite a bit of him. He lives in New York, and so he plays in the leagues that we do a lot of work with.
Yeah, it's first time representing Atlanta Fire. And pace from this combox end so far from skipper Sunny Patel. That's the options he's taken. Kamrul Rabi.
Yeah, he starts well, and then I just made a point that I've seen him in New York. Quite a few top Bangladeshi players that resides around where I'm from, Shaw Faisal. The likes of Farhad Riza, Ilyas Sani. There's another one that bowls medium pace.
Left arm, fast bowler.
They don't come to your head
Yeah,
when you
I
want
can
it.
think of him, but the name is just not.
Oh, lovely shot. That's a good strike into the 10th. And that is gone for another maximum of the batter, Sharjeel Khan.
Well, these are not good signs for Atlanta Fire. Sharjeel getting into his stride. This one went flat and only landed just a few yards outside of the fence. But Sharjeel, the longer he stays, the more and more dangerous he could be for the Fire.
Yes, he's really looking solid. And look, they've gone up to a quick score, going 10 and over. But just coming back to Kamrul Rabi, he was also part of the Global Super League series in Guyana that the Rangpur Riders, I think, have gone to a couple of years. So he's been part of that contingent.
Yeah, Rangpur Riders were the champions as well of that event. But Atlanta Fire would need to break this partnership now because it can become very dangerous.
Yeah, guided away past a backward point. Runs here for Ramiz Raja. And he picks up a couple more.
Fani Samathri gives the chase. Wow, what a start. On the cusp of getting up to 50. .48, 4.4. It's coming from both ends, both from Ramiz and Sharjeel.
Yeah, better ball here from Kamrul. But you get the feeling, Shaw Faisal, you're bowling at this stage. The team is going for a 10 and over. You've given up an over that has conceded 9. Your only hope here is to pick up 1. Final ball in this over. Chipped into the onside. The captain, Sunny Patel, comes around. And so 5 gone is 49 without loss.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire. One of the favorites.
Man, deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside. A slow, short ball.
Skipper Sunny Patel decides that it's about time for me to enter the fray. A terrific right arm leg spinner, a great competitor as well. And this is a great start for Kingsmen as Brian Walters has joined me in the comm box. Over covers, that will bounce away to the boundary. 50 brought up in style, and the assault continues from these Kingsmen openers.
I'll tell you what, as lethargic and underprepared as the batting side looked yesterday, the Kingsmen, they look on top of their game today. The biggest difference for me here, Shah Faisal, is Sharjeel Khan. 23 from 12, 1-4, 2 sixes, one of which went over our heads here in the commentary area. If this pair can stay there for another 5 or so overs, then God help the poor Atlanta Fire, because this pair has set themselves up for a big total here. Projection as of now is 205.
Oh, that Sunny Patel, though he's quite capable of making inroads, and he'd have to be at his very best. Sunny Patel had a fabulous minor league championship, obviously part of the eventual winners, the Atlanta Fire. And this is the repeat of that final, although hero from that final, Aaron Jones, is not present here for the Atlanta Fire. Good comeback after the boundary from Sunny Patel. Now Sharjeel. Still power play, still field in. And Sharjeel doesn't ask for anything better than that. And he has the license after that start that he's got already. Sharp spinning leg break.
Leg break is a bit of a risk from around the wicket to Sharjeel Khan, who loves going to mid-wicket. I would think here Sunny Patel would want to go with the googly.
Oh. Close, but not close enough. That desperate leap, not quite enough to get to the ball.
Well,
it's again a little bit too full in the hitting arc of Sharjeel.
Shadley Van Skokvik is an extremely athletic fielder, but not even he could have gotten to that one. Up to his left, and maybe over his arm by maybe, look at that, just less than a foot probably.
Do you see that leap though? He just sprung into action and leapt no less than 3 feet out, mate, because he really, and also he timed the jump to perfection, so by the time the ball passed his hands, it was just a few inches away. Power play done and dusted in the meantime. 10 off the over. It's a 59 for none. That was some leap if we could see it again. Talk about this, Brian Walters.
Well, the 1993 version of me would have been proud of that. Up to his left. That was very athletic. Look at this. Again, Shadley Van Skokvik, very fit. If you know anything about him, look at that. Just well off the ground. If you know anything about him, he takes his fitness very seriously. Just takes care of his body. If you see him, he's chiseled out of rock almost. And I'll tell you that if he can't get to it, nobody else can.
It's gone up. One bounce to Zishan Maqsood, is it?
Nope. This is Jamar Hamilton on the boundary. Well, they look exactly alike, Shah Faisal. I can see why you would make that mistake.
Yes. Whoa.
In the meantime, it's going to be Azim Trania bowling from the southern end of the ground, about in fact, the first over out of the power play. Lahir Malanta behind the stumps to Jamar Hamilton. Roams the outfield. Jamar Hamilton, to me, one of the more exciting players around. He is a live wire anywhere on the field.
Yeah, no disrespect to Lahiro Milanta. As you see this delivery, Lahiro Milanta could well be on par with the wicket-keeping skills of Jamar Hamilton. But the other antics of Jamar Hamilton behind the stumps, surely Milanta can't match them.
I was at the minor league final last Sunday. I was trying in vain to make a point, but the calypso music was going in the background, and Jamar Hamilton is having a full-on dance session behind the stumps, and I had such a hard time keeping a straight face through all of that.
It's a very underrated cricketer, this Azim Charania. He played bits and pieces part in Atlanta Fire's winning campaign, not an ever-present. Meanwhile, Ramiz Raj at the non-striker end. What is happening there? Today is not warm. Did he pinch something again? He had that injury scare earlier. Talking about Azim Charania, he's a very useful cricketer. Well, Sharjeel, when he's in this kind of mood, he's not going to spare anyone. One bounce over the fence.
Well, how is he looking today, Sharjeel Khan? And as inept as he looked the last couple of days, he looks absolutely on fire today. Maybe landing less than a yard from going all the way for 6. He's absolutely looking on fire. Sharjeel Khan now 33 from 17, 3 4s and 2 6s. And the table is well and truly set.
It's a big shot. Oh, Azim cannot believe it. Sharjeel for once missing one. And Azim Charania, the return of just 6 runs is a good one in the context of what's gone on around him. 7 gone, 65 for none.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
We felt Ramiz Raja was in some sort of problem. He's getting his lower back attended to. It's brutal, this tournament. Game every day for the 6th day in the running, and Ramiz, who's been keeping wickets at times as well. That is hard work.
I think we've seen one match, maybe 2, where he was not the keeper. So imagine opening the batting for, I don't know, 10, 11, 12 overs, and then keeping for 20. That is hard work. And then to do it consecutive days, 3, 4 days in a row, that's essentially, I would imagine, I've never kept, but I would imagine that as a keeper, that would certainly be difficult on your back.
Big shout, and the finger's gone up. Yeah, that little break for injury, Ramiz Raja misses one from Sunny Patel, and Atlanta Fire celebrate.
He talked about the brilliance of Sunny Patel. Gets that one right in front. My impression, we're a little bit not directly square of the wicket, or not directly on here, but that's the googly. And that hits him on the back pad. My goodness. Umpire thinking that this one is just going down and maybe hitting the outside of leg stump. In the event, umpire believes that that is a dismissal, and so that is the only thing that matters. Ramiz Raja helps his team off to a fast start, 32 from 25, 5 4s. I don't know that you'd be very upset that Ramiz Raja has been dismissed. Assuming that he'll be keeping, you wouldn't mind him taking a few overs in the shade to put his feet up ahead of what will likely be a long day. And that man striding to the middle, Shah Faisal, Milind Kumar, will be a handful.
Well, he's been in sensational form, Milind Kumar. Played a wonderful knock yesterday, but that century earlier in the week was outstanding knock, an innings-saving knock for his team. What Kingsmen need to guard against is that kind of collapse they had yesterday. After looking pretty solid, they capitulated to 128 all out in their 20 overs, and Atlanta Fire will be hoping for the same return because Sunny Patel, a wicket early into his second over, he'll have his tail up. Can't afford to bring any close-in catchers. The kind of prolific the batting lineup is, even against the new man.
Milind Kumar leading the team in runs. Get a single here. I think you've seen 151 as a strike rate. That is setting a standard. And if you think somebody with 150 strike rate, you expect for them to be built like Sharjil Khan. Milind Kumar, relatively thin, but he packs an absolute punch. And he can play conventionally, tap the ball around if he needs to, but his power game is relentless. And so expect for him to be the one to sort of steady the ship. A little bit of a wobble with the loss of Ramiz Raja, but by no means are the Atlanta Fire out of trouble yet.
Beautifully bowled. Making Sharjeel stress and out of his comfort zone, reaching out for the delivery. Sharjeel's role is crucial here to allow that time to Milind Kumar. Misses out again. That one kept a little low. Wishful view towards the umpire, looking for a wide. Beautiful change of pace from Sunny Patel, slows it down. Once again, Sharjeel stretches out and couldn't do much more with. Look at this over. A wicket and 1 run. Wow. And it will stay that way. Terrific response from the Atlanta Fire captain. 7 done, 8 done in fact, 66 for 1. Now this lad with the ball in hand is a serious cricketer. Zishan Maqsood, former captain of Oman national team.
Yep.
He is 2-in-1 cricketer. He can hold his place in any 11 as a bowler and as a top batter. Generally bats at number 4. Loves to navigate run chases. 5 wickets in the tournament so far.
Seen Zishan Maqsood on the circuit here in the U.S. for a while. Played a few matches, Oman against the U.S. in my part of the country in Prairie View a few years ago. Since then has relocated to the U.S. Brilliant cricketer. Always have had a lot of respect for him, both as a destructive batter and as a really tight bowler. And as a bowler, he has absolutely just brilliant stats. For me, the best thing about him is his ability to hold down the runs. Look at this catching opportunity. My goodness. It's going to go for 4, but that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you eat a cricket ball. Sunny Patel, very lucky there. Caught himself in between 2 bounces, if you will, and eventually just tried to make his body as big as possible so the ball couldn't get by him. There. Those usually sometimes end up in your face.
This is a teeth breaker, they call it.
Yes.
Sunny Patel went for the aggressive option. Went for the catch, realizing how important Sharjeel's wicket is. And I don't think you can fault him for doing that. Even if he conceded the boundary, that will still go down as a brave effort by the skipper, showing the way to his troops. That's in the gap and bounces over the boundary. Slower in pace from Zishan Maqsood, and Sharjeel read it.
He did absolutely read it. Look at this. Maybe just a little bit, maybe too straight going down the leg side. Maybe on leg stump, but with the angle, left arm over the wicket. That's always taking it down the leg side. And again, this is the shorter side of the ground, so not much difficulty in putting that one away.
Runs continue to come despite the loss of Ramiz Raja. 10 of this Zishan Maqsood over so far with 1 to go. And that is, I was making a point that Sharjeel needs to continue to allow Milind Kumar that time to get settled in the crease. And this is how Milind Kumar loves to build his innings.
Yep.
Single will close out over number 9. 11 of it. 76-77 for 1. The energy is 10. It will be the big final tomorrow. Starting at noon. Stallion X have already made their way into the final. The second semi-final between Atlanta Fire and Kingsmen. Really evenly poised. You would think that Kingsmen, after winning the toss and batting, have got their noses in front. But there's still plenty of cricket left, and we've seen many innings capitulate between over number 9 and 14 in that middle phase. And that is what Kingsmen will have to guard against losing wickets.
So the counter argument to the Kingsmen or the Kingsmen having their nose in front. The overall run rate for the innings is 8.56, but the last 5 overs the run rate has been 7.6. So they're slowing down. They've actually decelerated from the fast start. So over by over, the Atlanta Fire is getting back into this match. So 4 delivers remaining before you're at the halfway stage. And you do know that the Kingsmen bat very deep, but a good effort with the ball so far from Atlanta Fire.
Especially Sunny Patel, you look his figures into his 3rd over. He's really put the brakes on. That's what I said, when there's still plenty of time left. And a couple of wickets now, coupled with the reduction in scoring rate in the last 5, would really bring Atlanta Fire back into the game. With more protection in the deep. Spinners come into play with slightly older ball. Run scoring can be difficult, and the batters, if they're not careful, Atlanta Fire, what ideally they would want is to get 2 new batters in the middle right now. So that's why Sharjeel's wicket is key. And if Sunny Patel could knock him over, that'll be good news for Atlanta Fire.
With the fall of the next wicket, I would not be surprised for the new batter to be the captain, Sad Ali. But if you wanted to move the chess pieces around on the board a little bit and think, okay, let's try to make sure that we always have a lefty and a righty at the crease. The next man in could be somebody like a Hassan Khan.
It's gone up, but not far enough. In fact, landing inside the 30-yard circle. I was looking around the boundary and only to see the ball had landed in the 30-yard ring. Another very good over from Sunny Patel. At the halfway stage, the Kingsmen, after winning the toss and batting first, 80 for 1.
So the action continues. 80 at the end of 10. And more runs here, this time off the bat of Milind Kumar. He picks up 2 more, Brian Walters.
.07 is your economy rate. 8.07 translates, Lenny, to a score of 161, which would be, I think, a handful for a semi-final match.
A big shot here from Milind Kumar. Gone out of the playing area. And that's 6 runs for Milind Kumar.
The rest of that statement that I was going to make is I think that the Kingsmen would be disappointed if after this start they only ended up with 160. And you see that shot from Milind Kumar. It tells you that he is ready to go for much more than that. Valiant effort on the boundary by the captain, Sunny Patel, but that ball goes all the way for 6.
And Brian, what we have seen from the 2 matches, the 2 semifinals so far, the team batting first have posted, well, we saw when Stallion X batted, they posted 68 off the 10 over mark. And you look what has happened here. We came in at the end of 10 over, it was 80. And it's becoming clear that conditions have really improved for batting in the last day or so. And we've seen a very good knock from Sharjeel Khan so far.
Kingsmen will love the fact that their big left-hander has come back to form. 44 from 28, looking very dangerous. 5 4s and 2 6s, and he's not done yet. And at this phase of the innings, him against Zishan Maksud and against Azim Charania, those are 2 really, really important matchups, with him being a big hitting left-hander to those 2 left-handed orthodox bowlers.
Yeah, you're right on that, and you've got a player in Milind Kumar who's more of a touch player, can score quickly when he wants to. And we've seen 11 in this over, we've seen a 6, and then they have really played the ball around. Look at that, smashed into the hands of Sunny Patel in front of us, and that's the end of Sharjeel Khan.
He hit it well. I think the second happiest person in the facility right now is Harsh Gandoy, because his back was turned, and had that catch not been taken, it might have smashed directly into the middle of his back. The lesson there, ladies and gentlemen, never turn your back on a cricket ball. But back to the match itself. That's a big wicket. That is a huge wicket. He looked the part, Sharjeel Khan, and was going along well. Good timing the ball, striking it well, and this was struck very well, but unfortunately for Sharjeel Khan, directly to Sunny Patel himself. So that is a big wicket. The last ball of over, number 11, produces the second wicket of the innings. The Kingsmen are 91 for 2. Let's see this replay. Let's see if we can get this replay. Oh, the replay from maybe the. Oh, here we go. Look, this is dead in line. That is absolutely in line. That would have. You would certainly need the magic spray for that. But in any event, back to the match itself. A big wicket there. 91 for 2 is the score. End of 11. The over rate, or the run rate rather, 8.27. New man is in, Saad Ali. So it's going to be a lefty and a righty continuing. The left-handed Saad Ali, it's important to the Kingsmen that he stays there because of those 2 left-handed bowlers, as I mentioned earlier.
So Stephen Taylor continues. New man in, Saad Ali. The captain, Milind Kumar. As the non-strikers in, and we come down to 9 overs remaining for the Kingsmen, Brian. Winning the toss, electing to bat. Not a bad start, but we've seen a couple of wickets fall.
Well, the batting today looks more like the Kingsmen team that we know. They struggled yesterday the entirety of the match, really couldn't get anything going with the bat, and only got up to 128, if memory serves correctly. Solid bowling effort. took them to victory in that game, but today this means to me that they've come back into form. Saad Ali, the captain, said that they've been struggling a little bit with the bat at the toss, and I think he'll be happy with the efforts with his batting unit so far.
So ball cut away. What an effort we've seen from this fielder. Looks like Zishan Maksood.
That's the one. Always want to have that effort in the field. Zishan Maksood, as the former captain of the Omani national side and a really experienced cricketer, knows that his bowlers will gain energy from him supporting them in the field.
So Taylor comes in for his second over. Couple of overs that are gone for 20, so he's gone. Yeah, third over, sorry. Couple of overs gone for 20 when he started first, so he's gone 10 and over. Into the offside, we saw Saad Ali probably looking for a big score. When you look across what he has produced this series, Brian Walters, the highest of a 25 in the opening game against the Lightning. Other than that, we've seen some low scores from him. Hoping that he could get a big one today. Oh, very good delivery. Asking some bit of question here. Drawing him forward, Stephen Taylor.
Good comeback over. Stephen Taylor bowled over number 4 that over. Went for 16 runs. Oh, short. And as good as an over as it was before that ball, he'll give up 3 bonus runs here as that ball going down the leg side for wide. See that confirmed here by umpire Balasubramaniam. There's your signal. So 3 bonus runs. Those hurt. You don't want to give those up. So it would have been an over, only conceding 4 runs, but 7 runs already with 1 still to come.
Yeah, cut away into the offside. Runs there for Milind Kumar. And he picks up a couple more, so that will take the score up to, is it 98? In fact, 100 comes up. It's 100 for 2, Brian, off 12. So 99 for 2 and 19. Yeah, figure. It's 100 for 2 off 12. And we've seen a good knock so far from Milind Kumar. Saad Ali has not too long come to the crease. And we've still got 8 overs to go, Brian Walters.
8 overs, scoring rate 8.33. If they maintain that scoring rate, they end up at 167. Feels like the projection, which at one point was over 200, Lenny, will have to be modified. And it certainly might be modified more now because of the man on your screen right now, Fani Simhadri, who I understand when Nate Hayes and Aman Patel were down here, they referred to Fani Simhadri as the mystery pacer or the mystery medium. I don't mind that at all. He's a brilliant bowler and always leading the tournament and wickets taken. Very difficult for him to be able to be scored off of with his subtle changes and the way that he is such a canny, smart bowler.
Yeah, a lot of variations. And those variations, Brian, not necessarily from the using the seam of the ball, but certainly the pace. He takes a lot of pace off the ball at times, and then sometimes he applies a lot of pace. And he's that type of bowler we saw a few years ago. Had gotten the most wickets at the minor league level. So he comes in here at over number 13. Yeah, turned away nicely here by Saad Ali. He can't score. He remains on 2. This over's gone well for Simhadri.
Very much so. So again, he becomes somebody very difficult to accelerate off of. And that, for me, is the key with Fani Simhadri, because he reads the situation so well, is so subtle at making those changes. And you see, even though that goes off the edge for a single, he becomes difficult to put away to the boundary.
Yeah, very good over from him. And you look what he's produced this series so far. Just a couple of wickets for him, but it appears that he's bowled very good economy. And just about 5.3 in T20 cricket. You'll take that any day. And so he comes in here. We've seen 4 balls. He's only given up 1. Couple of balls to go. And he's bowling to Milind Kumar, who's been in top form. And still a very good over here. What a start from Simhadri.
Really good. Last ball coming up. Just 1 run from his over so far. Just brilliant stuff from Fani Simhadri. And so look at that run rate now, back down under 8. 7.87, projection 157. It's going the wrong direction for you if you're the Kingsmen.
Yeah, we'll complete a very tidy over from Simhadri. Only 2 off that over. And so 13 gone. It's 102 for the loss of 2. So big shot here from Milind Kumar into the hands of Stephen Taylor right on the pitch. And Milind Kumar falls. It's 102 for 3.
Big wicket this. Milind Kumar is the leading batter in the side for this entirety of this tournament. And he ends up skying one from Stephen Taylor. Wanted to hit him over the short side of the field. Not able to do anything but get a top edge on that. Ball goes straight up in the air. Stephen Taylor has great hands. Never is he going to drop that. And that is a big wicket.
Yes, Stephen Taylor now picks up his first wicket of this match. Hassan Khan will walk to the middle. We're beginning to see a little bit of fight back here from the Atlanta Fire. Brian Walters, first wicket falling at 65, second at 91. But you look on your card, the third falls at 102. So a couple of quick wickets here, one from Stephen Taylor. And we saw also one from Zishan Maksud. And so Hassan Khan comes to the middle.
Well, I've said that they've maintained the lefty-righty combination with the loss of Sharjeel Khan. Also with the loss of Milind Kumar, with Hassan Khan coming to the crease. They do maintain that lefty-righty combination. Hassan Khan, a fearsome hitter of the cricket ball. We referred to him the last several weeks as we've gone through the minor league playoffs and now the Atlanta Open as about the most dangerous all-rounder in the country, coming in at number 5. And he's the kind of batter who doesn't need a lot of time to get going. Dangerous matchup here.
So he goes first ball. A diving low catch. It looks like Rishi Pandey. And so Hassan Khan doesn't last long. Taylor on a hat trick.
That is about the softest dismissal that I've ever seen from Hassan Khan. Working it into the leg side as though there's no one there at short mid-wicket. This is a ball that he literally just clips off of his hips. Any day in the week, you would think that shot would not be played with that man right at short mid-wicket. Just catching practice to him. Boy.
So Stephen Taylor is on a hat trick, Brian. How many times we've seen these attempted hat tricks?
Amazing stuff.
And we have already 2 hat tricks in the series. one of which was off the bowling of Cameron Rabi. He's out in the field. He bowled already. I'm pretty sure he'll bowl again. And so new man comes to the middle. Stephen Taylor on a hat trick. Couple of wickets for him. Hassan Khan goes without scoring. Milind Kumar the previous ball.
Why is Zia the man to try to avoid the hat trick?
And he falls in front of the fielder. It's all happening here. Stephen Taylor with a couple of strikes to start the 14th over, Brian. And all of a sudden, at one stage it was 91 for 2. Now it's 102 for 4.
Well, look at that big opening partnership, 65 runs, but they've essentially lost the plot since that. Look at that piece of fielding by Stephen Taylor. I believe that was a bump ball, so that would not have been a catch. But what an excellent piece of fielding to keep that pressure going.
Yeah, such a good over here from Stephen Taylor. And the fact is, Brian, he's picked up 2 wickets. And he's yet to concede anything in this over. 3-dot ball. So this one, if this one goes for a dot, it will be a double wicket made from Stephen Taylor. Here we go to Awais Zia. And Zia cuts and cuts well, finds the gap. Will get a couple of runs as Shadley runs back. And so that will close out a very big over here for Stephen Taylor and the Atlanta Fire. 14 gone, it's 104 for 4. And it's interesting, Brian, talking about the two hat tricks that we have seen. When you listen to the names, we saw one from Usman Khan against the Thunderbolt. And as fate would have it, Cameron Rabi picked up a hat trick against the Seattle Thunderbolts. And here is what is even more interesting. Ayan Desai, Mayura Lashmikant were victims of 2 hat tricks in this series. They say lightning doesn't strike twice. It did. Simhadri continues. Oh, flicked away. That's a lovely shot from Saad Ali. And so many good shots we've seen, Brian. Sometimes some shots deserve more than what they get.
I'll tell you what, though, that's a lovely shot, but he almost clipped it straight into the hands of short fine leg. So he's lucky, Saad Ali, to still be there. And we talked about the fact that that big partnership, opening partnership, was worth 65, but since then, the partnerships have been 26, 11, and 0. So the batting has fallen apart after that false start. Or that slow start, I mean. That fast start is what I'm trying to say. I don't know why Shah Faisal is laughing. He was almost asleep a few minutes ago.
Yeah, we've seen a wicket from Sonny Patel, and we've seen one from Zishan Maksud, and not too long ago we saw double from Stephen Taylor. Shot into the onside and over the head of Jamar Hamilton, gone for 6 from Saad Ali.
A lot depends on the captain from here. It is going to be important for him to try to regain some of that momentum going toward the back end of the innings. This is lofted into the hospitality tent. Let's hope somebody is able to keep the powers that be and the important people in that facility from being hit with a cricket ball.
So steered away for a couple of runs. And so 2 more runs to Saad Ali. And it was over the head of Jamar Hamilton, folks. Jamar Hamilton and Milanta sharing the glove work this year. For the Atlanta Fire, both capable. Saad Ali. Oh, that's a glorious drive into the offside. Fielder will run around. Shadley has a long way to run. He puts in the dive, but the ball wins. That's 4 more runs.
Shadley Van Skokvik being made to do a lot of work here. This is a solid shot. Great strike by the captain through the offside, through extra cover. Shiloh Van Skalkvik had about maybe 20 or so yards to his right to make up, not quite able to get there.
Yeah, glorious cover drive from Saad Ali. We talked about. He hasn't given big numbers this year, but you never know when these turnaround happens. And into the offside, that will complete 15. So 15 gone. And Simhadri brings this one to a close. 123 for 4.
Brian Walters has given way to allow me for those last 5 overs. And quite an exciting prospect to be on mic for those last 5 overs. 123 for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. After 15 overs. Lenia Chabar is still settled alongside me. Big shout. Sunny Patel celebrates. And the umpire says no. And Sunny Patel is asking Saad Ali, you should be walking. I don't think gone are the days then the batters, when they used to walk. This will give us a good idea. It certainly didn't hit the arm. It flicked the back thigh. I'll have to, if we are able to see the front-on replay to see what the umpire was pointing, because he did signal something back to Sunny Patel, who was really disappointed with that. For now, Sunny Patel wheels away again. Timing seems to have deserted the batters with that new ball. Oh, almost a collision. 2 runs, slight bit of misunderstanding between the two fielders. Look at this replay now. The side-on angle suggested it clipped the back thigh. Look at the umpire. Well, even from that angle we couldn't see. Sunny Patel goes through. Saad Ali again. 21 of 13. Skipper Saad Ali is looking to hold the innings together, Lenny.
Yeah, it comes at a time in which we're beginning to see a good solid knock here from Saad Ali. But Sunny Patel, such a quality leg spinner, has posed some problems.
He's not happy with this wide given. It was a beautifully flighted delivery. Obviously, we are not seeing the straight angle, so we can't tell you how wide it was. But in terms of the deception, that ball was beautifully tossed up away from the hitting arc of Saad. And Sunny was livid when it was given as wide. Wide of the crease. No timing once again from Saad Ali.
Yeah, we've seen a big appeal in this overshot, Faisal, from Sunny Patel, and get the feeling that I did see the square leg umpire trying to make a signal. And when you do umpiring, Shaw Faisal, your colleague, you've got to watch in his direction. Sometimes he may see something that you did not see. And if we can get that square on, let's see what the square leg was trying to indicate, what had happened. Yeah, whatever that means. But apparently that the ruling umpire didn't look in his direction. Well, the 16th over comes to a close. It's 130 for 4.
Well, I don't know, maybe things have changed since we used to play, but back in the day, that would suggest that it got something with that arm gesture, would suggest something from the bat.
Could also mean I'm not too sure, but there's so many ways.
That will be a different one with the open palm. I'm not so sure. But that little flick of the wrist with the palm closed. Anyway, we'll never know. Or maybe we will when we ask the umpire informally after the game. 4 overs to go. Kingsmen have really been pegged back. Sunny Patel, 1 for 19. The skipper has really produced a magical spell. He's still adamant about it. Towards the right of our comm box, Sunny Patel taking the applause from the dugout.
So Shadley Van Squawkwick comes back into the attack, 128 for 4. And will come into bowl to away is Zia. Into the offside. Look at that.
He'd given up. Direct hit would have had a Zia. Zia obviously hails from Rawalpindi. He's played for Pakistan in the T20 format. Few handful of appearances. He's a good player of pace. Generally opens, but with this batting lineup, he's coming down the order. Won't mind the pace of Shadley if Shadley bowls quick, because Shadley is inclined to just change the pace.
Flowing shot through the offside, and it goes away. Talking about the talent of Away Zia, there's evidence.
Yeah, he's very strong in that direction. Pace on outside the off stump, anything between backward point and extra cover. That's his area of strength, and he's really found the sweet spot of the bat there. Shadley guilty of giving him the width. Change of pace into the wicket maybe. Could be the order of the day. For Awaz, yeah, cramping him for space.
So ball driven back to the bowler, Shah Faisal. Away is Zia. And Saad Ali is beginning to stitch something very important here. These low order partnerships, they're so vital.
It's a knockout game, so runs on the board. The key Kingsmen were able to defend 128 yesterday, but that was majority of youngsters. This Atlanta Fire is more prolific with the bat. 2 straight, worked away very nicely. Just be a single. Anisa Mathari gets to the ball. You're talking about the remaining 3.2 overs. 137 on the board. 20 deliveries. 30 runs from here, 167. Kingsmen would be very happy with that.
And Shah Faisal, you talked about earlier morning about the toss, how the wicket has really gotten better. We can see it from the scores we're getting. Can't wait another 20 hours more when the final happens as to the conditions out in the middle.
Couldn't get out of the way. Saad Ali was looking to help it on its way above the head of that fielder at 45. That ball just cramped him for space, and his movements weren't swift enough to move into the line of the ball. Shadley mixing his pace well. Slower into the pitch, then quicker into the pitch. Slower length balls, wider deliveries. That's a hard catch it. I can't catch that. Just above my head. It came hard and flat. And Saad Ali breaks the shackles. 17 gone, 147. 142 for 4.
Yeah, another big shot. Look at this one, picked it up well, Saad Ali. And straight into the media tent on top of the roof. And 17 gone, it's 142 for 4.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Three overs to go. Atlanta Open 2025 second semi-final. Kingsmen versus the home side Atlanta Fire. We're in for a tense battle. Last over went for 13 from Shadley. Imran Rabbi now the new bowler. Avezia has been there in the middle, 20 of 11. He's really giving some momentum to this innings. Shot. Bouncing away. And like I just mentioned a while ago, area of strength for Avezia, square of the wicket. And guilty of giving him too much room. Just stepped away with the front leg and carved it over the top.
Lovely shot. Can't bowl at this level like that, Cameron. And all the ease in the world over the offside.
Couldn't pierce the gap. Azim Charania got in the way. But it's very difficult to contain Avezia if you bowl him that line because he's quite strong there. Probably Imrul Rabbi hasn't seen him play a lot.
Yeah, we talked about 2 hat-trick in the series. Usman Khan with 1. And also Cameron Rabi. And the funny thing, I just told Brian Walters, Shafai, they came off the same team. A couple of the players involved were the same.
Squeezed it away. Diving save just in front of us. Zishan Maqsood stops the ball. Umpire might want to have a look, but I think plenty of eyewitnesses from our tent that Zishan did a good job.
Yeah, that's a very good save, running to his right. And we come down to
You're going to say come down to 16 balls left? No.
Yeah, we come down to the latter stages here as into the onside goes Saad Ali.
Couldn't get under it, Saad Ali, but getting closer to that 150 mark. Kamrul Rabbi into his second over. There's plenty of bowling options still available for skipper Sunny Patel. For the last 2 overs, where does he want to go? Shadley's got 1 over left. Zishan Maqsood has got 2. Fani Samadri has just bowled 2. Normally he's a banker towards the back end of the innings. Azim has got plenty. Once again carves it away. But this time straight to the fielder. That is the area of strength, and Avezia has profited quite a lot.
Yeah, this over's gone for 9 from Rabi. Saad Ali and Awai Azia has put on 44. Shah Faisal, this is second best partnership we've seen. We saw a big one from Sharjil Khan and Ramiz, of course, at the top.
Field is well set for this kind of line of attack from Kamrul Rabbi. He's executed his plans quite nicely after getting hit for that boundary. 18 gone, and it's a 147 for 4. 2 overs to go. Where does this inning go from here with 12 deliveries to go? Atlanta Fire has limited the damage quite significantly after that blistering start from Sharjeel and Ramiz Raja.
Yeah, they've gone to Shadley with one.
And the stray ball entered the field of play from that field behind us. Red ball, in fact.
Yeah, that might have been a massive 6 from the other ground. That's the only way that can come till here.
Starts off with a wide. Saad Ali charging down at him. 31 of 22. Saad Ali, who for the most part of his career has been known as a technician of a batter, well suited for the longer format. He's really transformed his game in the last couple of years. Had a very good minor league. Smashes it into the offside. A tumbling save. And it saves a couple of runs, Kamrul Rabbi. That now brings up 150 for the Kingsmen with 11 to go.
Yeah, we saw they got to 100 in the 12th over. And now here they are, 151 on the board, Shaw Faisal. And it comes in the 19th here at the Paramveers.
Went straight over the head of Shadley. Once again, good ground coverage by the sweeper. It's Sunny Patel, in fact, the skipper, fielding in the hot spots. A couple more runs to the total. 170 looks pretty much on the card, Lenny.
Yeah, Shaw Faisal, we're beginning to see some better scores on these pitches here. Saw 189 posted earlier on.
Again, a cutter in the gap. Sunny Patel gives the chase and brings out the dive, and only a single this time. He's been a live wire in the field. The skipper, he was brilliant with the ball, and he is leading from the front.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, you've always got to put some of your fastest mover at the long off, long on area, Shaw Faisal, and we've seen in T20 cricket at every level that those become a high trafficking area. And this over's gone pretty well for Shadley. He's only given up 6. We've seen a wide. We've seen 5 runs off the bat. And we could have a ball change.
I don't know what happened. I could see the seam coming out of this other ball. It hasn't been smashed around. I don't know, it might have. The last boundary that came was towards us. Might have hit a piece of metal and something's come loose after a few deliveries with that ball. Umpires. We've got a good team of umpires here. Umpire Sandeep carrying the box of balls. And umpire James picks up the appropriate ball. Atlanta Fire Hospitality Tent, always very well populated. Plenty of fans show up. It's a very good atmosphere around the ground. The home team, though, would like to close out the innings. 9 very, very important deliveries to come. It can go either way from here. Play and a miss, and in the background you just saw Shanta carrying a box of cookies for everyone. See if one of our cameramen can they capture her. She's just walking right in front of our comm box. Great hospitality from the Atlanta Fire management, obviously the home team and the organizers of this tournament. This is brilliant from Shadley. Angling in now to Avasya at a fuller length, not allowing him to free his arms.
Yeah, we've seen 7 of this over from Shadley. So this one, yeah, there we go. That's Clive Lloyd. So Clive Lloyd in the middle.
And that's the girl who's giving out candies to everyone, including us. Thank you very much. Now she's out with some drinks. I don't think we need any.
Yeah, white ball is the call. And Shaw Faisal, you look at the extras column. The Atlanta Fire has done well. Only 5, and considering we have seen 2 in this over.
Yeah, now he's gone over the wicket to Saad Ali. These are 2 left-handers, but 2 different left-handers to contend with. Has the Atlanta Fire logo. Beautifully set up this facility for this tournament. Take that. Saad Ali, the skipper, has really put on a show here, taking out Shadley for the final delivery of the over.
Yeah, it was a very good over up until this. Look at that, over the offside. We've seen a lot of offside sixes, but this one has to be ranked very high. Off the middle of the bat from Saad Ali. And so 19 gone. It's 161. In fact, 159 for 4. Score 161.
Kamrul Rabbi starts off with a wide. Final delivery, 160 has been achieved. Depending if they can get a boundary early doors in this over, Kingsmen, they might just elevate that total of 170 that they would have thought about after a while. And I don't know where this could end up. But Kamrul Rabbi has a job on his hand.
Yeah, we've seen Kamrul gone for 10-10. 10 meaning 10 in his first over, 10 in his second. This is his third. He's been given the last over.
Oh, he's lost it completely. Umpire had stretched his one arm out, which means it has missed the cut strip. And that will be a no ball if that is the case. Umpire wants, that is a wide now. I don't know, he may ask for the help of the technology. Did it pitch beyond? Yeah, that cut strip rule wouldn't apply because it pitched behind the stumps. So just the wide ball. Kamrul Rabbi got lucky here. Well stopped Lahiro Milanta. A bad bounce in front of him. Look at him smiling. And I don't know if you've ever kept wickets, but this is a horrible take for a wicketkeeper. He's done well there.
In fact, Shaw Faisal not well with this ball also, but even the other ball that we were kind of questioning whether went for no ball or went for wide, yes. And how many times? The most dreaded thing for wicketkeepers is when the ball passes under your glove. That's the problem. And that one skidded low. And the experience of Milanta, he was able to keep that to a dot.
Couldn't get under it to get more than a single. 164 now into the final over. I'm just starting to think at this kind of score which team will be more happy going into the break. Preventing a boundary in the final over will count as a success for the bowler.
Yeah, we've got 3 left in the innings. And the fact is, Shaw Faisal, they're going 8.4. So we get the feeling that Atlanta will be chasing something in the vicinity of 8.5 and 9. Let's see.
Another wide. Well, all tournament. We've had great timekeeping, but this innings has gone on. How many wides in this innings? The extras that have really propelled that score. Just 8 and 2 of them in this over alone. Good save. Shadley has been a live wire. Him and Sunny Patel have occupied those hot spots. His agility and his athleticism, absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, we saw the last over from Shadley went for 14. This one has gone for 7, Shaw Faisal. And the fact is, we've seen 3 wides, so it's a lot better over without the extra from Cameron. But can he finish strong?
What he would like is not to go for boundary here. Saad couldn't get under. Just lost his shape. Looking to come back for the second. Will do so to get Kingsmen to 169. There's a little bit of a discrepancy in the score. 1 delivery to go. 170 with 1 ball to go. Saad Ali doesn't scoop or ramp the ball because third man Fan Legger up in the ring. I don't think he's going to attempt one of those. He attempted a squeeze past that fielder at short third. Couldn't do so. The innings has come to a close. Despite the wide, still a very good over from Kamrul Rabbi to close out the innings. And Atlanta Fire will be requiring 170 to win this semi-final and advance to the final. Runs on the board for Kingsmen in a pressure situation in a knockout game. And that sets up the evening for a fantastic run chase. An innings that started with very good opening partnership for the Kingsmen, Sharjeel and Ramiz. They really provided a good start. We'll get to see the batting card. You'll know that that first wicket partnership was very crucial and it set the foundation. Remember, Kingsmen did win the toss and the target for Atlanta Fire will be 170 when we come back. It's time for the innings break and we'll be back with the run chase.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow short ball.
We apply the pressure.
annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man, and deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man in deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarik Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man in deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tarik Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire, star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man in deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
Atlanta Fire. Star-studded Atlanta Fire, one of the favorites.
Man in deep, and that one is smack.
Oh, this one is lobbed into the onside, a slow, short ball.
"20 overs is all that remains for us to decide who is going to be the second entrant into the 2025 Atlanta Open Finals right here at the Paramount Sports Complex tomorrow afternoon. In fact, tomorrow at noon Central. Where are we? Eastern time.
You travel too much, Brian.
Shop myself. Sometimes I have to stop and think about where I am. And I think it's fair to say that the first innings went in a couple of different phases. Really fast start by the Kingsmen, dominant in the middle overs by the Atlanta Fire bowlers, and then a big partnership towards the back end by Saad Ali and Owazia, the two lefties, dragged them toward a total resembling respectability. So now that man in the center of your screen, that is going to be Mohamed Ilyas, will be bowling to Lahiri Milanta, taking guard there with interesting Ramiz Raja behind the stumps. We saw him getting some treatment earlier. Hope he's going to be fine. But a really interesting 20 overs coming up here, Shah Faisal.
Absolutely. And you summed up the first innings quite nicely. Big opening partnership. Then Atlanta Fire came roaring back with some terrific bowling and fielding led by skipper Sunny Patel. But then that partnership, although last couple of overs, Atlanta Fire didn't allow them to get away from them. But 170 on the board in a knockout game with a formidable bowling lineup as they have, the Kingsmen. They would really be buoyed. But it's a glorious game of cricket. And we know that Atlanta Fire has quality batters within their lineup as well. This should be exciting.
Oh, my goodness, yes. Mohamed Ilyas. Immediately off the mark, Zia ul Haq, who typically takes the new ball, is on the boundary, fielding in glasses. He's been doing that this week, Shah Faisal.
Yeah, I actually asked him if it was just the style that he's acquiring or he's the vision glasses, and he did say these are the vision glasses. So he's been to an optician. Such a young age. I was surprised, but we've seen cricketers and, well, talk about cricketers.
That's exactly where I was
right
going.
On cue.
You stole my thunder, Shah Faisal.
You still go ahead.
Speaking of left-handed cricketers who wear glasses, the great Sir Clive Lloyd is over in the hospitality tent. He will be the chief guest at tomorrow's final. And I believe we may see or we might be lucky enough to have lightning strike in the bottle twice and have him here in commentary with us sometime before the day is out. But in the meantime, such a pleasure to have him here with us in Atlanta.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. That was just an amazing moment when he came down to the commentary box and got the opportunity to talk to him. By the way, I was talking about a player with spectacles from Pakistan. That's Zahir Abbas. Not to steal your limelight.
Whoa, look
Hold
at that. Oh, my goodness. That is the end of Rishi Pandey. We did not even get the chance to announce his name. The first wicket is down, 1 for 1.
Yeah, that was threw him in a flash. Looks like he was late. We'll have a chance to see that. Ilyas is quite skiddy with the brand new ball. You could see that bat came down pretty late and the ball had gone. Also coming down at an angle, cutting across through the line of the ball. And Ilyas too good.
Well, confirmation there. There's not supposed to be one stump that's leaning back further than the other two. Generally, that means that you were clean bowled. And so Rishi Pandey will be disappointed with that effort. But in the meantime, work is still needing to be done. The new batter striding to the crease. Find out who that is shortly. But Lahir Milantha has words of wisdom for him. My goodness, it is going to be
Ansh Dave.
Ansh Dave, that's exactly who that is. Ansh Dave.
Motion in the batting order.
Interesting, or I should say I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on that promotion to the batting order for Ansh Dave.
Yeah, I'm trying to see that why they would have done it. Taylor generally opens the batting. He's holding back. Obviously, he has that hand injury. So he's been kept back. Was it left hand, right hand combination? Try to keep that going.
Down the leg side, these are free runs, 5 of them.
A horribly difficult take for the wicketkeeper, Ramiz Raja. It was low, it was bouncing in front of him, and that dive couldn't prevent. Ilyas will be disappointed with that delivery to the new batter.
You mentioned Stephen Taylor. If I had to guess, I would guess that Stephen Taylor would come in at 6 or lower because his power stroke is with his left hand. He's left-handed, but that's the wrist with it inside which he has an injury. It might be a small hairline fracture, and so it's very painful for him to play shots. Is that an edge? Did that come off the edge? Not taken cleanly by Ramiz Raja. No indication from the umpire other than to say 2 balls remaining. So I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on that last delivery.
I would go by the reactions. If it was a drop catch, the bowler will be tearing down his hair in disgust.
Mohamed Ilyas in particular.
Yeah, he's an animated cricketer.
Very, very demonstrative. Very demonstrative.
So, yeah, going by that, probably it wasn't an edge. Still nicely timed. Usman Qadir will come around.
So successful over already for the Kingsmen. They have a really strong bowling attack. Talked about Zia ul Haq earlier. When you talk about more pace. You have Anwar Ali Khan, who did not bowl yesterday from memory. And you also have the left arm spin of Hassan Khan. Even Saad Ali can turn his own arm over if needed. And the pace, albeit a little bit erratic at times, of Akhtar Shah, but when he gets it right, he can be a handful. And there's one big name. Shah Faisal is gesturing wildly to me off camera that I did not say the great, the great Usman Qadir.
So that's all-round strength. You see the variation in their bowling lineup. That is why it will be very difficult for Atlanta Fire. 2 overs done. It's 11 for 1. Gone a bit cloudy here in Rydell. No imminent chance of rain. Funny enough, a week out from this tournament, the forecast didn't look quite good, but we've gotten away with fantastic weather. The Atlanta Fire merchandise tent and the cricketers who play the game with the red ball. I think they're having a mid-innings break, is it? Or time to go home? I see a couple of the players dragging their bags up the hill to the car park. That's the second car park in this facility, right across from where we are. You see those cars in the background? People with their duffel bags and kit bags ready to wind up. It must have been a quick game. This is through. Not quite actually. Well stopped by Anwar Ali, and we went through all host of bowling options. And we didn't get the guy who's got the ball in his hand, Milind Kumar.
Milind Kumar, tremendous all-rounder. More so known for his exploits with the bat than with the ball, but he's a tremendous bowler.
And the wide. More exercise for umpire Ravi. Lahiro Milanta having a look in. That is the other spinning option that Brian was talking about just a while ago, Hassan Khan. That one came in and kept low. This has been a quiet beginning for Lahiro Milanta. Milind Kumar can turn the ball away also from the left-hander, but he's content in bringing the ball in with the arm. Milanta prepared to have a look in. Oh, that was lucky. He's looking to play it onto the offside. It's been a very tidy start with the ball from the Kingsmen. You would have thought that finishing top of the group would be an advantage and having a day off. But, oh, that's Alvi, one of the founding members of Atlanta Fire Cricket Club back in 2018. Talk about having a rest day instead. Kingsmen, when Atlanta Fire were resting, got through another hard battle yesterday, same time. Defending 128, their skill and character was tested, and they are better for that experience as they got more runs on the board today. Third over has come to an end. See Anwar Ali getting patched up. Lania Chabar looking to sort out matters. A familiar smile of Brian Walters. How about the atmosphere in the ground, Brian Walters? People have come in and they filled those hospitality tents. That's one side of the ground, and obviously Stallions, having won the game, are staying to support their second team, Kingsmen. Anwar Ali is walking off. No matter how many bowling options skipper Saad Ali has, but still, to lose your one of the most experienced lieutenants, because Anwar Ali is a leader on the field as well. And him being dismissed. Talk about injuries. Stephen Taylor getting patched up. These guys have played so much cricket recently.
Indeed, and you see, we talked about the left wrist of Stephen Taylor. The fact that he's being taped up now with a wicket having fallen might suggest that he might be trying to come in earlier than the 6th that I was suggesting earlier, Shah Faisal.
They would have hoped that they get away to a start and probably they won't need him. But one had a feeling with this kind of tight contest, all resources will be required for Atlanta Fire if they want to get over the line. Ilyas, erratic. Quick but erratic. Gives away another wide.
Yeah, I just need to get that line right. Spraying it down the leg side. Done that a couple of times. And yes, when you're defending a target that is sort of a middling target, it was not the 200 that we thought it would be earlier on, but it's also not the 128 that they scored yesterday, the Kingsmen. But you want your bowlers to get the ball in the right areas and make sure that the batter plays your good balls. Lahir Malanta just taking a little bit of time to get going here. So, first couple of overs, Shah Faisal, to me, you could probably argue that they've gone about even. You like the relatively. In fact, no, I'll retract that. It feels like it's gone the way of the Kingsmen because of the early wicket and restrictive bowling, despite a couple of wides down the leg side.
Oh, he's bowling round his legs.
Oh, you don't see that happen very often. Look at that smile on Lahir Malanta's face. It's a wry smile, but you know that that does not indicate joy. It indicates absolute shock at the fact that he was bowled behind his back. Shah Faisal, you don't see this happen very often. Walking across too far. The line from the left, make that the right-hander bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. Essentially, it means if you go all the way across, you can leave the leg stump open, particularly, for example, you were batting on a middle stump guard. It'll be interesting to see what guard he took, but that is something that is really shocking. A big wicket there, second wicket down, 18 for 2.
Yeah, that death rattle that you hear, generally you don't expect it when you miss the ball down the leg side. You miss a straight one in front of you through the off stump, you can expect to hear that. But as soon as he heard that rattle, look at the look of surprise, in fact shock from Lahiro Milanta. Generally a leg stump delivery would mean runs for the batter, but Milanta, that semi-final didn't quite go to plan for him with the bat. And this innings so far hasn't gone to plan with the bat for Atlanta Fire.
No, it has not. And I will tell you.
To apologize also for the missing score bar from the bottom. I think there is some discrepancy that is being worked upon, and we hope it will be back pretty soon. But we know that 2 wickets are down.
Quick single. And I think an aggressive start in the field, particularly with the ball from Mohamed Ilyas. This is brilliant stuff for the Kingsmen. Their bowlers are good. You don't like the fact that that Anwar Ali Khan walked off the field just now, but still plenty of bowling. Mohamed Ilyas is a handful.
Yeah, absolutely. Particularly interested in the reaction of Lahiro Milanta.
Yes.
One thing over the years with Ilyas is that he's a rhythm bowler, he's a confidence bowler. If you try to take him on and put some early pressure on him, he has shown signs where he buckles and you can take him apart. But if you allow him to bowl in his zone, then he's quick, he gets his mojo, and I think he relishes the opportunities when the batters are not going after him. So far, nothing big has been attempted of his bowling. Not straight enough. Going down.
Well, couple of balls left, indicated there by umpire Denzel James. Muhammad Ilyas, he said he's a rhythm bowler. When he gets his tail up, he's a handful. He's as quick as any bowler on display in this tournament. And just wanting to make some time to make sure, or take some time to make sure that you harness that aggression into accuracy here.
No timing whatsoever. Ilyas, when he was playing first-class cricket in Pakistan, he made it to the A team, the national A team. He was clocked up above 140 in PSL. So you're absolutely right when you say that he has the ability to bowl quick. This dugout, apart from Halim Bhai, who's having a munch,
sure.
Everyone looks pretty pensive. Shadley in the back and Coach Monty Desai.
Oh, in the air. It's going to be just wide of Saad Ali running back from mid-on. Couple more runs. And Mohamed Ilyas in particular, to me, just is a bowler that you want to harness and you want to make sure that he gets all his energy toward the target of getting his team a victory. Really starting out well here. That is the end, I believe, of over number 4. We'll be back shortly. 5.
The annual Atlanta Open T20 tournament returns October 7th to 12th in Atlanta, Georgia. Presented by Atlanta Fire Cricket and Tariq Real Estate, 12 teams packed with the best domestic and international T20 talent will be on show. Catch live action on the MLC Network, Willow Cricket and T Sports.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are working our way through some technical difficulties, but in the meantime, it is going to be the right arm orthodox of Milind Kumar. And Lenny, we have a few moving parts. That's just, oh, in fact, we are 5 overs in. Let's say as of right now, the score is 32 for 1. We will go with that for now as that is pounded away into the deep.
Good save by Akhtar Shah. Milind Kumar continues.
We have a lot of time to go here, and in the meantime, this inning started out with a need of 8.75 and over. Required rate was off the back foot. This is going to be over the head of Saad Ali. He's going to run away over to long on for 4.
Well, Atlanta Fire fans have something to cheer about. This run chase so far hasn't gathered the momentum they would have expected, but this is a good shot. Slightly shorter, not a rang long hop by any means, but mid-on is up. He chose a good area to go over the head of that fielder at mid-on. Good comeback from Milind Kumar, Yorker length. And Ziaul Haq in the distance has taken off his glasses and his cap. Pace from this end so far. Ilyas had bowled a couple of overs with 2 wickets, and now he's been replaced by Ziaul Haq.
So Ziaul Haq, his last 2 deliveries yesterday were wickets 9 and 10, clean bowled on both. So Ziaul Haq is right now on a hat trick.
To add to whatever is going on, that equation.
As if we needed anything else to keep track of. That is a brilliant Brilliant start. Ziaul Haq now going to be on a hat trick around the wicket, targeting, I would think, the base of leg stump. This is the hat trick ball. Oh, wrapping one on the pad. Gone! It is a hat trick for Ziaul Haq. In the context of this game, it means wicket number 2 is down. 32, we believe, for the loss of 2 wickets.
Well, that's Ziaul Haq. I think they knew the way he celebrated with Ramiz. And what a start. What a first delivery. Punched the way. Getting his front leg out of the way and hitting on the back leg. He knew that look of resignation on his face. And he had given up before that finger had started to go up. Hat-trick for Ziaul Haq. Drama here at Paramveer. The home team and their fans a bit quiet. 3 wickets down now in the run chase.
Well, from around the wicket, spearing it in to the pads. I suggested he should be aiming at the base of leg stump. Essentially, that's what he was doing. It hit a batter, Ansh Dave, on the back pad, and I think from, even though we're not directly in line with the stumps, it appeared to be crashing to me into middle and leg. And so that's a big wicket for Ziaul Haq. A personal milestone. He gets a hat trick. That's never a bad thing. In the context of this game, it means that you've pegged back the Atlanta Fire even more. Next ball. Looking to work this down the leg side. Should be at least a couple of runs. That is the youngster Aryan Satish, I believe, who's after it. So 2 runs off the mark immediately is the new batter. I believe that is
Sunny Patel, but it's leg by.
Oh, my
Umpire
apologies.
have just signaled that. And Sunny Patel coming in. Jamar Hamilton still in the shed.
Mm-hmm.
So is Zishan Maqsood. Stephen Taylor, obviously we know, is nursing the injury.
Mm-hmm.
So not an ideal situation here for the home team. But Sunny Patel is a street fighter. He will fight tooth and nail. That's what you can expect from him.
Well, his team is going to need for him to fight here because they're in a bit of trouble. Ziaul Haq with his tail up has the first wicket. And then you've seen, even though a couple of leg byes have happened subsequent to that wicket, that not a lot off of the bat at this stage in the innings for the Atlanta Fire. Flash and a miss. There's that delivery again that you talk about, keeping low as it goes through to Ramiz Raja.
Yeah, this is the 4th innings of the day. Probably the middle 2 innings were the best time to bat on this pitch. And capitalized well, Kingsmen, even towards the latter part of the Kingsmen inning. Last couple of overs, Saad Ali and Awais Zia with the older ball couldn't find their right timing. And now in the power play, struggling Atlanta Fire. Ziaul Haq just need to keep doing that. Ask the batters to make the move.
Certainly that would be what is required. And given that you have the squeeze on and you're trying to see who gets into the final here, you know the pressure is on the home side. Just keep making them play your good balls. That is exactly what you'd need at this stage. Great ball. That fizzing past the outside edge.
Ziaul Haq all smiles with Sunny Patel. These 2 teams played a big final not so long ago. And now Atlanta Fire on home turf. They're up against it. I just have a feeling innings at this stage needs a few boundaries to get the momentum going. If they get on a roll, I think they can catch up with the required run rate. But it just doesn't look likely to happen. Ball is completely dominating the bat.
That's exactly the point. And when you get the pressure building in the way that it is right now, it becomes that much more difficult for the home side. End of over, we believe, number 7. Score is.
It's amazing what happened with this hat-trick, Brian. Would you believe it? So Milind Kumar continues. And we've got a unique situation here. Let's talk about the score. It's 23 for 3 at the end of 5. Milind Kumar comes into the attack. The batters out in the middle, Sonny Patel and Ahad Malik. And so this one turned away into the onside. And Brian, we're down to 24 for 3 in the 6th over.
24 for 3 in over number 6. To me, makes it a very difficult game to recover from. Saw the hat trick from Ziaul Haq. That's always something that's going to be paid attention to. And in the meantime, you have a lot of time, but you're falling behind in terms of the run rate. Skied, where's this one going to go? Akhtar Shah is after it. Almost an acrobatic catch, but I believe that might have just gone over the ropes with the decision from the umpire. Umpire Balasubramanian is going to be checking for that. I believe it may have just bounced in front, Lenny. I don't know if you can see it from there, but they will be looking at it here, so we'll go quiet and see what they think. This is
Yeah, well, second one and we're waiting. So that will be the third one. So I think we've got a decision here, Brian Walters. And 4 is the signal from the umpire, so the score will go up to 28 for 3. We are in the 6th over.
20 for 3 indeed. Signaled 4, so Milind Kumar with a wry smile on his face. 3 balls remaining. Lenny, the scoring rate 4.67. Wrapped on the pad. They'll steal a leg by here, I believe. Watch umpire Balasubramanian here. There's your signal. So 2 balls remaining here in over number 6, Len. The power play almost done. I think it's fair to say that the power play has gone certainly the way of the Kingsmen as opposed to the Atlanta Fire. Wanted a single. Sonny Patel sent back. Luckily so.
Yeah, they were batting what? Around 60 around this mark when the Kingsmen batted Brian Walters. So things have really gone well.
I'm trying to find the number of different names you're going to call me today, Lenny. Played to, mid-on, and that's going to be a missed field, and it's going to cost an additional run. Usman Kadir is the man who cannot pick up there. A couple of more runs, 8 coming from the over. End of over number 6. The score is 31 for 3.
You know, it's funny. You know the an amazing thing with the three hat trick, right? All three against the same team. Well, it started one finish here, one started spread across teams, spread across days, spread across whatever. Mayura, Lashmikant, he is involved in all three.
So that's the end of the power play. I think it's easy. Fair to say that the power play has gone the way of the Kingsmen. When the Kingsmen batted, the end of their power play, there were 59 runs on the board. And you have only 31 on the board here that Atlanta Fire. So they've fallen behind. And then another 3. In fact, 3 wickets are down. When the Kingsmen batted, they had no wickets lost during the power play. So easy to say that things essentially have gone the way of the Atlanta Fire. Make that the way of the Kingsmen. And it's Zia Haq who will be taking up the attack from the southern end of the ground outside of the power play now. So a sweeper. In fact, it's a man at deep square leg. And then there is a sweeper on the offside, the large side of the ground. Long on. Mid-off is inside the circle. Ahad Malik, 18 from 20. And Sonny Patel will be looking to accelerate himself. His team needs him to accelerate here, Lenny. 10.25 or 10.29 needed per over the rest of the way. In the air and just over mid-off, that's Milind Kumar running back. A tumbling attempt. Did he pull that back? Umpires will probably want to take a look at this, but it's a great piece of fielding nonetheless. It will be either 2 or 4, depending on what the TV umpire Nuruddin thinks. So confirmation there, that is 4. Brilliant effort by Milind Kumar, but ultimately in vain. So a good start to the over. Need plenty more of those. 35 for 3 after that boundary to start over number 7, Lenny. In that same direction, a lot straighter this time, and there's no need to go to the third umpire on this one. 4 straight down the ground.
Yeah, 40 for 3 now, Brian Walters. Seen a couple of 4s off the bowling of Zia ul Haq. Look at that, straight down the ground, elbows up, full flow of the bat, hitting through the line. And a couple of 4s there for Ahad Malik.
Comeback delivery there from Zia ul Haq, just a little bit shorter in length, not allowing Ahad Malik to get under the attempted drive. Ahad Malik has some time to play his shots. Looks to be relatively composed and organized. And at the other end, Sonny Patel, will be looking for something more aggressive than what his team is doing right now.
Yeah, we've seen an over gone for 9. Couple of 4s. Zia ul Haq. Quality bowler. Picked up a hat-trick when he bowled his first ball today. Got a wicket of Ansh Dev out earlier on. And that hat-trick was spread across 2 matches. It was probably a 24-hour period because that match ended at about 4:20 yesterday. And Brian, those were the last two strikes we saw before we went home.
So, LBW, or no fielders needed on that hat trick. 2 clean bowls and an LBW.
Yeah, he needed no assistance at all. And sometimes when you defend, when you depend on your other 10 men, it doesn't happen. So he's take matter into his own hands for sure.
Great Yorker. Managed to be squeezed down the ground by Sonny Patel, the captain, for a single. 10 runs come from over number 7. 41 for 3.
Yeah, it's one over this. They set somewhere along. They set somewhere along the line. There was a wide I didn't put, so let it go. I'll fix it at the end. But it's 41. 41, eh?
Apologize for the fact that we don't have the full scorecard at the moment. The technical gremlins are hard at work today, but big picture, after 7 overs, the score is 41 for 3. The Atlanta Fire require another 134 runs in 78 balls at a required rate of 10.31. And I said his name earlier. Here he is into the attack now. Hassan Khan, left arm orthodox. And Lenny, a really precarious time here for the Atlanta Fire.
Yeah, Brian, and in aid of our viewers, we'll try to provide you all the scores as we have lost our scoring bar. But let's do that straight away. Brian Walters is 41 for 3. Sonny Patel on strike, he's on 3. Malik at the other end, he's on 20. And it's 40 for 3 for the time being. 41 for 3, sorry.
Couple of dots to start Hassan Khan's day with the ball. Looks to work it around the corner. And given. Sonny Patel had one stayed just a little bit low on him. Crashes into the pads. And umpire Bala Subramanian thinks that this would have gone on to disturb the furniture. Wicket number 4 is down, Lenny.
Yeah, trouble here for Fire. They've been in trouble for some time, but here it is. More trouble for them. Hassan Khan comes in. He makes a big impression here in just his 3rd ball, looking to go through the onside. And you're right, may have kept a tad low, and that's the end of the captain, Sonny Patel.
Well, the captain of the Atlanta Fire is dismissed. The former captain of the Oman national side strides to the crease. So he would have had the opportunity to be in situations like this multiple times throughout his career. His long, distinguished career. Started playing in Pakistan, from Pakistan originally, but played for Oman for a number of years, including as captain. These days makes his living here in the U.S., but as of right now, the job is to help his team overcome a target that is approaching almost 11 runs and over, Lenny. So they're in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, he's going to be tough. They've lost 4. Some key batters at the top of the order. Rishi Pandey without scoring. Milanta for 3. Ansh Dev for 4. And you've just seen the dismissal of Sonny Patel. So not good news here for the Atlanta Fire. And Zishan Maksud. We talked about, as Brian and Shaw Faisal would have mentioned, former captain from Oman. So he comes in here with a lot of work to do.
A lot of work to do indeed, and it's not going to be easy to do it off of the bowling of the Kingsmen. 2 lefties at the crease, and so in theory the ball would be turning into both lefties if they wanted to take power strokes on the leg side, but I think they might have to go through a consolidation period here, Lenny, as the single is taken to deep square leg.
Yeah, we've seen some very good bowling from Ilyas also. Ilyas picked up 2. We talked about Zia ul Haq with his 1 wicket needed for a hat-trick. He got it off the very first ball that he bowled, and we've seen one from Hassan Khan. And that's the VVIP pavilion. Brian Walters filling up, or it has filled up.
There's a single down to short third. Cleanup work done by young Iron Satish. End of over number 8. Score is 43 for 4. So 43 for 4, Lenny. Zishan Maksood and Ahad Malik are the batters at the crease. 2 lefties, both capable of hitting big. You have some right arm pace coming into the attack now from the southern end of the ground. This is Akhtar Shah. Akhtar Shah is a good young prospect, and I say young, I don't know exactly how old he is. I would imagine he's around 23 or so. Very powerfully built, tall, has plenty of pace. To me, the most important issue is to see the great Sir Clive Lloyd, waving goodbye. We'll see him tomorrow right here at the Paramvir Sports Complex. But Ahad make that a fast bowler. Akhtar Shah, when he gets it right, is very, very hostile, very aggressive. When he gets it wrong is when he sprays it down the leg side and has trouble finding the control. Here, gets it right. The first ball just working to the leg side for a single.
Yeah, he comes from a long line, a very quality bowler from the Kingsmen. And we talked about if Kingsmen goes into the final this afternoon, Brian Walters, it'll be their 3rd finals at the Atlanta Open, having won 1, having lost 1. And Akhtar Shah. And we haven't seen the introduction of their best bowler, Usman Qadir.
He's the type of bowler who essentially spins a web of deceit around his opponents. He is so difficult to score off of. If you were with us yesterday, you would have heard the words of our own Shah Faisal talking about the Qadir family. Of course, the late Abdul Qadir is the father, former Pakistani leg spinning great. And his son following right in his footsteps. That's a single into the outside. But the fact that they have not yet introduced their best bowler, probably their most difficult bowler to score off of, and you still are now looking upwards of 11.3 and over, it becomes difficult to make an argument for the Atlanta Fire moving on beyond where we are right now.
Yeah, good over so far from Akhtar Shah. He's only given up 4 in 4 balls. In fact, 3 of 4 balls. Yeah, you're looking at 11.2 is the asking rate, Brian Walters, and we're in the 9th over. And they've lost wickets here at the Paramvir, so those numbers certainly not favoring this team that is still wanting 127 to win.
Well, you don't mind singles. Singles are better than the alternative, which is a dot, but just bear in mind that each single makes the required rates go up. That becomes something that you want to be mindful of, because that required rate now upwards of 11.4.
Yes, a good over from Akhtar Shah. Very good effort bowler, runs in, give all.
Well, that's what I was referring to. Very good when he gets it right. If he gets it wrong, sprays a couple of wides, including that one not collected cleanly by Ramiz Raja Jr., then you give up a couple of bonus runs.
Yeah, you look at Usman Kadir, Brian Walters. He has 13 wickets. Well, we saw Asif Mahmood, the most wickets in the tournament so far. He's up on 15.
Oh my goodness, this one is down the leg side. So another wide, 3 wides at the end of the over here.
So the target, folks, is 172. So they're batting at, in fact, the 50 comes up with a wide. So they need 122.
Not able to get the single, so that closes things out for over number 9. We all struggle on. We again are trying to make sure that you understand what the big picture is. 50 on the board, as you just heard from Linear Chaibar. 122 runs needed in the last 66 balls, needing now to score at the rate of 11.09 and over. So it'll be Milind Kumar to continue. And I think if you're a Kingsmen fan, you'd want to find out if there is anyone in the squad who's a part-time keeper who could be called upon to give Ramiz Raja a rest the rest of the way. Up and over the extra cover area, going close to the boundary, diving effort. And I think it does well there, Lenny.
Yeah, very good feeling. It looks like Usman Kadir.
Yep.
And we talked about, we haven't seen him yet. Brian Walters, and no problems at all. They've picked up 4 the other bowlers. 52 for 4, Milind Kumar. Still a long way to go. They've still need 120 from 65.
Lenny, when you watch international cricket matches, there is about, I think someone told me it's about 25 cameras, so you can see multiple angles on any replay that you need. Not quite the number of cameras here, but at least 8, I would guess. And trying to see many different angles they can look at here to see whether or not this was saved.
And here is the interesting, Brian. You talked about what, 25 cameras? And sometimes the ball will go, and with those 25 cameras, even at the top level, at the international level, they're still searching for some of those frames.
This is true. This is true.
You never know where the ball will go, and the ball sometimes will go at a place where totally a dead zone.
Off the back foot, good looking shot toward us here. It's not going to carry it to the rope. In fact, it will carry it to the ropes. Wow, I didn't realize that it got that much meat on it. Runs right in front of us here, Lenny, for 4.
Yeah, delicate looking shot from Malik. Just using the pace of the off spinner, spinning across him. And just guiding it delicately for a well-deserved boundary. 56 for 4. And we're in the 10th over. Milind Kumar with 6 in the over so far.
Looking to keep picking up singles. And again, you need a lot more than singles, but you also don't want to turn down any runs that you have the opportunity to get. Right now going exactly at a run a ball. 57 runs scored from the 57 balls bowled in this inning so far. And having lost 4 wickets. This is a good piece of fielding. Iron Satish, a short extra cover. Does the work there to keep the pressure on. Lovely shot, but again, good fielding. Boy, the fielders are absolutely supporting the bowlers here. And the vice grip continues to be squeezed here for the Atlanta Fire. Kingsmen really just applying more and more pressure. Another 115 needed from the last 61 balls in the innings. And just for good measure, Iron Satish fields on the inner circle, just 7 runs coming from the over. You are going to need 11.5 runs and over the rest of the way. The score after 10, 57 for 4.
Shah. First over went for 7. Shaw Faisal comes into the box, and Shaw Faisal. And big appeal. So at the stroke of when Shaw Faisal walks into the box, Malik goes and another wicket falls.
Yeah, they had to do something about this run rate at the halfway stage. 11.5 was the requirement for the final tell. And Ahad got the thinnest of edges. Akhtar Shah wheels away in celebration. That kept a little low. It has been the tendency after power play. And very well judged catch by Ramiz Raja, down by his shoelaces. And that is a big wicket. The partnership that was threatening to make a comeback for Atlanta Fire has been broken now. And it's 56 for 5. That is great, yeah.
Shaw Faisal has picked up his first wicket for the day. And you get the feeling Atlanta Fire under immense pressure here. And from the look of things, it looks like Kingsmen will get to that coveted spot tomorrow. We talked about Stallion X already waiting for the winner here. But we have seen an impressive showing from them, posting 171. And in reply, Atlanta Fire, they're batting a 57 for 5.
Yeah, Jamar Hamilton has walked in. He's rescued situation like this previously. Wow, he needs to be at his best.
Starts well, ball driven into the onside, and you get the feeling that Kingsmen knows pretty well. Unless this team can pick up a couple of boundaries per over, Shaw Faisal is really going to be tough with those little taps into the field, picking up 1 and 2 at some point. They'll need some boundaries to go with that.
We haven't seen Stephen Taylor yet, but the worried look on the face of Hassan Tariq. Couldn't quite execute that pull shot. Zishan Maqsood. He's still got Azim Charania, who in local cricket is known as a big hitter, so run rate of 11-12 he can manage. But for that length of time, that's what not I'm sure. And this partnership has to come good. There is no two ways about it for Atlanta Fire. It's now or never in this semi-final.
Yeah, he gets an edge. And they go through for one. And yes, Shah Faisal. And the only batter that has come up with some score here is Malik. Malik got 29, but you look at the others at the top. Rishi Pandey without scoring. Milanta 3. Ansh Dave 4. And Sonny Patel 3. They're all single-digit figures. Those numbers don't read too well.
Not at all. Atlanta Fire has been on the road constantly. Really look like they've exhausted themselves. Just one hurdle before that big final tomorrow.
Driven into the offside. Lovely shot from Jamar Hamilton. And Shah Faisal, 60 for 5. We are in the 11th over. And for you fans, I know we have lost our scoring bar for the time being, so we'll try to update you on the scores as it happens. And we talked about the Atlanta Fire coming in to this semi-final with a perfect record, having won all their games.
Oh, beautifully bowled, and the finger's gone up. That was a magnificent delivery to the left-hander. And to get him out, playing a defensive stroke off the back foot, that had to be something special from Akhtar Shah.
Yeah, Akhtar Shah has gone on to pick up his second wicket. Look at that. Other than a fast bowler hitting the stumps, Shah Faisal, this is another beautiful dismissal that fast bowler likes when he can pick the edge.
Look at Zishan on the walk. There you see the follow through, very ungainly. And he knew his fate. That nervous look up. And the confirmation. Zishan Maqsood is gone. And Atlanta Fire really struggling, 60 for 6.
So at 60 for 6, Shadley Van Squawkwick comes to the middle. And we told you the target of 172, so essentially they need 112, Shah Faisal, from the remaining 9 overs.
Here with 6 wickets down, it is uphill to say the least.
Hassan Khan comes back into the attack. And ball driven in to the offside. Jamar Hamilton hands the strike over to the new man that has come to the middle. And we're seeing an impressive bowling display from the Kingsmen, Shah Faisal, and we haven't seen Qadir.
Yeah, the man who's in contention for the leading wicket taker of the tournament. But you look around the field and the body language of Kingsmen, I think they already think that this is in the bag. Probably that partnership between Zishan and Jamar would have given the last hopes to Atlanta Fire. But time is running out.
And Shah Faisal, are we looking at 2 Kingsmen brand in the final? I wonder which side Amir Siddiqui will be coaching, because he's been helping both teams.
Well, Amir Siddiqui and both Grant Bradburn as well. We need to split them both into half. Because they can't be everywhere, both of them. That'll be interesting tomorrow. Oh, it's ballooned up, bobbled off the hands and hit him on the face, I think, and dropped out. Hassan Khan is not bothered. Just a little clap. to encourage the youngster despite the mistake.
Yeah, looks like Aryan Satish. Look at that, may have fall. It was dying on him. But a player of his class, Aryan Satish, the young man. You fancy he should have taken that shot, Faisal?
Yeah, he was in shock laying down. And also he might have got a knock on his nose or somewhere as that ball bubbled up and hit him back up on his face. There you go. Felt the pinch only momentarily. Despite being young, he's quite tough.
It's about cut away. What an effort from that fielder. Looks like Akhtar Shah.
They can't do no wrong here. The big fast bowler. He's not only getting wickets, but he's not letting anything go through. It has been a difficult day with the bat for Atlanta Fire.
Yeah, they still need 109. 63 on the board. They've lost 6. Yeah. Another over comes to a completion. It's 12 gone now. And it's 63 for the loss of 6. So Akhtar Shah continues. And is this more trouble for the Atlanta Fire? Yes! So ball driven straight back, deflections onto the stumps, and the umpires are just checking. But it could be a goner here for Shadley.
Shadley's already walking back. I think he's seen the deflection. Probably some of our other angles may show that. One thing was clear for even from that first replay, that Shadley was out of the ground, and he has been asked to stay. He's staying umpire. Although Stephen Taylor is walking in, but Shadley has been told, don't go anywhere. And that is not conclusive in terms of the bowler getting the hand to the ball. Very conclusive, as Shadley was out of the park, out of his guard rather. This will be a better idea.
Yeah, the big question is if the ball came off Akhtar Shah.
Yeah, umpire wants to have a closer look with the zoomer. There you go. That is excellent quality offered by our production crew. Ball certainly changed direction. And the reaction of Shadley and Akhtar Shah were pretty dramatic.
Yeah, a lot of time when batters walk Shah Faisal, it's something that they know. He was right there. Yeah, the big question what they're looking at if whether it came off Akhtar Shah's hand. And the fact is, Shah Faisal, irrespective of what people saw or what Shadley saw or the bowler saw, it has been forwarded for a review. And if the review somehow comes up inconclusive, Shadley could still be batting here.
Well, if that is unconclusive, then the on-field umpire need to make the call. And he was right there as well, pretty close to the action. That is the general practice, by the way, that is followed in international cricket. Is another angle offered. How about that?
In the meantime, Taylor had walked on, but now Taylor is still waiting a couple of yards. The fact is, I think the umpire went up. Initially, I think the umpire was more concerned whether or not Shadley was out of his crease. But of course, you've got to review whether it came off his hand. And so now, yeah, Denzel James says we're good. And so it looks like it's just, what, a dot ball. Nothing else but a dot ball. Shadley remains.
The fact that the video evidence was inconclusive, that takes us to where the umpire, Denzel James, who was really close to the action, he detected no fingertips from Akhtar Shah. So his decision will prevail. And Shadley, who was convinced he was out, lives to fight another day. Hold him. That is pretty conclusive and comprehensive. Jamar Hamilton walks back, and with him the last hopes for Atlanta Fire.
Yeah, after a bit of delay and drama, look at this one. Akhtar Shah picks up his third. This one, bang, onto the stumps. Jamar Hamilton realizing 14 runs and over is the ask. And he went for a big one, not today. And Akhtar Shah has picked up another one. Is 63 for the loss of 7.
Certain he didn't say, which is hard to believe.
So Stephen Taylor comes out. Straight away he gets off the mark, Shah Faisal. 7 down, 64 on the board. Trouble here for the Atlanta Fire.
Well, 64, 108 needed. We've seen and we've talked through tales of injured people, injured batters making a difference. I think this is beyond even the best capabilities of Stephen Taylor, let alone the one who's hampered with his injury. 7 down as well. Add to the equation the number of wickets down.
So wide is the call. And Akhtar Shah in the meantime, Shah Faisal has picked up 3 so far. 3 for 12. Best bowling figures out there. We saw Ilyas with 2 so far. 2 for 12.
I think they're saving Usman Qadir for tomorrow maybe.
Into the onside. Good looking shot from Shadley. And it'll pick up a couple of runs, 67 for 7.
Finally, we got the score bar back on, and I think it's up to speed with everything. Couple coming off the last delivery. It was a wide earlier in the over as well. 12.4, 68 for 7. Another 104 required. Required run rate of still 14. Inside edge will run away. Over the boundary. Finally something to cheer about for the Atlanta Fire fans.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how they come. Akhtar Shah, inside edge. Passes Ramiz Raja. And goes away for a much needed boundary. They'll need a lot more than that. It's like a little drop in the bucket, Shah Faisal. Atlanta Fire and Kingsmen here. We talked about Stallion X is waiting.
That's the DJ playing the music. Music really didn't catch on fire because the response from Atlanta Fire was pretty cold. Akhtar Shah has lost it completely. It was so wide that the third man could come around and stop it. The requirement is now under 100. Who's scoring? Cannot see two wides. It's simple as it's two wides and he's put one.
So Stephen Taylor is the man on strike. And here is Akhtar Shah, final ball. Gets a good delivery, closes out over number 13. 13 gone, 73, 74 for 7.
Finally gets to see the ball. This could be fun either way. Seven overs to go. This has gone up. How far? Not far enough. Usman Qadir with the wicket of the first delivery. Usama Razak with the catch. And another one bites the dust for Atlanta Fire.
So Shadley finally goes. The 8 wicket falls. The catching has been good. Usman Qadir comes in with a first wicket. First ball into his spell. And Kingsmen, it looks like it's going places. And Stallion X, we talked about them already qualified. And it's in fact, it's 74 for 8. And Shah Faisal, I told you Asif Mahmood was at the top of the heap. On 15 wickets, Usman came into this match with 13, so Usman trails by 1 has the most wicket in the tournament. He has a chance to get there. Asif plays tomorrow.
And so will Usman by the looks of it. So there'll be another shootout. Another little contest within a contest. Slip in place for Usman. Azim Charania, like I mentioned just a while ago, he's a big hitter himself. Won't be a big idea to just chance his arm a little bit right now. And if it comes off and lasts for a bit of time, who knows what can happen. There's no other options. But talk about Stephen Taylor. His injury, he's coming out to bat at number 8. With one hand, shots of catch it, but it lands in front of Ilyas. A bit of overtime for everyone today. Usually by this time the games are done. We still have 6.5 overs to go.
Yasha Faisal, of course, we saw. Yeah, batsman raises his bat, indicating that came off the bat. And one of the things that have eaten to some of the minutes is the referral things we've had. Usman Khader has really been good in this over.
Beautiful googly. And the pressure is off. Usman can really show off his skills as a leg spinner. Surprised he hasn't got a slip for the left-hander. The way he throws it up in the air and wider off the off stump. Could easily go in that direction off the edge.
Yeah, this is a bowling attack that has everything. Shaw Faisal, in fact, they've got two leggy in Aryan Satish and of course Kadir. The 14th over comes to a close. 78 for 8.
One heart! One heart! T-L-F-I-R-E. One heart. One fight. 8, 4, 6, show no mercy. One heart. One fight. We apply the pressure. One heart. One fight. We apply the pressure. One heart. One fight. One heart! One heart!
1 for 9 from Zia ul Haq, including that famous hat-trick that was spread across 2 games, different days. Started on the 10th of October, ended on the 11th of October. And you know what's surprising with that hat-trick, Shaw Faisal? There is a batsman. In fact, all the hat-trick involves the Seattle Thunderbolts, but there's a player, Mayura Lakshmikant. He was involved in all 3.
Oh wow!
Such an amazing. I've got to send an email to ask Stephen. He does reply after 5 months, sometimes 4 months, and ask him if that could be one of the a unique record for minor league. The fact is, the same team spread across. I mean, today we saw the Atlanta Fire being the 3rd victim from Zia ul Haq. But the fact is, single player involved in
3 hat-tricks. Wow.
Wow. Amazing. Here is Ilyas. An amazing turn of events here. Look. So Usman Khan got it against Thunderbolt. He got the 3-wicket. Kartik Gadapalli, Aryan Desai, Mayura Lakshmikant. Pay attention to Mayura Lakshmikant. Kamrul Rabi got a hat-trick in the 18th over. Aryan Desai, Mayura Lakshmikant in the middle here again, and Krish Katre. Today, Zia ul Haq yesterday finished up with Lakshmikant here. Oh, another wicket falls. And this time, Azim goes. Ilyas picks up one more. Is 77 for the loss of 9.
Well. Atlanta Fire are on the brink. Ilyas with another wicket. Azim showed him all his 3 stumps. And Ilyas says, thank you very much. That celebration told you everything. Look at how Azim went back and could barely reach the ball and swung at thin air as Ilyas celebrate. 77 for 9 Atlanta Fire. Who are these? No, I got this.
Amazing.
We're talking about hat tricks, and Kamral Rabi is the man who took a hat trick. This time, fearlessly comes down at Ilyas and picks up a couple of runs to reduce the margin of eventual defeat, as it is so evident now.
Yeah, 79 for 9. And the writing is on the wall here for the Atlanta Fire. Ilyas, in the meantime, Shaw Faisal has picked up 3 for 15. He has had a good day. Yeah, Cameron allows one to go through. So we talked about Cameron having been part of the couple of editions of the Global Super League played in Guyana. Rangpur Riders. And I think in one of the edition, I remember Shaw Faisal, the first one, I did see Hassan Tariq there.
Yeah, he's the owner of, he's a partner owner of Rangpur Riders as well, the team coming out of BPL, the Bangladesh Premier League.
Yeah, into the offside. That completes another over. Ilyas finishes 3 for 15 so far. 15 gone. Is 79 for the loss of 9.
Usman Qadir. Taylor has seen the wreckage after he arrived quite late himself because of that injury. It really hampered Atlanta Fire's batting lineup and their batting plans. The big man, their talismanic opener, generally sets the tone. He's injured. Usman Qadir just threw the ball up, knowing that Taylor's hand is injured and he may not impart the power that he normally does. It went through him.
Well, without having seen the actual ball, meaning we're sort of at deep third, I'm guessing that was the googly. And it's tossed up and turns away from the left-handed, hitting Stephen Taylor. And a couple of runs, but boy, this is just all an exercise in futility at this point.
Outward on its way. Even with one hand, Taylor can put away the full toss. Muted applause from the Atlanta Fire fans.
Very muted applause. Full toss, that is literally one-handed, almost like an underhanded tennis serve, if you will.
Very nonchalant.
And they're almost at the halfway stage in terms of runs needed, if you can believe that. 27 balls remaining, 19.3 runs and over is what they need. And just one wicket in the shed. Usman Qadir looking to weave a web, continue to weave a web around the last rights being offered here by the Atlanta Fire.
Goes around the wicket. And Googly from around the wicket. Beautifully bowled.
That's just 6 runs from the over so far. Dot 2, 4, and dot. And oh, that was almost the end of the game, Shah Faisal, but Stephen Taylor gets 4.
Well, Taylor showing what he's capable of despite the injury. So 4.4 and 10 of the over, including the 2 byes.
Driven through the offside. This is essentially turning into, almost feels like a net session, Shah Faisal. It's all over but the shouting. Stephen Taylor having some time in the middle. I don't know that he needs it necessarily, but he's taking advantage of the opportunity to get some free runs at the bottom of the lineup. For a change, 11 runs coming from over number 16. 90 is on the board. The small matter of 82 needed in the next 24 balls, Shah Faisal.
Yeah, those last 4 deliveries gave me the feeling of a good old test match when Usman bowled the googly around the wicket. Taylor leaving it alone. A cultured leave followed by a cultured cover drive and the little nudge into the gap. And no hustle for the second. Good old format of test cricket. We see everything in that format just at a slower pace, at a leisurely pace, and it for a lot longer period of time.
Oh my goodness, yes. Nothing like good old test cricket. This says the 2 old guys. But as it relates to this match, this is going to be another over bowled here by Mohamed Ilyas. Mohamed Ilyas, brilliant fast bowler. You've seen his wares on display here so far this afternoon. Stephen Taylor in the air.
And a couple of bounces over the infield. Yeah, impressive bowling performance from Mohammad Ilyas, as there's a little sloppiness is happening at the moment. I think Kingsmen.
Look at Stephen Taylor.
Taylor wants another one. He loves batting. Even with the injury, he wants to continue to bat.
He sees the funny part of it. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, talking about Ilyas, almost a man of the match contender. I think, well, I don't know why I said almost. Because he was the one, his spell really rocked the run chase. Contributions with the bat were shared around between Sharjeel, Saad Ali, Ramiz and Awazia. But Ilyas with the ball, that early burst really meant that the Atlanta Fire chase never got off the blocks.
The early burst was critical. Well, when you take out the head of the snake, if you will. Mohamed Ilyas, clean bowls Lahir Malanta, clean bowls Rishi Pandey. I might have got the order wrong, but the idea is he took out the 2 openers, set the team back, and really Atlanta Fire never were able to get anything of substance generated towards a successful potential chase of this target.
Yeah, absolutely. That was critical. And also, look at the amount of runs he's conceded. Nothing much came in that first spell either. So I think will be the favorite for that Player of the Match award. Oh, this is how good this is to see. Little kids running around the outfield.
Kids running around the outfield. After all, that's what this whole thing is all about, Shah Faisal. Stephen Taylor. Stephen Taylor is essentially making a joke out of the proceedings at the moment. And I think he obviously knows he is probably going to be in a much better mood than the management team of the Atlanta Fire. And no shame in losing to a great team, and no shame in being the victim of just classic hostile fast bowling. Mohamed Elias being chief among them. Ooh, hostile fast bowling is what I just asked for. That's just what I got.
Absolutely, and I think Atlanta Fire can't be too disappointed. They've won the minor league championship, made it to the semi-final here. Very competitive field here as well. Going unbeaten through the group, so they've had a good run. I think a rest day has jinxed both the teams that finished top of the groups yesterday. Both of them took rest, and Clarion Eagles earlier in the day succumbed to a heavy defeat, and looks like it's Atlanta Fire's turn.
Another bouncer. And this one is not collected cleanly by Ramiz Raja. I believe this will be a bye. With confirmation on that as soon as we get it, but yep, there's a signal from umpire Denzel James. A bye brings up run number 97. One ball remaining here in over number 17. Stephen Taylor, 16 from 12. Kamrul Rabi, 3 from 6.
One last chance for Ilyas to cap off his wonderful performance and get to his 4th wicket. Throw came at the non-striker end, but the striker end rather, and Kamrul Rabi was in. Ilyas finishes off a sterling effort in the semi-final, 3 for 22, and Atlanta Fire after 17, 98 for 9. Taylor batting at number 8, 17 of 13 balls. It's only an indication of what it might have been if he was able to come at his usual spot. Second top scorer already after Ahad Malik. In fact, none other of his teammates could get into double figures. So Ahad Malik with 30, Taylor with 17. I can't believe if that is correct.
Sliced away over the top. Should be a couple of runs here. Stephen Taylor settling in and turns down the opportunity for the 3rd. In fact, does not even look back at his partner. That double bringing up the 100. So maybe a very Pyrrhic milestone reached here for the Atlanta Fire. Pretty sure that they're going to go down here in the chase. Only 72 runs needed, or I should say 72 runs needed. Only 17 balls remaining.
It's just going through the motions, you feel.
Very much so. couple of other opportunities here. So the first ball of this over going for 2. The second one, a very comical dot ball. The ball traveled halfway around the park, but nobody choosing to take any additional runs here. Stephen Taylor, interestingly, and I was suggesting this about 10 overs ago, if you're going to have a wicket keeper who somebody else is on the park who can keep wicket, be good to save Ramiz Raja for tomorrow's final. I think it's pretty safe to assume that the Kingsmen will be the 2nd team in the final here. And it's now going to be the form of the new keeper is going to be.
Osama Razak.
Thank you.
And
thanks for the assist.
Actually, you called it nice and early because Ramiz now has got a knock. That's why he's walking off. He's may have got a chipped finger again. Life of wicket keeper, and it can happen anytime. Even in the contest, this game as a contest is over quite a while ago.
Yep.
But that injury, Ramiz will have to nurse it through the night and early morning to come back for the afternoon start of the final. I'm pretty sure he's tough. He'll do whatever patch-up is needed, but he's not going to want to miss that final. Maybe he won't keep Osama Razak.
I was thinking the same thing. You have him in the lineup. He's an explosive batter at the top of the order. You have a high-level keeper who's also in the side. Just have him, Ramiz Raja, play as a batter only. Snaking up at him with that delivery.
Yeah, Usman has changed his angles. Really showing off. That's the time when the pressure is off.
Exactly.
I've been telling about how skillful Usman is. It's just when you put pressure back on him, sometimes he then provides you with those loose deliveries. But if you allow him to bowl, you'll spin one way and the other against the other direction, and don't forget the quicker one, the slider. So pressure is off, and he's now trying everything. Changing the angle again. Going around the wicket. He's gone straight up, but lands safely. And Taylor didn't cross over for a single.
Oh my goodness. Net practice at this stage is what it feels like, as we mentioned a second ago. All of the drama gone out of this game. For what it's worth, the required rate is almost 31. That's skied. Nobody, in fact, yes, there is somebody out there, but he needed to have been about 20 feet tall to be able to get that. That is a huge 6 over mid-wicket for Stephen Taylor.
And Taylor not giving up the fight. Enjoying his knock. Once again, the hand coming off of the handle. Just relying on that top hand, which is well and good. Bottom hand, the left hand, is the one that is hurting. And that's not Brian Walters, that's me. It's just comical.
You were doing your best Brian Walters impression, Shah Faisal.
As close as I could get. Nothing like that.
Stop. End of over number 18, 108 for 9. Akhtar Shah. That was a great day with the ball, Akhtar Shah. As I said earlier, Shah Faisal, he can be erratic. He can spray the ball down the leg side. He can go so wide with his delivery that it's deep third that collects it. But when he gets it on point, he can be generally very, very aggressive, and he can be destructive.
You mentioned throughout the week, at times when we saw him bowl, there is a little bit of something in his action that needs sorted. But when he gets everything going in one direction, he is lethal. And that's another of those things.
Right on cue.
His run up. And good thing he didn't go with the ball. Sometimes you'll see him go through and deliver the delivery, which is not the right thing. Any youngsters watching, if you're not comfortable with your run up, with your approach to the wicket, it's better to stop and try again.
Yep.
That is exactly what Brian Walters was talking about.
I really like him. He's a young man. And again, earlier I guessed his age at about 23. I can stand to be corrected on that. But very, very pleasant. That doesn't count for anything necessary on the field, but very pleasant and very warm and engaging And then again, for me, when he gets it right on the field, he can be a fearsome weapon.
We've seen evidence of this just today as well. The wickets that he took, he bowls fast, he bowls straight, like to target the stumps, and there's no better sight than a big fast bowler running in and knocking the stumps over.
My goodness, yes. And you remember the last ball of his previous over, a snorter that sort of had Stephen Taylor jumping and fending. And for me, when he gets it in that area, that's when he's most dangerous.
And also not to forget the ball that he produced to get Zishan Maqsood. It really cut and climbed on the left-hander. And he was beaten on the defensive shot off the back foot. A very good player to beat him on the defensive shot. It has to be a good ball. And Akhtar Shah did produce a good ball to get rid of Zishan. That was also important in the game because there was time available at that time for Zishan to mount a serious challenge.
Sure.
I should say.
Sure.
Because I was just disappointed to see the wide in the meantime. Akhtar Shah is really showing us every aspect of his game. Good, bad, and not so good.
Good, bad, and the ugly. That's harsh. Good, bad, and
not good.
Quite so good. More fans in that area over there. And once again, Shah, probably the last time we'll have to mention this. It is completely free to attend the final tomorrow, which I think we can comfortably be between Stallions X and the Kingsmen. Noon Eastern Standard Time right here at the Paramvere Sports Complex in Rydell, Georgia. Chief guest, the great Sir Clive Lloyd. I'm sure the great man will have some part to play both in the opening ceremonies as well as the proceedings throughout the day.
The forecast weather, absolutely gorgeous. That goes past Osama Razak. Complete in contrast with Ramiz Raja, the way he climbed up of his feet and tried to stop that one. Yeah, talking about temperature tomorrow, bright and sunny, 76 degrees. Game of cricket cannot be played in a better weather than that.
If you put in a call to the weather gods and asked for a day for a final worthy of the two great teams that will be playing tomorrow, that's what it would look like. 76. If you're sitting in the shade at 10 o'clock in the morning, it's a little chilly. But my goodness, the day itself will be fine. And unfortunately, not quite fine is the radar with Akhtar Shah. That's the third wide in this over. Flirted dangerously with a fourth, but I think was given a reprieve by umpire Denzel James.
Yeah, this has been a very, very, very long over. And if you look at the contribution of the extras, Brian Walters, they must be pretty close to being the top scorer.
I would not be surprised. Look at that delivery. Quick and at the body. Very late on the attempted pull is Kamal Rabi.
Get ready for this now, Brian.
Yorker.
27 extras.
27 extras in a score of 114. That to me sounds like a huge portion, somewhere around 20% of the runs being scored in extras. That's coaches essentially will be very upset at that.
Smashed away, but straight to the sweeper on the offside, and finally Akhtar has bowled out his over. A disappointing finish to an otherwise a wonderful spell of bowling. And he's now finished with 3 for 26 of his 4. 19 gone, 115 for 9.
Aryan Satish will be bowling the last over. Did he get the googly in? Stephen Taylor wanted to aim for the fences on that one.
And then held the pose. Where is
Where's the cameraman?
photographer? Yeah, he held it for quite a few seconds.
Well, that's what he was looking to try and do. That actually goes over the side screen into the next field. Huge 6 for Stephen Taylor. Way too little, way too late, but that one will look good on Facebook later on.
How beautiful a strike was that. How easy on the eye. It's so much power in the shot, but with so much grace and poise.
Yep.
No hint of slog. 0%. It sailed over the side screen. Wonderful talent this man is.
For a decade and a half or so here in the U.S.
And ever present for Atlanta Fire. I think his name goes hand to hand with the franchise. Well, it's gone somewhere, but not for runs. The man with the spectacles, Ziaul Haq, he saw it better. Need to get the address of the optician where he is going, because sun is getting low. I can't see that white ball anymore from a distance.
So we're just going through the motions here, executing the last rites. Maybe this is an extended net session for Stephen Taylor to be ready to take his place in the top order in the final next year, maybe, because this is all but done.
So interestingly, what Lenny Achabar mentioned about the hat-trick stat, that one person featured in all 3 hat-tricks in this tournament, the margin of victory in the first semi-final was 51 runs. And it is exactly the same. If it's a dot ball, both the semi-finals would have been won or lost by the margin of 51. Taylor is not bothered about the single. How about that?
He heard you.
The stumps are off, and Atlanta Fire is knocked out of their home tournament by Kingsmen. But you cannot argue that they played the best cricket. Stephen Taylor tried his best and dragged the innings to 20 overs, where the last wicket had fallen in over number 15, the 9th wicket. And Taylor made sure they bat out the entire overs. He finished 34 not out, the top scorer, followed by Ahad Malik's 30 and plenty of extras. No other batter getting into the double figures, and that was the Achilles heel in the run chase for Atlanta Fire. But a thoroughly comprehensive performance from Kingsmen. The last 20 minutes or so probably took a little bit of a gloss off of their performance, but the result was secured by then. Lahiro Melanta and Rishi Pandey couldn't do much. Ansh Dawait, number 3, single-digit scores. Ahad Malik breaks that sequence, but then further single-digit scores for Zishan Maqsood, Sunny Patel, Jamar Hamilton. The heart of middle order was ripped out before Stephen Taylor came in and played a lone hand of 34 of 27 balls. Took the innings deep into 20 overs. Get those extras. Very generous Kingsmen.
You have extras be the 3rd leading scorer on the side, then you know you're in trouble as a bowling unit. Mohamed Ilyas, or the batting unit rather. Mohamed Ilyas, I think, was aggressive. 4 overs, 3 for 22. Milind Kumar, economical. Ziaul Haq, first ball, getting that hat trick. And Hassan Khan doing what he does. 1 wicket and just 5 runs conceded in his 2 overs. And the run of ball stuff. Akhtar Shah, I thought, again, very good in terms of his aggression. Wants to clean up those wides, and he'll get it right. When he does that, he'll be a much better player than he is right now, and he's already very good. And then just 1 over at the end here from Akhtar Shah. So there's your summary. The Kingsmen, mostly from the bat of Saad Ali, 46 from 29. And it would have been Sharjeel Khan, 44 from 29. Ramiz Raj chipping in with 32 from 25 and a pretty solid victory for me because the Atlanta Fire not really able to mount much resistance. So I think you've seen all kinds of efforts from the Atlanta Fire, but ultimately falling short. The Kingsmen winning by 51 runs. He heard that Shah Faisal said that that's also the margin of victory in the other semifinals. So we'll be coming right now to the captain of the team for the Atlanta Fire, Sunny Patel.
Thank you, Brian Walters. I'm with Sunny Patel, the captain of the losing team today in the semifinals. Sunny Patel, they say you can't win it all.
True. They actually, credit goes to Kingsmen. They played better cricket than us in all the departments, so they deserve the win.
All right, it's been a long time on the road. You've already captured a big one last Sunday, but a big performance again from the Atlanta Fire, but you came up short in the semi.
Yeah, boys played very well throughout the tournament, even in minor league, and even in this tournament they gave a good effort. So I'm happy with the effort the team has put on.
All right, final question. What went wrong for the Fire today?
I think they played better cricket than us today.
All right, so folks, there you have it. Thank you, Sunny Patel. Sunny Patel, the captain of the Atlanta Fire. I'll send it back up to the box. Shah Faisal and Brian Walters.
Thank you very much, Lenny. Obviously, very disappointed, Sunny Patel. And they really didn't show up at the contest today. They started out a little cold, and Sharjeel Khan started the partnership. But this is the innings highlight, and it did not start well. Rishi Pandey and then Lahiru Milanta were taken down by Ilyas early doors. There was some resistance in between, but that only brief innings of substance came from Ahad Malik from the top four. He tried to keep the fight going, but he had no support. Punched away with the hat-trick for Ziaul Haq.
Absolutely. There's your hat-trick ball. And then beyond that, you had a six, had a couple moments of brilliance, but the wickets just kept falling. Look at this. Quicker wrapping him in front of the pad. Umpire says, yep, you're on your bike. Then the next delivery here, or the next highlight here, is Akhtar Shah. Big edge. Look at him celebrate once again. When he gets it right, he's such a good bowler. Shah Faisal.
Yeah, and that's more evidence of that brilliant ball to get rid of a quality player.
That's the best of all the balls he bowled today.
Or even that, Jamar Hamilton. At that stage, the run rate was climbing. And when Shadley came in, it was pretty much a losing cause with Stephen Taylor out injured.
This is a good catch. Well judged on the boundary and just went very high in the air, but all of a sudden you saw that, and then the Muhammad Ilyas coming back to do what he did. A little bit of fun at the end, the 4 and a 6. That was the 4, the one-handed 4, and then this big 6 shot, Faisal, right over the top.
Yeah, Taylor by that time now was just having fun. He wanted to take the innings deep, but he still wasn't in the mood to spare any loose stuff. And his battle with Usman was quite intriguing. But that was the last rites of the happenings. And now I think Lenny Achabar is ready with the winning captain, Syed Saad Ali from Kingsmen.
Thank you, Shah Faisal. Saad Ali, big moment here for the Kingsmen. You're into the 2025 Atlanta Open final.
Yes, the first thing is thanks to Allah, we will final continuously for the second time for Atlanta, and the against team also our team, so yes, that's a good moment for us.
Yeah, in 17 hours or so later, you come back here to take on the Stallions X. How has been the campaign so far, and especially today's game into the final?
Yes, Stallions is our team, and our camp is very excited, and yes, let's see what happens for tomorrow game.
All right, our final question. All your players are fit, everybody's ready to go again in 17 hours time?
Yes, just our players is ready for tomorrow, and just some players is just a little bit tough for the fitness carry on, but this is a final, so we just try to fix them.
All right, so go well. Good luck, Saad Ali and the Kingsmen. They storm into the final. We'll hand it over back to the box, Shaw Faisal and Brian Walters.
Well, there you have it. Good words of wisdom from Saad Ali, the captain. He will be captain of one of the teams in the final. And the other team that we'll find here in the final, you saw Stallions X. I think you'll see that information appear on your screen shortly. But I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that this is going to be a mouth-watering final. Again, it is going to be our chief guest of honor, the great Sir Clive Lloyd, captain of the West Indies cricket team in the 70s and 80s. And he will be along